Although the rocks continued to fall, they did not affect the golden light at all. Amidst the falling rocks, all living things looked up at the light, feeling as though they were looking at the sun shining down on the land. The area within 10,000 miles of the Great Abyss land was bathed in golden light. Shi Huangmu sensed the strange golden light before she looked down. The land was now covered with rocks. The mountains and the rivers were no exception. The tree, flowers, and plants were no longer there. Meanwhile, the golden light continued to crazily absorb the vitality energy. Shockingly, even the power of the abyss began to gather like starlight and shot toward the golden light. Emperor Yu frowned, puzzled. Then, he asked grimly, Shi Huangmu, what's happening? On the other side of the sky, Shi Huangmu, who had lived for a long time, said, I don't know. I've never seen such a light since heaven gave birth to earth that gave birth to vitality energy. Even after humans ushered in civilization and gradually separated into tribes, I'd never encountered such a thing. It's golden. Could it be that the Golden Lotus domain has given birth to a divine emperor? Emperor Yu asked. Impossible, Shi Huangmu said calmly. To become a supreme emperor, one must first form the seventh light disk. After that, one has to continuously comprehend the great laws. The more profound the comprehension, the stronger the light disks will be. With all this, it's impossible that Ming Xian, who has the scales of justice, did not sense anything at all. Emperor Yu shook his head and said, I disagree. The imbalance has messed everything up. The scales aren't omnipotent. The return of the unholy one to the great void is proof of its fallibility. Emperor Yu said as he looked at the golden light in the sky. Shi Huangmu frowned. She looked at the golden light that was still crazily absorbing the vitality energy and murmured, The unholy one. Emperor Yu finally moved again, leading countless feather tribesmen to fly in the sky. He said loudly, The great abyss land cannot fall. I hope Shi Huangmu will help the feather tribe. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sounds of the falling rocks continued to agitate the nerves of the feather tribesmen. Their attention gradually shifted away from the golden light to the falling rocks in the sky. The golden light and the unholy one were not important now. If the sky fell, they would all die. Shi Huangmu shifted its attention away from the golden light to the falling rocks as well before she said, All right, fierce beasts, listen up. The tens of thousands of fierce beasts roared in response. Search the great abyss land. Dig 3 feet underground if you must. Find the owners of the great void seeds. The fierce beasts roared again before they flew in all directions and began their search. Meanwhile, Shang Zhang, Ling Weiyang, and Bai Zhaoju did not move. Instead, they continued looking at the golden light. The sky is falling faster than we thought. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. That old bastard, Qi Biaonu, hasn't returned yet. He took such a long time just to deal with one ancient saint slayer. He's really not worthy of being a divine emperor. Changcheng isn't an ordinary saint slayer after all. It's cunning, and its strength isn't inferior to Shi Huangmu. We can only wait and see. The great abyss land should be able to hold on for a while. Ling Weiyang and Bai Zhaoju nodded. As for Shang Zhang, he looked at the shattered upper core worriedly as he muttered, I wonder how those 2 girls are doing? Qi Sheng has inherited the fire deity's legacy. If he flies at full speed, his speed is comparable to that of a divine emperor. Moreover, he is very intelligent and has good judgment. I believe he'll be able to hold on, Bai Zhaoju said. While the fierce beasts searched everywhere, Shi Huangmu landed about 1,000 feet away from the golden light. After a moment, it muttered, A new divine emperor? Then, it quickly shook its head and said regretfully, You're no different from the others. You don't have the right to deprive living things of their right to live. Then, Shi Huangmu raised its hand and sent an energy seal over. Boom! The golden light was unaffected and continued to absorb the vitality energy crazily. Shi Huangmu was surprised. Then it struck with the power of the laws. 10 pillars of light accurately hit the golden light, but it was still unaffected. Shi Huangmu was furious. It stared at the ball of golden light and said, "Very well. Don't blame me for being merciless then." Xianxia spread its arms, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. At the same time, light discs appeared under its feet. With the appearance of the light discs, its tail seemed even deadlier than before, capable of piercing everything. Then it flashed and appeared directly above the golden light. Suddenly, there was a change in the golden light. 9 light discs suddenly appeared in the sky, erupting with a powerful force. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. It immediately changed its offensive stance into a defensive one. Boom! The 9 light discs expanded rapidly. The flying rocks in the surroundings were reduced to dust while the nearby fierce beasts were instantly crushed. They continued growing. 3 miles, 30 miles, 300 miles. Many feather tribesmen looked at the 9 light discs fearfully. It's over. Boom! Countless living things were crushed by the light discs. The 3 divine emperors in the distance used their protective energies and their astrolabes, barely able to withstand the shockwave. Suddenly, the ball of light grew smaller by a third, and the vague outline of a human appeared. Following that, it shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia had just recovered from withstanding the shockwave, and its expression changed drastically when it saw this. It did not expect the ball of light to be so aggressive. In a moment of desperation, it joined its palms together. A lotus bloomed, and its tail swept out like a pillar to defend against the incoming light. When the two were about to collide, a majestic voice rang out. "Time reversal." Xianxia's heart trembled. Indeed, time was flowing backward. This cultivation was not weak. It was a remnant ancient saint slayer that existed since the beginning of the world. It was once worshipped as a god. It controlled the most primitive power and laws. At the very least, it should be weaker than a divine emperor in regard to the laws. However, at this moment it was still controlled by the law of time. For the first time since Xianxia appeared, it cried out as the golden light crashed against it. Boom! Xianxia let out a muffled groan and flew back in the sky. The ternary green bird screeched. It flew, trying to catch Xianxia. Alas, its comprehension of the laws was not as powerful as that of humans. When it drew close to Xianxia, it, along with Xianxia, suffered the backlash from the law and spat out blood. The two were sent flying for an unknown distance, knocking away the falling rocks behind them. Who would not be shocked by such power? Xianxia exclaimed in shock. It's a divine emperor with 9 light discs. 9 light discs represented the highest level of cultivation. There were only a handful of people in the Great Void with 9 light discs. Emperor Yu and the feather tribesmen looked at the 9 light discs in shock and trepidation with their mouths agape. Their hearts thumped loudly in their chests. They prayed fervently that the other party was not an enemy. At this time, the light gradually dimmed. Everyone, no matter how far away or whether they could see it or not, looked at the dimming light. Within the light was a man with an extraordinarily majestic aura. He had a head full of white hair, and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were profound as he looked down at everyone from the sky. Following that, without any warning, his hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wrinkles on his face and body receded before they completely disappeared. The vitality energy nourished his body, making him look younger and younger. When his appearance was finally restored, Xianxia, who recognized the man, exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother Lu, unholy one?" Ling Weiyang and Bai Zhaoju did not expect the person in the ball of light to be the unholy one. They felt as though their worldview had been subverted. Xianxia did not make the connection yet. It only felt that the person in front of it had an extremely piercing gaze and terrifying aura. The eyes especially made it feel very frightened and weak. It frowned and said, "A new divine emperor has such an aura?" At this time, Lu Zhou asked tonelessly, "Xianxia, why aren't you guarding Mount Yu? Why did you come to the great abyss land to oppose me?" Xianxia said with an unpleasant expression on its face, "It's my mission to protect the balance of the world. Is it also your mission to oppose me?" Lu Zhou asked. He looked around before he looked up. The destruction of the upper core, the collapse of the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction, the start of the fall of the Great Void, the falling rocks, the chaotic unknown land, the buried land, and withered trees. The basic situation was clear to Lu Zhou. The door that led to nowhere had sent him here out of all places. Perhaps it was all fated. Lu Zhou slowly walked over in the air. With each step he took, a faint halo rippled under his feet. Shi Wangmu said, "You're the one who's opposing me." Lu Zhou's face remained expressionless. As he walked, he began to change. The halos under his feet, the light on his body, the divine mark robe, his hair, and finally his eyes turned blue. Shi Wangmu's eyes gradually widened as it stared at Lu Zhou with its mouth agape. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "In ancient times, when civilization was just born, I told you to guard Mount Yu. It's your duty. 100,000 years have passed, and you've forgotten all about it." Buzz. A golden lotus bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet before flames rose around it. Then it turned blue. The two colors flashed back and forth. The lotus put Shi Wangmu and even the three divine emperors on edge. Finally, the lotus stopped flashing and stayed golden. Then 9 light discs began to spin. Shi Wangmu retreated instinctively. Each time Lu Zhou took a step forward, it would take a step back. It said, filled with disbelief, "Supreme ruler?" Shi Wangmu did not expect the other party to be the supreme ruler from ancient times. Lu Zhou stopped moving and said in a deep voice, "Now that I've returned, it's time I put an end to you." Lu Zhou raised his right slightly. A vortex appeared in his hand. When he used this move, he finally understood the origin of the power of the deadly strike card of the past. His power was time. The vortex churned flowing time. It was like the passage of time, and all living times had to submit to it. This was also the Unholy One's most powerful strike. Lu Zhou flicked his hand. The vortex turned into a ball of light and shot out. It arrived in front of Shi Wangmu in just a blink of an eye. Shi Wangmu could keenly feel the danger of the attack and used all of its power to defend against it. Boom! Shi Wangmu shrieked in pain. Its internal organs were all severely damaged. At this time, all of the fierce beasts pounced toward Lu Zhou, flying through the falling rocks as though they had lost their minds. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back, unmoving. The light discs burst forth with light. The 3 sun discs, 3 moon discs, and 3 star discs covered an area of 100 miles in just an instant. They crushed everything in their paths without fail. The countless fierce beasts were all crushed in just a blink of an eye. Along with the rocks, their carcasses fell like torrential rain. A rain of blood, flesh, and crushed rocks fell heavily on the Great Abyss Land. "No!" Shi Wangmu roared as it looked at the dead fierce beasts in disbelief. Meanwhile, the fierce beasts hundreds of miles away stopped. They did not dare to approach. It was as though they finally realized how terrifying the other person was. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Shi Wangmu. He looked at it and said, "In this vast world, how many people do you think can fight me?" Shi Wangmu said loudly, filled with unwillingness, "Is it wrong for me to maintain the balance of the world?" Back then, Shi Wangmu was one of the ancient saint slayers who signed the balance agreement between humans and fierce beasts. "It's not just you. The entire world is wrong." "Ha!" Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, "Death is also life. It's time for you to go." A vortex appeared in Lu Zhou's hand again. It contained the supreme power of the law. When it shot out, the space shattered. A black hole appeared in the sky. There was no earth-shattering commotion as it quietly devoured Shi Wangmu. Following that, the space quickly mended itself and returned to normal. It was as though the black hole and Shi Wangmu were never there to begin with. The 3 divine emperors were flabbergasted by just one move. Shang Zhang by Zhaoju, and Ling Weiyang knew they were not capable of such a feat at all. They all looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing with his hands on his back. Finally, Lu Zhou slowly turned around and looked at Emperor Yu and the Feather Tribesmen. Then he slowly said, "Kneel and you might live." Emperor Yu was even more shocked than the 3 divine emperors. He found the entire thing hard to accept. Shi Wangmu, whom he had spent so much effort to invite out of Mount Yu, was dealt with by the Unholy One just like that? It was an old god that had survived the land splitting and lived for 100,000 years in the Great Void. Emperor Yu took a deep breath to suppress his emotions. The words "ni" and "you might live" echoed in his ears. The collapse of the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction was getting worse and worse. The falling rocks dragged everyone into the pit of despair. How were they going to survive in such a desperate situation? How could the millions of feather tribesmen live? How could the countless living things in the unknown land live? They had all survived in the harsh environment of the unknown land for 100,000 years. Was this how they were going to be paid for their sufferings? Emperor Yu was unwilling. He felt it was unfair. He asked, "What did you do to Shi Wangmu?" Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Emperor Yu and the feather tribesmen. The feather tribesmen instinctively retreated. Lu Zhou said, "I've sent her away." To be precise, that move tore open the void and devoured Shi Wangmu. There was a small chance that it might be able to survive and be sent to another place. However, common sense told everyone it was almost impossible to survive in the spatial crack. Emperor Yu said in grief and indignation, "Unholy One, do you really want to destroy my feather tribe?" Everyone from the feather tribe tensed up. Their expressions were grim as they waited for Lu Zhou's answer with bated breath. Lu Zhou said coldly, "Those who stand in my path will die." An indescribable sense of fear permeated the Great Abyss Land. Rumble. Even the sounds of the falling rocks were unable to dispel the fear. Lu Zhou hovered in front of the feather tribe. His body was suffused with golden and faint blue light. Just his calmness alone displayed his kingly aura to the fullest. He did not exert any energy or force, but it was enough to greatly pressure the feather tribe until they felt like they could not breathe. However, was the feather tribe really going to just sit and wait for death? Emperor Yu suddenly laughed. "Unholy One, you have the power of life and death, so you think you can control the life and death of others?" Lu Zhou did not say anything. Rumble. Another 10,000-foot-long rock fell from above into the abyss. Who knew where it would end up? Rumble. Everyone had already grown numb to the falling rocks. Emperor Yu's voice turned high-pitched as he said, "On behalf of the feather tribe, I'd like to ask the Honorable Unholy One a few questions." At this moment, it was as though Emperor Yu had become another person. He was unlike before when he was bowing and subservient to Lu Zhou. He had the feather tribe behind him, and his every move and action would affect the lives of the feather tribesmen. He knew he was in a precarious situation at this moment. It was like he was walking on a tightrope, and he could plummet to his death with just the smallest mistake. However, he had no other choice. "Speak." Emperor Yu took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions. His mind also gradually became clear. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The feather tribe has been around since ancient times. It has been 300,000 years, and the tribe has gone through many ups and downs. Our ancestors worked hard to protect the tribe from generation to generation. The tribe has witnessed the extinction of many tribes and clans, but it survived. We all know it's not easy to survive." He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "It's really funny. Humans are clearly the weakest among all living things, but they're resilient. They grew stronger and stronger, gradually surpassing the others. Even the strongest dragon clan is facing the threat of extinction." Emperor Yu laughed. His laughter seemed to hold all the sorrows in the world. What did the feather tribe do wrong to suffer such unfair treatment? All living things were born and lived on this land. Our tribe has never plundered the lands of others, killed the innocent, or done anything wrong. For the stability of the Great Void and the unknown land, the tribe has silently guarded the Great Abyss Land for 100,000 years. Even if the tribe did not make any huge contributions, the tribe has worked hard. Who knows the difficulties and struggles of the feather tribe? Emperor Yu said as his voice grew louder and louder. Emperor Yu's words resonated greatly with the feather tribesmen standing behind him. Emperor Yu pointed at the sky and said, "The sky is about to fall and the feather tribe is about to fall. How can I just sit and wait for death?" After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou said bluntly, "The sky falling is a certainty. Nothing in this world is forever. All of this has nothing to do with me. The sky was destined to fall from the very beginning. What did it have to do with the unholy one?" Emperor Yu sighed lightly. "That was right. Who could be blamed for the sky falling?" Lu Zhou said in a low voice, "However, you stopped my disciple from comprehending the great Tao. That's tantamount to opposing me." Emperor Yu shook his head and said, "I have never thought of stopping anyone from comprehending the great Tao. I only want to maintain the pillar of destruction. If I really wanted to stop it, I wouldn't have given you the heaven-suppressing pestle, and I wouldn't have let your disciple be recognized by the pillar." Lu Zhou pointed at the upper core of the pillar of destruction and asked, "How do you explain this?" Emperor Yu looked at it and said, "It's hard to go against heaven's will." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "It's hard to go against heaven's will? The fall of the great void is also heaven's will. So why don't you follow heaven's will?" Rumble. Suddenly, a rock that was much bigger than all of the others fell from the sky. Everyone, even those rushing over from afar, looked up at the huge rock in despair. When the three divine emperors raised their heads, they saw a huge crack on the pillar of destruction. The feather tribesmen looked at the crack in disbelief. At this moment, their survival instincts drove away their fear. Emperor Yu asked angrily, "I'll ask you one last question. If you were in my shoes, what would you do?" Lu Zhou looked at the huge falling rock. After thinking for a moment, he replied truthfully, "Defy the heavens." Boom! Lu Zhou thought that the rock would fall. He did not expect it to explode halfway. The shattered rocks fell at an even faster speed, and flames suddenly burned around them. They rained down on the feather cultivators and fierce beasts that had just stepped into the great abyss land. In just a moment, one of the areas turned into a living hell. Tens of thousands of cultivators were instantly burned. No! The eyes of the other feather tribesmen turned red. They could not accept this, but they were helpless and powerless to do anything. The corpses continued to burn until there was not even one intact corpse left. At this moment, the first elder of the feather tribe said in a deep and grim voice, "Emperor Yu, we can't delay any longer. Emperor Yu, please give the order." The dead were already dead. It was the living that was suffering. Emperor Yu looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Then, I'll follow your example and defy the heavens." All the feather tribesmen shouted in unison, "I'll use my life to protect the feather tribe. Move out." To the upper core. The feather tribesmen spat out blood and rubbed it on their foreheads and feathers. In just a moment, their blood ignited a fire around them immediately. The remaining fierce beasts from Shiwangmu lost their minds and roared angrily as though affected by the feather tribesmen's emotions. Then they pounced over. Faced with all this, Lu Zhou said, enunciating each word clearly, "You're not defying the heavens, you're defying me. You still have a chance of survival if you defy the heavens. However, the outcome of defying me is death." Boom! 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 The earth trembled. "This is a life-or-death battle," Ling Weiyang said excitedly. The three divine emperors were deeply moved when they saw this scene. They suddenly felt that Emperor Yu was too despicable. After all, as rulers, all of them had their people to think about. Bai Zhaoju and his people searched for a home for hundreds of years before they settled on Jiming's back. Qi Biaonu could not find a suitable place, so he could only order his subordinates to move mountains and fill the sea, building his southern flaming sea on the reefs. At this moment, Bai Zhaoju said, "His target might not be the unholy one. Then what is he doing?" The three divine emperors were puzzled. The fierce beasts rushed over from all directions, ramming against the flying rocks as they flew in the sky. They attacked Lu Zhou in a frenzy. Lu Zhou only looked at everything with an indifferent expression as he said, "A futile struggle." At this time, the golden lotus, which had a diameter of over 1,000 feet, and the blue lotus bloomed at the same time. They shout out, dismembering the fierce beasts before they could even get close to Lu Zhou. Fresh blood dripped on the rocks on the ground, but it was soon covered by more falling rocks. The feather tribesmen sent themselves to death one after another, detonating their Dantian sea of qi in the air. Lu Zhou did not move at all, protected by his light discs. He looked invincible as he allowed his primal qi to surge in all directions. He was completely unharmed. The feather tribesmen continued charging toward death. Meanwhile, Emperor Yu and a large number of feather tribesmen flew toward the horizon. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou raised his hand. Blue Lotus Storm. In just a moment, blue lotuses filled the air, reaping the lives of the fierce beasts and feather tribesmen in the sky. In just a breath, tens of thousands of lives were lost. After one move, the sky was clear. Only the falling rocks could be seen. Suddenly, crack! Everyone looked up and saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The top of the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction finally crumbled completely. Bai Zhaoju called out, "Brother Lu, let's go." Ling Weiyang raised his head before he said, "It has collapsed. Even the power of the Tao can't save it. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Shang Zhang also chimed in. "Qi Shang and the two girls have left safely. Stop fighting and let's go." Lu Zhou ignored the three divine emperors' advice and looked at the sky silently. He looked at the crumbling pillar of destruction. He frowned when he saw Emperor Yu, followed by many feather tribesmen, flying to the top of the crumbling pillar. Emperor Yu and his people wore expressions of grim determination on their faces. They looked at death as though they were going home. Many living things in the Great Abyss Land prayed for the feather tribe at this time. Lu Zhou flipped his hand, bringing the Great Abyss Land's heaven-suppressing pestle out. Boom! When the heaven-suppressing pestle smashed into the ground, it turned into a huge pillar. Swoosh! 9 light discs appeared under Lu Zhou's feet, and he flew up like a meteor. "You want to stop the collapse of the pillar?" Emperor Yu sensed the danger coming at him and spun around. He looked at Lu Zhou with eyes burning with determination as he said, "No one can stop me." Emperor Yu flipped around and pushed his hand out, sending 3 light discs down. Boom! 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 Lu Zhou appeared in front of Emperor Yu in just a blink of an eye and struck with his palm. An energy seal cut across the sky above the Great Abyss Land and sent Emperor Yu flying. He grunted and spat out a mouthful of good. The disparity between the duo's strength was too big. Although Emperor Yu had a breakthrough, he had no chance of winning the Unholy One with 9 light discs. Both his arms were broken. Upon seeing this, the first elder of the Feather Tribe sent down a rain of light, quickly healing Emperor Yu. With this, Emperor Yu roared and charged out again. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Golden Buddha's bodies." 5 golden Buddhas stood between heaven and earth, crushing the falling rocks and illuminating the land that was shrouded in darkness. All living things looked up, but they did not know if they saw hope or despair. The 5 golden Buddhas sent Emperor Yu flying. He was defeated again. One of the golden Buddhas smacked him repeatedly, sending him flying over and over again. He was also defeated over and over again. Emperor Yu's entire body was drenched in blood. His wings were no exception. Wounds riddled his body as well. In contrast, Lu Zhou, who was standing within one of the golden Buddha, was completely unharmed. He watched everything with an indifferent gaze. Emperor Yu stopped. The gap in their strengths was too big. It made him despair and turned his face ashen. Could it be that I really have to kneel to survive? Emperor Yu looked at the Great Abyss Land. He shook his head. It was impossible. The Feather Tribe could not leave the Great Abyss Land at all. Their roots were here. Their blood and their tears watered the land here. Most importantly, the power they relied on to survive came from the Great Abyss Land. Leaving this place was like uprooting a giant tree. How could they live? Upon seeing this, despite feeling reluctant, the first elder of the Feather Tribe sighed and said, "Your Majesty, give up. Give up." "I will never give up," Emperor Yu roared. His eyes were so wide open that they looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets. Upon seeing this, the Feather Tribesmen seemed to have been injected with stimulants. Their eyes shone with even more determination. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "It's meaningless. Even if I don't intervene, you can't stop this day from coming. You wish to lift up the sky? You're dreaming. Crack. At this moment, the great abyss land's pillar of destruction crumbled completely. Lightning flashed in the sky. Everyone looked at the pillar of destruction that finally collapsed. Its collapse heralded the end of the great abyss land. In the Great Void's Xiaoyang Hall, which corresponded to the Great Abyss Land, mountains and rivers within 10,000 miles began to collapse and surge. Countless living things tried to fly away, but they were ruthlessly pulled down by some unknown force. The Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction was the main pillar out of the 10 pillars. With its collapse, the backlash spread to the other 9 halls immediately. Even the other parts of the unknown land and the 9 domains felt the shaking of the earth. Cracks began to appear in the great void that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. The sea surged, and tsunamis as tall as the sky swept out. Humans had no choice but to flee from the sea as countless fierce beasts invaded the 9 domains in a frenzy. With this, the war between the humans and fierce beasts reached its climax. Boom! Emperor Yu raised his head and saw a circular piece of the sky, spanning tens of thousands of miles, falling down. The first elder of the great void trembled when he saw this scene. He spread his arms and cried out, "It's over! The Feather Tribe is finished. We're all finished. The end of the world is here." Emperor Yu looked back at Lu Zhou. He begged Lu Zhou in desperation, "I beg you, please don't stop me. I, Xianxia, of the Feather Tribe, beg you." Lu Zhou looked at the Feather Tribesman and the rapidly falling piece of sky. He shook his head and sighed, remaining silent. Seeing that Lu Zhou was silent, Emperor Yu nodded. He tapped his Dantian's sea of qi, and it began to burn. "Let's go." Emperor Yu flew at the lead as the warriors of the Feather Tribe followed him and flew up. All of them spread their wings and burned their Dantian's seas of qi. They brought out their avatars, using their cultivation and their lives to complete their goal. Emperor Yu's avatar was the biggest. 7 light discs appeared in succession and surrounded his avatar. Emperor Yu's snow-white avatar occupied the sky. Even the stars could not compete with how dazzling it was. Emperor Yu took the lead and rushed up, crashing against the falling piece of sky. Boom! With the power of his avatar, his flesh and blood, and his iron will, Emperor Yu wanted to defy the heavens and hold the sky up. Alas, as soon as he made contact, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were immediately damaged. However, he maintained his avatar through sheer willpower. His burning Dantian's sea of qi provided him with a huge amount of primal qi. The other Feather Tribesmen followed in Emperor Yu's footsteps. Boom! 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 The avatars in the sky were dazzling as they held up the sky. As expected, the Feather Tribesmen began to vomit blood. Those with weaker cultivation bases died immediately, plummeting from the sky. "Go up!" Emperor Yu roared, boosting the morale of the Feather Tribesmen. Swoosh! 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 The surging primal qi was as vast as the sea. A halo of light rippled underneath the piece of sky. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou frowned slightly as he watched. He did not stop Emperor Yu. It did not conflict with his interest now, and even if it was meaningless, everyone had a right to struggle and fight for what they believed in. At the same time, the Feather Tribesmen were reduced to ashes one after another. The falling piece of sky only slowed down for a moment and did not stop at all. Emperor Yu looked at the piece of sky and roared furiously, "Why?" Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of Feather Tribesmen exploded and died in the sky. Their cultivation and determination were nothing faced with heaven's will. The outcome was the same, death. The piece of sky continued to fall. At this moment, a young Feather Tribesman cried out, "Your Majesty, I've tried my best. I'm sorry." As soon as the young Feather Tribesman's voice fell, he exploded in the sky. Emperor Yu. Another Feather Tribesman exploded before he could finish his last words. They carried the sky on their shoulders. If the sky wanted them to die, they had to die. They had tried their best. At the moment of their deaths, hidden in their despair was a hint of relief. It was finally the end. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly raised his head and leaped up. Buzz! A towering blue avatar appeared and lifted the sky with its hands. Boom! The sky fell for some distance before it suddenly came to a stop. Emperor Yu turned to look at the gigantic blue avatar and Lu Zhou, who was hovering within the avatar, in disbelief. Lu Zhou sighed as he looked at the injured Emperor Yu, who was on the brink of death. He asked, "Is it worth it?" Emperor Yu's Dantian Sea of Qi was still burning. He said, "It doesn't have anything to do with it being worth it or not. What matters is if I'm willing to do it or not. Why don't you leave the Great Abyss land? The root of the Feather Tribe is here," Emperor Yu said as he pointed at the Great Abyss land's heaven-suppressing pestle. Lu Zhou understood that Emperor Yu was talking about the power in the abyss. Everything was fated. Since ancient times, how many tribes, clans, and civilizations had gone extinct and were sealed in the river of history. Perhaps humans would one day also end up like that. Boom! The sky seemed to grow heavier and began to fall again. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Boom! A golden avatar appeared, standing shoulder to shoulder with the blue avatar. 9 light discs shone in the sky. The piece of sky stopped falling again. The 3 divine emperors were amazed. Unfortunately, they were too far away to see clearly. Since the sky was collapsing, affecting the Tao, they could only stay away from the Great Abyss land. When Emperor Yu saw the 2 avatars, his eyes flashed with surprise. He calmed down quickly and said, "The Unholy One is still the same Unholy One. Alas, the Feather Tribe is no longer the Feather Tribe of the past." Emperor Yu sighed as his Dantian Sea of Qi began to shrink. At this moment it finally hit him. Even the Unholy One's 2 avatars and 9 light discs could only stop the sky for a moment. He could not prevent the sky from falling. Then what could the Feather Tribe do? Emperor Yu was unnaturally calm at this moment. He said, "Before I die, I have one more thing to ask of you. Speak. Please make sure the Feather Tribe exists in history. Make sure it's etched in the history of the Great Void, so it will not be forgotten," Emperor Yu said. Lu Zhou looked at Emperor Yu with a spirited gaze. Although their goals were different, he still said, "As you wish. Thank you." As soon as Emperor Yu's voice fell, his avatar began to flicker. Then, he looked down at the ground and at Lu Zhou. There seemed to be a smile in his eyes, as though he finally found peace within himself. At this time, Lu Zhou finally withdrew his 2 avatars. The sky began to fall again toward the Great Abyss land and the Unknown land. At the critical moment, the heaven-suppressing pestle flew into Lu Zhou's hand. He wrapped it with the divine Tao power. Instead of retreating, he advanced and pierced through the sky like an incomparably sharp sword. In just a blink of an eye, he had traveled 10,000 miles away. Boom! At the same time, the piece of sky that spanned tens of thousands of miles crashed heavily to the ground. A piece of the Great Void had fallen while Zhaoyang Hall was completely destroyed. Lu Zhou looked at the ruins on the ground. Then he raised his head to look at the sun that shone down. Countless creatures died, but the Great Abyss land in the Unknown land had been reborn. The dazzling sun hung in the azure sky and shone down on the new land. For tens of thousands of miles, the sun shone down, dispelling the once dark place. However, there were no living creatures under the sun in this area. The Feather Tribe was gone. The 3-headed tribe was gone. The Void Chest Tribe was gone. Mountains, rivers, ancient trees, and even weeds were destroyed in just an instant. Lu Zhou looked at the sky in a daze. Sometimes he doubted his choice. Was this the result he wanted? Was it truly the inevitable outcome of the passing of time? He had always thought he could watch indifferently as living things died and civilizations fell. Now that the end had come, he lowered his head and muttered, "Is it worth it?" Far away from the Great Abyss land, Si Wuya, Little Yuaner, and Conk looked at the sun in the distant sky in a trance. However, they could only vaguely see the miracle scene from afar. Nonetheless, it was still a shocking scene. Although it was not as much as before, rocks were still falling from the sky. The commotion finally pulled the trio back to their senses. Si Wuya said with a hint of disbelief, The piece of great void above the great abyss land fell ahead of time. The pillar couldn't hold on. Everything happened too fast. Little Yuaner seemed very sensitive to changes after comprehending the great Tao. She asked, "Seventh senior brother? Is everyone dead?" Even after so many years, little Yuaner still could not get used to deaths. "They're all dead," Wuya answered truthfully. Conk sighed. "Why won't they leave?" Wuya said, "Everyone has their own reasons. The Feather Tribe has lived in the Great Abyss Land for 100,000 years. How could they leave so easily? It was a tribe from ancient times, and it was able to survive for so long due to the power of the Abyss in the Great Abyss Land. Leaving also means death, but staying is death with no hope of survival. No matter how slim the chances, we have to do our best to survive." Wuya sighed before he said again, "There's no road to peace that's not paved with blood, bones, and tears. Emperor Yu is worthy of respect." Little Yuaner and Conk nodded. Rumbling noises rang in the air, reminding them that the great void had already begun to fall. Wuya composed himself. He did not have time to think about the dazzling and moving scene of countless avatars holding up the piece of sky. He quickly ignited a few talismans, informing his fellow disciples to leave the great void. Wuya contacted Mingshi, who had returned to the great void last. As soon as the projection appeared, a lazy voice could be heard. "Who is it? So annoying. It's been shaking the entire day. You're disturbing my sleep." Wuya. Little Yuaner took the initiative to say, "Fourth senior brother, the sky has already fallen, and yet you're still sleeping? Aren't you afraid of death?" "What? The sky has fallen?" Mingshi shuddered and rose to his feet, looking around. The trio was speechless. After a moment, Wuya said, "Time is limited. The others have left or are leaving the great void, but you've yet to comprehend the great Tao. The speed of the collapse is faster than I've calculated. You have to go as soon as possible." Mingshi realized the gravity of the situation. He said, "It's so bad? Then I'll set off immediately." As soon as Mingshi voice fell, he felt the ground tremble slightly on his side. For the great void, it was the ground that was collapsing. For the unknown land, it was the sky that was collapsing. Now that the strongest pillar of destruction had fallen, the other pillars would swiftly follow suit. Little Yuaner asked curiously, "Fourth senior brother, where exactly are you now?" Mingshi looked around and said, "I don't know either. In any case, it's not far from Changyu Hall." Wuya said, "The upper core might shatter any time. You have to hurry to Changyu Hall." Mingshi nodded. "I'll go now." With that, the projection was cut off. Wuya rose to his feet and said, "We have to go. This is the most unsafe place now." Little Yuaner and Conk nodded. The trio looked like shooting stars as they flew in the sky toward the nearest runic passage. Halfway through their journey, Wuya frowned slightly and said, "Junior sisters, you've both comprehended the great Tao. Do you feel that the primal chi here has changed slightly?" "I can feel it. It's thinner than when we arrived. The laws from the great Tao seem to be weakening here," Conk replied. "Heaven and earth gave birth to the great void seeds. Now that the sky is falling and the earth is splitting, I'm afraid the runic passages can no longer be used," Wuya said, feeling like something was not right. He brought talismans again to remind his disciples again and again to be careful before he finally relaxed and flew at full speed. Meanwhile, the three divine emperors had long recovered from their shock. They flew back to the great abyss land and looked at the sky. Bai Zhaoju and Ling Weiyang were deeply moved. The earth had finally returned to the way it was 100,000 years ago. They flew over to Lu Zhou, who was hovering high up in the sky. "Brother Lu." Lu Zhou turned around to look at the three divine emperors. Bai Zhaoju said with a smile, "You're the first person to have 2 avatars since the dawn of time. Impressive, truly impressive." Ling Weiyang chimed in. "After this, everyone will hear about the Unholy One's invincibility once again. Who would not be convinced with such a display of power?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "There's one more person. Everyone knew who Lu Zhou was referring to, and they only nodded to each other. Lin Weiyang looked at the ruins on the ground and said, I didn't expect the Feather Tribe to be so bold. By Zhaoju side, they're still gone in the end. At this moment, a streak of light shot over. When it drew closer, everyone had a clear look at the incoming person. Qi Biaonu. Qi Biaonu was in a sorry state. When he looked at the sun and the ruins on the ground, he asked in shock and disbelief, What happened? You didn't see it? I rushed back because I heard and felt the commotion. I only vaguely saw it. That Changcheng was really too cunning. It took me a long time to subdue and kill it, Qi Biaonu said. It's good that you killed it. The Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction has collapsed. A piece of the Great Void has fallen. It won't be long before it falls completely. Qi Biaonu turned to look at Lu Zhou. Surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, The one who held up the sky was... What? The words Unholy One was stuck in Qi Biaonu's throat. Lu Zhou said calmly, It was the entire Feather Tribe. Qi Biaonu was shocked. He looked down and saw broken wings, corpses, blood, and severed limbs between the cracks. One could imagine how terrible the battle was. Qi Biaonu sighed and shook his head helplessly. Although they were all divine emperors who ruled many people and controlled their life and death, they were still powerless when faced with the fall of the sky. The world was truly unpredictable. Who would have thought that the glorious Feather Tribe would be completely annihilated in just an instant? Lu Zhou asked, Are all of you busy? Bai Zhaoju replied, Brother Lu, I have plenty of time to talk to you. The other three divine emperors nodded as well. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Now's not the time for talking. The collapse of the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction will definitely force cultivators and fierce beasts to attack the 9 domains. Can you bear to watch humankind suffer this disaster? The 4 divine emperors understood. In other words, Lu Zhou needed manpower. Of course. We'll do what we can to mitigate the disaster. Lu Zhou nodded and said, I'll return to the Golden Lotus domain. I'll leave the 8 domains. With that, Lu Zhou flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Brother Lu? Bai Zhaoju could no longer see Lu Zhou as soon as his voice fell. Ling Weiyang, Qi Biaonu, and Shang Zhang. How are the 4 of us going to protect 8 domains? Although they were divine emperors, they were not without their limits. Finally, Bai Zhaoju said, Let's pick 4 of the weakest ones. The Unholy One's disciples are outstanding and not to be trifled with. I'll speak to Qi Shang after this and see what he thinks. The others nodded. With the fall of Zhao Yang Hall, unprecedented panic descended on the people of the Great Void. When Mingshi arrived at Changyu Hall, he saw cultivators carrying their luggage flying toward the nearest runic passage. They were like disaster victims fleeing for their lives. It's so exaggerated? Mingshi continued to fly. The number of cultivators he saw fleeing did not decrease. The city was in chaos. Many trading halls and businesses had long been emptied and closed. The streets were desolate. When Mingshi arrived near the upper core, he discovered that it was unguarded. Heh, they're not even giving me a chance to fight. Boring, very boring. Mingshi muttered to himself before he rushed toward the upper core. When he drew closer and had a good look at the upper core, he saw the cracks and the dim and lifeless entrance. Mingshi hurried to the entrance. He looked at the entrance suspiciously as he muttered, Don't fall just yet, don't fall just yet. Just as Mingshi was about to enter the upper core, a cultivator, who was carrying his luggage, hurried past and saw Mingshi. The cultivator asked, Why aren't you leaving? The Great Void is already falling. It said that hundreds of thousands of people and countless fierce beasts died in Zhaoyang Hall. Mingshi turned to the cultivator and asked, Are you leaving as well? If I don't leave now, when should I leave? I finally understand that the sacred temple's words can't be trusted. Everyone's leaving now to seek refuge in the 9 domains. Are you going to stay here and wait for death? The cultivator asked. I'm just looking around. I'll leave in a while, Mingshi said. Just as the cultivator was about to leave, Ming Shirin said, "Wait, I have a question. Do you know where the people of the sacred temple went?" "I don't know. If they were around and did their job, would we have to leave?" "Screw them. We might as well believe in the unholy," the cultivator said before leaving in a huff. Ming Shirin looked up and saw quite a number of cultivators flying in the sky. After the great void began to fall, he could sense that the energy here had gotten thin. He had to hurry, otherwise the upper core would crumble completely. Ming Shirin was relieved when he felt the rebound force that pushed against him when he tried to enter the upper core. "Heh! I'm going to take you down." Swoosh! Ming Shirin rushed forward with his separation hook in hand. He felt heavy resistance like a net that stopped him. Bang! 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 Energy seals shot out of the separation hook. It did not take long before he successfully entered the upper core. Unlike the others, the environment in the upper core was gentle and filled with vitality. Lush vegetation could be seen everywhere, and they stretched endlessly. Ming Shirin looked at his surroundings in confusion. Ming Shirin did not understand what was going on. He recalled Si Wuya's situation and did not dwell on the matter. He sat cross-legged and concentrated on comprehending the great Tao. The vitality energy in the surroundings began to converge toward Ming Shirin. The process seemed rather smooth. More and more fierce beasts made their way to the 9 domains. Cultivators from Xuanyi Palace, Shangzhang Hall, Two-Way Hall, and Shiha Hall had all migrated on a large scale. Billions of cultivators made their way to the 9 domains and formed an alliance with the local cultivators to fight against the fierce beasts. After the human alliance was formed, commanders were appointed and deployed to various places to command the battle. The commanders held various meetings. To prevent the war between the humans and the fierce beasts from getting worse, they began to negotiate an agreement. They allowed fierce beasts that were not hostile toward humans and their cities to seek refuge in the 9 domains. After the disaster ended, everyone would return to their respective places. The 9 domains were not as vast as the Great Void and the Unknown Land. It was rather difficult to accommodate billions of cultivators and fierce beasts. Apart from this problem, the Alliance also needed to deal with stubborn cultivators and fierce beasts who opposed the migration and representative plan. Needless to say, these rebels were mostly cultivators from the Great Void. 4 hours passed in just a blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang from Changyu Hall as the upper core shattered. The cultivators who had yet to leave looked in the direction of Changyu Hall, wondering what happened. Although they did not know what happened, they saw it as another sign that the world was ending. With that, they quickly sped out and left. Meanwhile, Ming Shirin hovered in the air, sensing the surging power of the laws. When he opened his eyes, he saw all kinds of strange images around him. Some were of flames, some were of water, and some were of towering trees. Then, they suddenly disappeared and returned to the earth. Ming Shirin was puzzled. What kind of law is it? In Ming Shirin's opinion, only the law of space and the law of time could be regarded as the great law or the supreme law. He looked at the images that appeared again and wondered what kind of law he had comprehended. In any case, the process of comprehending the Great Tao was much smoother than Ming Shirin had expected. Forget it. I don't want to think too much. Let's leave this place first. I'll slowly study it when I have the time. Ming Shirin muttered as he looked to the left and right. When the light around him dimmed, he slowly lowered his altitude. The earth continued to shake. Just as Ming Shirin was about to sneak away, he heard the sound of applause from the left. Congratulations, 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 Mr. Mingshi, on comprehending the Great Tao. Ming Shirin spun around to look at the source of the voice as a sense of unease rose in his heart. Huh? It's you. Ming Shirin saw the other party walk out with a smile on his face. About a dozen Templars stood behind the other party. The other party was none other than Guanzhou, the only remaining survivor among the 4 supremes of the sacred temple. Guanzhou smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ming Shirin frowned and asked, "Why were you waiting for me?" "His Majesty has ordered me to invite Mr. Mingshi to the sacred temple for a chat," Guanzhou replied with a smile. I don't have time. The world is in chaos now. I still have to save the people. I have no time to chat with you. Goodbye, Ming-Shirin said before he turned around to leave. Guanzhou chuckled. Please wait. Wait my ass. Swoosh. Ming-Shirin shot into the sky like a shooting star without saying another word. Guanzhou? ? The 10 Templars were also dumbfounded. This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. When Guanzhou recovered his senses, he shed all pretenses and said in a deep voice, Go after him. Understood. Guanzhou led the Templars and quickly chased after Ming-Shirin. Guanzhou was one of the 4 supremes of the sacred temple, after all. Although Ming-Shirin had comprehended the great Tao, he was now at most close to becoming a supreme being. He was still no match for Guanzhou at the moment. It was not surprising that Guanzhou soon caught up. Ming-Shirin turned to look back after flying 100 miles. He cursed, Shameless! Ming-Shirin dove into the forest and slammed his hand on the ground. Perhaps he had just comprehended the great Tao. The trees within a radius of 30,000 feet grew rapidly. Guanzhou and the others flew over and looked down at the forest. He said, Mr. Ming-Shir, stop resisting. The great emperor wants to see you. Ming-Shirin did not reply. The forest was silent. Guanzhou scoffed coldly before he launched a light disc that had a diameter of 30,000 feet. Boom! The light disc fell on the forest. The trees and mountains in the forest were flattened in just a blink of an eye. After retrieving the light disc, Guanzhou looked down but did not see anything. He was surprised. The Templars looked at each other in confusion as well. It did not make sense. After all, they had clearly seen Ming-Shirin enter the forest. It was impossible for him to escape if he was in the forest. Where was he? Guanzhou felt something was amiss. He landed on the ground and heightened his senses before searching his surroundings. Alas, no matter how hard or how long he searched, he did not sense anything at all. There were no sounds of heartbeats or breathing, nor was there the temperature of a human body. Guanzhou's expression turned grim immediately. Before he came here, Ming-Xian had emphasized the importance of the 10 owners of the great void seeds. It did not matter if the world ended as long as he brought Ming-Shirin back. At that time, he had been confident he would be able to bring Ming-Shirin back. He did not expect Ming-Shirin to escape under his nose. How am I going to explain this to His Majesty? Guanzhou slowly walked forward. A faint glow that spanned 10,000 feet appeared under his feet on the ground. He could even hear the sounds of ants crawling, but he still could not find Ming-Shirin. Search for him. The 10 Templars flew around, searching frantically for Ming-Shirin. After 15 minutes, they returned to Guanzhou. They shook their heads as they looked at him. Lord Guan, we can't find him. Guanzhou frowned. How cunning! Lord Guan, what should we do now? The Templars were worried. If they returned empty-handed, who knew how Ming-Xian would punish them? Guanzhou paced back and forth. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, Let's go back to the sacred region first. Understood. Guanzhou led the 10 Templars and flew into the sky, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. After a long time had passed, a hand suddenly broke out from the ground where Guanzhou had been standing earlier. Ming-Shirin crawled out of the ground, spitting and coughing as he cursed. Damn it! Good thing I'm smart. Heh! You're too inexperienced to go against me. Ming-Shirin was delighted that he escaped Guanzhou. Ming-Shirin did not expect that a figure would appear behind him. The illusory figure gradually solidified and said, Good move! Ming-Shirin shuddered and spun around. He saw the other party smiling and standing with his hands on his back. He said, You scared me to death. What's wrong with you people? Why are you always doing this? The man said, The law of the 5 elements. Not bad, not bad. Ming-Shirin frowned and said, Who are you? Don't delay me. I still have things to do, so don't waste my time. Ming-Shirin felt the man was dangerous and did not want to tangle with the man. He was about to leave when the space rippled and restrained him. The man smiled and said, Although the law of the 5 elements is a great law, It's also a part of the law of space. Ming Shirin was shocked. You? Who are you? Let me go. The man maintained his smile and said, Everyone calls me Great Emperor Ming Xian. Ming Shirin. It's over. I won't be able to escape. Great Emperor Ming Xian? Ming Shirin had only been to the sacred temple twice. Both times, he only saw Ming Xian vaguely from far, and Ming Xian's face could not be seen at all. Ming Xian waved his hand casually as he said, Let's go. The sacred region needs you. No, no, no. Ming Shirin struggled with all his might, but he could not break free at all. Then he said, Sir, you're magnanimous. Why do you have to stoop to my level? I have more important things to do. There's nothing more important than my matters, Ming Xian said as he waved his hand. A golden runic passage appeared in the sky immediately. He can directly open a runic passage? In fact, Ming Xian was a divine emperor who was also a skilled runemaster. Not only that, he controlled the great law of space as well. Ming Xian said indifferently, The 10 great laws have been comprehended. You've comprehended the indispensable law of the 5 elements that give birth to all things in the world. Ming Shirin was slightly stunned. After that, he added, I'm not indispensable. I'm in fact as dispensable as farts. No matter how cunning Ming Shirin was, how could he escape from Ming Xian, who was an old fox? No matter what he said, Ming Xian was unmoved. Ming Xian restrained Ming Shirin and flew into the runic passage in the sky before they vanished from sight. Now that all the upper cores of the 10 pillars of destruction had shattered, the great void began to shake even more. More and more cultivators rushed to leave through runic passages. However, they were soon horrified when they discovered the runic passages had begun to fail. After a night of discussion, many cultivators finally came to a conclusion. The great void and the unknown land were originally inseparable from one another. Now that the fall had begun, the balance was disrupted and naturally the circulation energy would be affected. It was like how a house would not be able to stand after the pillars collapsed. Sacred region. At the top of a huge and strange-looking building, Guanzhou paced back and forth anxiously. Soon enough, 2 figures streaked across the sky and landed on the building. Guanzhou and the Templars were momentarily stunned. After a moment, they quickly called out, Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Xian waved his hand, and Ming Shirin landed at the side. Guanzhou frowned. It's you. Ming Shirin smiled awkwardly and said, What a coincidence. We meet again. Guanzhou did not have a good impression of such a cunning person. He said, I didn't do a good job and let him escape. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Ming Xian did not blame Guanzhou at all. He only said, He's the 4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shirin. He's very cunning. It's not surprising he escaped from you. Ming Shirin said, I don't think you can use the word cunning to describe me. Ming Xian turned to Ming Shirin and said, This Tower of Heaven is where you belong. Ming Shirin looked at the Tower of Heaven. Apart from its grandeur, there was nothing special about it. It looked just like an ordinary tower. What a shabby place. Ming Shirin said, Actually, I had expected Lord Guan to come and capture me. However, I didn't expect you to personally make a move. I'm very curious. How did you know where I was hiding? Among the 10 disciples of the Great Void, Ming Shirin was the only one who was unaccompanied when comprehending the Great Tao at the upper core. This was because he felt confident and also because he wanted to cooperate with Si Wuya's plan. Alas, he did not expect to be captured. Ming Xian sized Ming Shirin up as he said, Your cultivation method is very unique. It can be said that in the entire sacred region, only I alone can capture you. Upon hearing this, Guanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. This little bastard has such abilities? Ming Shirin did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and said with a smile, You praised me too much, Great Emperor. However, it seems like my little ability still isn't enough. Ming Xian walked to the edge of the tower with his hands on his back and said, I know what you're thinking. Do you think you can escape? Ming Shirin remained silent. Ming Xian asked, "Do you know why I captured you?" Ming Yin shrugged. "I don't know." Ming Xian pointed at the Tower of Heaven and at the sacred region before he said in a heroic manner, "Everyone says the sky will fall. It will fall, but I think it's the rebirth of the great void." Rebirth? This Tower of Heaven is the key to building the world, Ming Xian said. "Do you know what it takes to build a world?" "No." Ming Yin shook his head again. 10 great laws? Ming Xian clasped his hands on his back as he said confidently, "That's all of you?" Ming Yin said, "You want to rebuild the world, so you want to capture all of us? You're too naive. That's impossible. Let me go." Ming Xian ignored Ming Yin's rudeness and continued to say in a dignified manner, "You'll become one of the contributors to the sacred region. This is your mission and destiny." Ming Yin's heart began to race. He suddenly felt that Ming Xian was much harder to deal with than he had imagined. No matter what he said, it did not affect Ming Xian at all. He took a step back before he asked, "If you can protect the Great Void, why didn't you make earlier preparations? Why did you let countless lives suffer?" Before Ming Xian could speak, Guanzhou scoffed and said coldly, "What do you know? We need 10 of you to comprehend the Great Tao first. We've spent a lot of effort to make sure all of you comprehend the Great Tao as soon as possible. This matter had the utmost priority in the sacred temple." This was the truth. Ming Xian looked at the vast and prosperous sacred region and said, "The Great Void is too big. I can only protect the sacred region." Ming Yin asked, "So you don't care about the life and death of the 10 halls of the Great Void or the survival of the 9 domains?" Ming Xian said, "Just like your master likes to say, what does their survival has to do with me?" Ming Yin was rendered speechless. Indeed, this was something his master would say. In the end, he only laughed to cover the awkwardness and said, "10 great laws, you said? You've only captured me. My master won't sit aside and do nothing." Ming Xian seemed unmoved by these words. He sighed and said, "I'm amazed by your master. His luck is surprisingly good." Ming Yin was puzzled. Ming Xian extended his right hand, and a mirror appeared with a flash of light. He said, "This is called the sky-encompassing mirror. No matter where you are, the mirror will be able to show you." "So exaggerated?" Ming Xian looked at the magical mirror in surprise. Ming Xian said, "Those who have comprehended the Great Tao at the upper cores can't escape from this mirror. I'll personally capture all of them back." Ming Yin inhaled sharply. He did not expect Ming Xian, who did not make a move previously, would take this matter so seriously. After a while, he asked, "Are you so sure you can defeat my master?" Guanzhou's expression was slightly unnatural when the Unholy One was mentioned. Ming Xian was frighteningly calm. At this moment, the sacred region began to tremble, but his expression did not change at all. He only said tonelessly, "The Honorable Unholy One, the master of Grand Mystic Mountain who once ruled the world, he's indeed a cultivator who can make everyone tremble in fear. However, I've prepared something special for him. I believe he'll be satisfied." Ming Yin's heart felt as though it was gripped by something. After a moment, he quickly flashed away. Ming Xian did not move at all. He looked at the scenery quietly with his hands on his back. Bang! When Ming Yin reached the edge of the Tower of Heaven, he crashed into a transparent barrier. Ming Xian said, "I spent 30,000 years to build 10 towers of heaven. History will remember your great contributions. Your names will forever be engraved on the towers." With that, Ming Xian flashed and disappeared. At this time, Lu Zhou appeared in the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion. He did not waste time and appeared in the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion immediately. Then he called out softly, "Gather!" Although Lu Zhou's voice was soft, the power it contained was extremely powerful. It resounded in the 4 pavilions of the Evil Sky Pavilion quickly. The 4 elders, the guardians, and the left and right envoys, who had returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, rushed over immediately. They entered the main hall at the same time. "As expected, brother has returned." Zhuiyushu said happily. The others greeted in unison. Greetings, Pavilion Master. No need for formalities, Lu Zhou said. At this time, Si Wuya, Little Yuaner, and Conk entered the main hall as well. Master! Greetings, Master! Lu Zhou nodded and asked, Where are the others? Si Wuya said, I was just about to report about this. Now that the Great Void has begun to fall and we've comprehended the Great Tao, Ming Xian will definitely put his plan into motion now and use us to achieve his goal. So, I've already come up with a plan. Everyone looked at Si Wuya. What plan? Everyone, Si Wuya said. He paused for a beat before he continued to say, I think all of you know about the heaven-suppressing pestles. Apart from absorbing the power of the abyss, they have another important function. That's to suppress the power of the abyss and prevent the earth from splitting. Everyone broke out in a commotion immediately. No wonder Si Wuya was scheming for the heaven-suppressing pestles. Legend had it that the collapse of the pillars of destruction would bring about not only the destruction of the Great Void but the earth as well. However, not many people knew about the other function of the heaven-suppressing pestles. This was also the reason Si Wuya was certain the earth would not be destroyed. Previously, I've obtained all of the heaven-suppressing pestles, except for the ones from the Great Abyss Land and Shiha Hall. I plan to distribute them to my fellow disciples and let them head over to the 9 domains to suppress the power of the abyss in each of the 9 domains. The pestles will be able to calm the earth. Apart from that, I can sense the runic passages are losing power. If we delay any further, we'll have to fly there. That'll waste too much time, Si Wuya said. Xuanyi Palace, Shangzhong Hall, and Shiha Hall were allies of the Evil Sky Pavilion, so it was not a problem to obtain their heaven-suppressing pestles. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually and said, These are the heaven-suppressing pestles of the Great Abyss Land and Shiha Hall. Si Wuya caught them in his hands before he said, Ninth junior sister, take this. It's the one from Rending. Si Wuya handed the Great Abyss Land's heaven-suppressing pestle to Little Yuaner. The Great Abyss Land was the ancient name for Rending. Little Yuaner looked at it in confusion. Then, where am I going? You don't have to go anywhere for now. You'll only need to move when the Great Void collapses completely, Si Wuya said. Then, he turned to Conk and said, Junior sister Conk, you'll take heaven-suppressing pestle that corresponds with Jishu's pillar of destruction. Go to the Green Lotus domain. I've already informed Venerable Master Qin about it. The White Emperor is also in the Green Lotus domain. Conk nodded. Suddenly, a loud voice rang from outside the hall. Master, I've missed you so much. Everyone jumped in shock. They looked at the source of the voice. Under the eyes of dozens of people from the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Honggong was kneeling, bowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. He cried out loudly as he did so. Then, next to Zhu Honggong, there was a short and chubby man. He had a silly smile on his face as he kneeled along with Zhu Honggong. Perhaps, everyone had gotten used to Zhu Honggong's style, they no longer found it strange. Jian Bing said reverently, Lord Unholy One, I'm your most loyal and devout believer. I have finally met you. Lu Zhou. Everyone was speechless. The combination of Zhu Honggong and Jian Bing truly made everyone speechless. Lu Zhou said, Rise to your feet and speak. Thank you, Lord Unholy One, Zhu Honggong said with a smile. When I heard the sky had begun to fall, I rushed back without wasting any time. Si Wuya said, 8th junior brother, you returned just in time. This is the heaven-suppressing pestle from Shiha Hall. It just so happens that the Yellow Lotus domain needs you. You and Jian Bing will go to the Yellow Lotus domain to calm the power of the abyss there. Zhu Honggong asked skeptically, This thing can really suppress the power of the abyss? Si Wuya nodded. Of course. Apart from that, you have to be wary of Ming Xian as well. Zhu Honggong patted his chest and said, I guarantee that I'll complete the mission. Si Wuya said, Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and the others have already set off. There's no time to lose. You should set off as well. After all, the runic passages were unstable now. They might stop working at any time. The earlier they set off, the better it would be. Conk was a little hesitant. They had just returned but had to leave again. It was inevitable to feel reluctant to part with everyone. Go, Lu Zhou said as he waved his sleeve. At this time, Zui Yushu said, I'm a little worried. Why don't we keep all of them by our sides? Aren't we giving Ming Xian a chance if we do this? Si Wuya said, that's why we have to rely on Master. In the end, they still had to depend on Lu Zhou to suppress Ming Xian. Without Lu Zhou, even if everyone stayed together, they would still be captured by Ming Xian. As long as Lu Zhou suppressed Ming Xian, the other matters were not a problem. The Great Void was already falling, and the disaster was about to arrive. If the heaven-suppressing pestles were not brought to the designated locations before the runic passages stopped working, it would cause an even greater disaster. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Zhou also nodded and said, we'll act according to your plan. At this point, no matter how meticulous or cunning the plan was, it would be useless. Oftentimes, what really determined the outcome was the success or failure of the person in the highest position. How could everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion not understand this principle? Dynasties fell and changed along with the emperors and kings. Si Wuya's plan was similar to Lu Zhou's. He would personally keep an eye on Ming Xian and leave the rest to his 10 disciples and the other divine emperors. Since everything was decided and he could tell Si Wuya had something to say to him in private, he said, if there's nothing else, everyone can go and rest. Everyone, with the exception of Si Wuya, left the main hall. Zhu Honggong and Jian Bing went to the Yellow Lotus domain. Conk went to the Green Lotus domain. In order to ensure Conk's safety, Si Wuya had already sent a message through a talisman to Bai Zhaoju and Qin Runyue. Needless to say, when Shang Zhang found out about it, he clamored to switch places with Bai Zhaoju. As for whether Shang Zhang succeeded or not, it was unknown. Lu Zhou walked down the stairs toward Si Wuya and said, if you have anything to say, just say it. Si Wuya bowed before he said with a smile, it's really impossible to hide anything from Master. Please wait for a moment, Master. Si Wuya turned around and left the hall. Not long after, he returned to the main hall with a scroll. He said, senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brother, and junior sisters have gone to different places to calm the power of the abyss. Ming Xian definitely won't let go of this opportunity. Lu Zhou nodded. He recalled his visit to the sacred region and said, you have a point. When I went to the sacred region, Ming Xian was not there. When I found him at the Great Maelstrom, he had no desire to fight at all. He was very clear about his goal. He will definitely act against all of you. This was a rather tricky problem. They needed to calm the power of the earth with the heaven-suppressing pestles, but they also needed to make sure Ming Xian did not seize this opportunity to achieve his goal. Si Wuya smiled and said, that's why I came up with 2 plans. Speak. First, please have a look. Si Wuya unrolled the scroll in his hand on the ground. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. It was the ancient goatskin map that he had obtained previously. At this time, the ancient goatskin map had already displayed all the places on the map. There were the 9 domains around the unknown land. The 10 pillars of destruction were marked on the unknown land, and there was the great void above the pillars. Master, this is your Skynet map, Si Wuya said. The Skynet map glowed faintly. It looked like the meridians of a human body, connecting everything into a whole. There were few broken areas that looked dim. This was especially true for the Great Abyss Land. Ming Xian is a rune master. Even if all the runic passages stop working, he can still capture the others. If I'm not mistaken, he wants to use the 10 great laws to rebuild the world. This is also the reason he doesn't care about the disaster, Si Wuya said. Lu Zhou nodded. He had vaguely guessed this. Si Wuya said again, Master, I discovered that the Skynet map is a sacred relic that corresponds with heaven and earth. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Although he owned the Skynet map, he did not know much about it. He just treated it as an ordinary map. In hindsight, he should know it was not a simple map. Si Wuya said, everything in the world is governed by laws. When we pass through runic passages, there's the law of space. The law is involved in talismans transmitting messages or when we construct runic passages. Everything is one, and this is willed by heaven and earth. Everything below the ground is the abyss. The abyss in the Great Abyss Land, the abyss in Dunzang, and the abyss in the rift east of the Unknown Land are one and the same. After listening to Si Wuya's words, Lu Zhou suddenly recalled the merit stone he had seen in the Unholy One's painting, and how he had flown in the endless darkness. It was the same in the scripture of sermons. At the very end of the darkness, he had seen the merit stone. He could not help but wonder if the merit stone was in the abyss. Si Wuya continued to say, for this reason, if we destroy the Skynet map, if there was a large-scale land splitting, or if the Great Void falls, all runic passages will cease to work. This means the weakening or disappearance of the primal chi will cause the runic passages to stop working, right? Lu Zhou said. This. Si Wuya sighed and said, that's right. However, the fall of the sky is inevitable. At that time, who knows how the primal chi will be affected as well. All this leads to a scarier consequence than just the failure of the runic passages. This matter was related to the Great Void seeds. The Great Void's general cultivation was higher and its energy was richer due to the Great Void seeds and the transmission of their energies by the 10 pillars of destruction. If the land split and the seeds were no more, there would be no Great Void energy or vitality energy. With that, what was there to talk about cultivation? However, the land had yet to split, and there was also the abyss. Hence, this was just speculation for now. Seeing the worried expression on Lu Zhou's face, Si Wuya said, Master, you don't have to worry. That's the worst-case scenario. As long as we calm the power of the earth, our cultivation won't be interrupted. All we need to do now is to destroy the Skynet map at the right time to stop all runic passages. This will hinder Ming Xian. According to my observation, the earth has the ability to mend itself. After it mends itself, we'll be able to use runic passages again. Mend itself, Si Wuya said with a smile. Heaven and earth give birth to all things, and they have the ability to mend themselves. This is all part of nature. Lu Zhou nodded. He felt that his seventh disciple's words were reasonable. He said, all right. Si Wuya said, the Skynet map can't be destroyed using ordinary means. I've tried all kinds of methods. I've tried burning it with true fire, leaving it in a furnace to burn for a long time, and using energy seals to destroy it. However, it was not the slightest bit damaged. Hence, I still need Master's help. Lu Zhou said, I'll think of a way to destroy it after all of you have arrived at the 9 domains. Master is wise, Si Wuya said. Lu Zhou turned around and said, what's the second plan? Si Wuya smiled before he said, if the Skynet map can't stop the usage of the runic passages and Master can't find Ming Xian, he will definitely come and look for me. At that time, I'll help him rebuild the Great Void. Lu Zhou? This is because he will definitely fail, Si Wuya said. Why are you so confident? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. You'll know when the time comes, Si Wuya said, deliberately keeping his master in suspense. Lu Zhou frowned. Si Wuya bowed and said, please forgive me, Master. Seeing Si Wuya's confidence, Lu Zhou was worried Si Wuya would make the same mistake and let his confidence cloud his judgment. Hence, he said with a sigh, it's not that I don't trust you. However, this matter is too important. We can't afford to make the slightest mistake at all. I understand, Si Wuya said. He remained silent as he observed his master's expression. He thought about it for a moment before he said seriously, I've already died once, so I'm no longer afraid of death. During those years in the Lost Kingdom, I've thought through many things. In life, there's nothing absolute. I just hope that when I face difficulties, I'll be able to do my best and not be burdened by the pain of being helpless and powerless to do anything. Even if I fail, I won't have any regrets. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, there were countless tribes and clans born in the unknown land, and yet, many were turned to dust with the passage of time. The Feather tribe used their flesh and blood to stop the sky from falling. Even if they failed, they had done their best. Let alone humans, even ants want to survive. Lu Zhou could see that Si Wuya had improved a lot compared to before. Everyone in the world could distrust Si Wuya, but Lu Zhou could not distrust Si Wuya. In this vast world, there were only a few people Si Wuya could rely on, and Lu Zhou was one of them. In fact, Lu Zhou was the only one his 10 disciples could rely on. Lu Zhou looked outside the main hall. After a long time, he finally said, "Go ahead and do as you planned." Night fell. The 9 domains and the unknown land were not peaceful at all. The great void continued to shake, causing huge rocks to fall from time to time. The commotion in the unknown land did not stop at all. As for the great void, mountains collapsed as countless buildings were destroyed. The commotion lasted the entire night. The next morning, Meng Changdong, the guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion, came to the Eastern Pavilion. He said, "Pavilion Master, I just received news that another 2 pillars have collapsed. Countless fierce beasts and cultivators in the Great Void lost their lives as a result. Apart from that, Mr. 7th, Mr. 8th, and Miss 10th have arrived at the Black Lotus Domain, Yellow Lotus Domain, and Green Lotus Domain respectively." Lu Zhou's voice rang from inside. "All right." Meng Changdong continued to say, "The war between the human alliance, the fierce beasts, and the stubborn cultivators from the Great Void has intensified. Should the Evil Sky Pavilion make a move? After the sky falls, there'll be light. The Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't need to make a move." "Understood," Meng Changdong said before he left. Inside the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked at the Skynet map and sighed. He knew it was time to destroy the map. He raised his right hand and pressed it lightly against the map. The blue divine Tao power covered the map immediately. Suddenly, images appeared in his mind. He saw the great maelstrom, the churning water, and the endless power of the law. Lu Zhou's hand trembled as he slightly raised it. He muttered to himself, "The Skynet map is from the great maelstrom as well?" In the depths of the great maelstrom, he had seen the door that led to nowhere. Despite its name, he could reach any place in the world with that door. Lu Zhou had no recollection of a lot of things. The disorder of time and space left him with fragmented and disjointed memories. After a moment, Lu Zhou pressed his hand down again. The divine Tao power quickly shrouded the Skynet map. Swoosh! In just a moment, blue flames began to burn the Skynet map. Lu Zhou saw the lines on the Skynet map flickering. Like flowing rivers, they seemed to flow from the unknown land to the 9 domains until they completely dimmed and disappeared. At the same time, the endless ocean surged violently. The great maelstrom churned until water splashed up to the sky. They only calmed down after an unknown amount of time had passed. Lu Zhou looked at the empty space in front of him. The Skynet map had already disappeared. "It's done." Lu Zhou was slightly skeptical. Lu Zhou quickly heightened his senses and mobilized his primal qi, confirming the flow of primal qi was normal. Then he brought a talisman out and contacted Si Wuya. As soon as Si Wuya appeared, he informed Si Wuya about what happened. Si Wuya said curiously, "I guess the Skynet map didn't have the power to block all the primal qi in the world." As soon as Si Wuya's words fell, Meng Changdong, who had just left the Eastern Pavilion, hurried over. He said, "Reporting to the Pavilion Master. There's news from the east that there's a huge tsunami in the endless ocean. 300 miles of the eastern coastline has been submerged." "Tsunami? Does this have something to do with the Skynet map?" Lu Zhou wondered as he asked, "Are there any other unusual movements? The sea beasts are even more violent now. The human alliance has no choice but to split their forces to prevent the sea beasts from invading," Meng Changdong replied. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya in the projection and asked, "How's the Black Lotus domain?" Si Wuya replied with a smile, "Please rest assured, Master. Xiao Yunhe and Xia Zhengrong of the Black Tower Council have already put aside their differences and are working together to deal with the fierce beasts." "All right." At this moment, the only rune master in the Evil Sky Pavilion came to the Eastern Pavilion as well. "Pavilion Master, Zhao Hongfu has something to report." "Speak." After the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction collapsed, I noticed the runic passages have been weakening. This phenomenon is getting more and more serious. Just now, it seems like they've weakened greatly. I feel that something is strange, so I came to report it, Zhao Hongfu said. The runic passages have weakened greatly? Lu Zhou asked. He used 2 fingers and drew a few strokes in the air. Golden runes appeared in the air, but they only appeared briefly before they disappeared. Indeed, it seemed like the runes were already weakening. Lu Zhou used the divine Dao power and drew a few runes again. The blue runes lasted about 3 times longer than the golden runes. He could maintain them, but they were much weaker. Si Wuya said happily. As expected. Although the runes are weakening, you still have to be careful, Lu Zhou said to Si Wuya. Then, he looked outside and said, I'll leave the Golden Lotus domain to all of you. Understood. We won't let you down, Meng Changdong and Zhao Hongfu said with a bow. Lu Zhou waved his hand, cutting off the projection. Bam! Following that, the door of the eastern pavilion slammed open. Meng Changdong and Zhao Hongfu saw a streak of light shot into the sky and flying toward the east. They said, Safe journey, Pavilion Master. The Tower of Heaven in the sacred region. Ming Xian, who was hovering in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and began to draw in the air. Runes after runes appeared and formed a circle in the air. Unfortunately, they only lasted a few breaths before they began to weaken. Ming Xian muttered to himself, This day has finally come. Then he turned slightly and said through voice transmission, Guanzhou. Guanzhou replied respectfully, Your Majesty, what are your orders? What's the progress? Your Majesty, 8 of the 10 pillars of destruction have collapsed. We've already caused the one at the Great Abyss Land to collapse ahead of time according to your orders. As for the remaining 2 pillars, they'll collapse at most in a month, Guanzhou replied. As long as the pillars remain standing, the sky cannot be rebuilt. A month is too long, Ming Xian said. I understand. Ming Xian flashed and reappeared high above the sacred region. He looked around before he brought out 2 red talismans with crooked patterns on them. He ignited them and tossed them up. After the talismans burned, a huge rune fell on the ground. At the same time, a huge ripple of light appeared on Ming Xian's body and spread across the sacred region with the Tower of Heaven in the center. At this time, all the cultivators in the sacred region kneeled on the ground and cried out, The sacred region will live forever. Your Majesty will live forever. The cultivators' voices were thunderous, resounding in the sacred region. Guanzhou raised his head slightly and looked at the top of the Tower of Heaven with a thoughtful expression on his face. At the same time, Ming Xian turned into a shooting star and disappeared into the sky. Guanzhou let out a sigh as he watched Ming Xian leave. He looked at the surroundings of the Tower of Heaven before he landed on the ground with just a flash. He bent down and grabbed a handful of soil before he observed it for a while. After he sensed that nothing was out of the ordinary, he let go of the soil, letting it scatter in the wind. At this moment, a Templar appeared in the air and said, Lord Guan, it's time to act. His Majesty said that we should act sooner rather than later regarding the matter of the Towers of Heaven. All right, Guanzhou nodded and looked at the top of the tower before he flew off to gather the Templars. With the collapse of the pillars, His Majesty said that the Tao and the laws will be affected. It's no longer safe to use runic passages now. I suggest we use the 6-clawed demonic dragon. All right. Not long after, Guanzhou led a large number of Templars and left on the demonic dragon's back. The endless ocean. The surface of the sea was turbulent. Lu Zhou hovered in the air as he looked down at the sea. He had come to confirm the situation at the endless ocean. There were many sea beasts in the sea, far more than the fierce beasts on land. However, currently the situation still looked under control. If the Great Maelstrom became dangerous, the outcome would be like the collapse of the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. It would drive the sea beasts to places where they thought were safe, such as human territories. Lu Zhou saw the human alliance quickly building towers and dams in the east. The cultivators were busy flying back and forth. At this time, he saw a familiar figure commanding the cultivators. Zhou Yukai. A long time had passed, and Lu Zhou had forgotten about many people. However, he still had a vague impression of Zhou Yukai from the Big Dipper Academy. In the past, he had interacted with Zhou Yukai many times to ensure that Yu Zhenghai and the others would be able to reach the divine capital. Zhou Yukai was dressed in a scholar's robe. At this moment, he was looking at the endless ocean with a contemplative look. Lu Zhou flashed and silently appeared next to Zhou Yukai. Zhou Yukai was shocked. You. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and said, Zhou Yukai from the Big Dipper Academy. Long time no see. Zhou Yukai had never seen Lu Zhou's youthful appearance before. The portraits displayed by the worshippers in the marketplaces were even more unrealistic. The portraits all resembled old immortals. Hence, he was very startled and confused by Lu Zhou's sudden appearance. Nonetheless, although he did not recognize Lu Zhou, he could sense that Lu Zhou's cultivation was profound. Seeing that Lu Zhou did not attack, he confirmed that Lu Zhou was not a rebel from the Great Void. Finally, he said not very confidently, "A long time no see. How is the situation by the sea?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhou Yukai said with a sigh, "The tsunami came too quickly. It was rather strange. The disciples of the academy have been guarding here. Every once in a while the sea beasts will attack. Fortunately, the pressure isn't too much." Lu Zhou asked, "What will you do if a beast emperor or divine beast appears?" "With Meng Zhang, one of the 4 divinities of heaven, helping us, it won't be a problem. If a powerful beast appears, he'll rush over immediately," Zhou Yukai said. "It's said the situation at the Green Lotus Domain is much more severe." Green Lotus Domain? The terrain there is a little lower, so it makes it easier for the sea beasts to attack. At least 3,000 miles of land are submerged in water. There'll only be more fierce beasts there. However, since they have powerful cultivators there, it should be okay," Zhou Yukai replied. Lu Zhou nodded. At this time, Zhou Yukai turned to the other cultivators and said, "Everyone, take a rest. Those who are injured should return to be treated." "Understood. Are these all students from the academy?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhou Yukai nodded. Yes. Lu Zhou felt slightly emotional when he saw the young faces. Humans were the most blessed living thing in the world. They were also the best at fighting among themselves. However, they were also the most tenacious. No matter the difficulties, there would always be a group that stepped forward. Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand, and a blue lotus appeared on his palm. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yukai exclaimed in surprise, "Blue Lotus? You're the pavilion master of the Saint Sky Pavilion." The blue lotus flew up in the air. Blue light rained down on the cultivators, healing their injuries and dispelling their exhaustion. Even those who were severely injured recovered immediately. After the treatment ended, Lu Zhou said in a clear voice, "Mankind is facing a great change that's never been seen before in the past 100,000 years. We're all a speck of dust in this huge world. I cannot do much for you, and I can only tell you that all disasters will pass." Everyone shouted, "All disasters will pass." Lu Zhou's appearance boosted their morale greatly. After confirming that there was nothing wrong here, Lu Zhou knew it was time to leave. He raised his hand to the sky. A circle of light appeared in the sky immediately. He had mobilized the divine Tao power and opened up a runic passage. He knew it would only last for a short time, so he did not waste time and disappeared into the runic passage. Even after Lu Zhou left, the crowd still looked at the empty sky with respectful and reverent expressions on their faces. At the Green Lotus Domain, it was just as Zhou Yukai said. 3,000 miles of land was submerged by seawater. Countless sea beasts could be seen coming ashore. In the sky, there were also many beast kings like Heng Yugong and Hu Jiao. Water splashed up to the sky constantly. It was chaotic. Faced with these sea beasts were a huge flying chariot and the tens of thousands of cultivators around it. On the flying chariot, Qin Renyue and Conk stood on the left and right of the helm respectively as they looked at the sea. Meanwhile, Bai Zhaoju stood calmly in the center of the deck. Qin Runyue asked with a smile, "Miss Conk, do you plan to place the heaven-suppressing pestle here?" Conk nodded and said, "Before we parted, seventh senior brother said that he wanted to place the heaven-suppressing pestles at places where the earth meets the shadow. I don't really understand those things, so he marked the place on a map for me. So it can't be wrong. This is the place." "That's unfortunate. It won't be easy for us to drive these sea beasts away," Qin Runyue said. At this time, Bai Zhaoju said, "There's no need to worry with me around." Everyone was filled with confidence. After all, the White Emperor, a divine emperor, was personally taking charge. Even the rebels from the Great Void would have to think twice about making a move. With this, the cultivators of the Green Lotus domain only had to focus on dealing with the fierce beasts. Unexpectedly, Conk said to Bai Zhaoju, "Senior, please let me try." Bai Zhaoju looked at Conk and said, "You're one of the Unholy One's precious disciples. If anything goes wrong, how am I going to explain it to him?" Conk said, "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I'm confident." Then, Conk stepped forward resolutely. Bai Zhaoju looked slightly troubled. After all, there was not only the Unholy One, but there was also Xianxia. However, he still said, "Very well. I'll watch from the side." As the countless sea beasts approached, Conk flew out and sat in the air before she brought the 10-stringed zither out. As music rang from the zither, a large number of energy seals wreaked havoc in the air, killing the sea beasts that were slowly approaching. Upon seeing this, Qin Runyue sighed, feeling rather inferior. "I've long heard that the 10th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion is skilled in music. Indeed, she's extraordinary." Conk was already close to becoming a supreme being. She had also comprehended the Great Tao and the Great Law. Let alone the others, the sea beasts that were beast emperors were no match for Conk at all. The sea was dyed red with blood as carcasses floated on the surface of the sea. After stopping a wave of sea beasts, Conk put away the 10-stringed zither and asked proudly, "What do you think?" Bai Zhaoju nodded. "Not bad, not bad. Then, I'm going to place the heaven-suppressing pestle in its position now. Senior, please protect me." "Go," Bai Zhaoju said as he flew forward. The tens of thousands of cultivators did not dare to breathe loudly as they looked at Bai Zhaoju in awe. There were very few cultivators in the world who had seen divine emperors. Now that one was in front of them, how could they not be in awe? Conk brought the heaven-suppressing pestle out before she gently stroked it. She could feel the runes on it and sense its faint power. Seventh senior brother said that each heaven-suppressing pestle corresponds with each of the pillars of destruction. "I should embed it into the earth now," Conk muttered to herself. At the moment Conk finished examining the heaven-suppressing pestle, another wave of sea beasts began to approach again. Bai Zhaoju looked over, raised his hand, and pushed it out. Splash! The water splashed into the sky, forming a wall of water. Following that, it froze into an ice wall. Everyone was filled with admiration. "Thank you, Senior," Conk said as she landed on the ground. She looked around, and when the heaven-suppressing pestle began to thrum at a certain place, she quickly pushed it into the earth. Boom! As soon as the heaven-suppressing pestle made contact with the earth, its height and diameter grew by almost 10,000 feet. Then the world began to shake. The cultivators watched in astonishment as the heaven-suppressing pestle slowly drilled into the ground. Conk mobilized the Great Law and used its power to push the heaven-suppressing pestle into the ground as well. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. They saw streaks of light on the ground like spiderwebs, weaving a painting as they swiftly gathered around the heaven-suppressing pestle. Suddenly, boom! The ice wall shattered. A powerful sea beast broke the ice wall and wasted no time in charging toward Conk at lightning speed. Saint Slayer! Bai Zhaoju brought out 3 light discs and appeared in front of Conk in just a blink of an eye. The 3 light discs immediately sent the Saint Slayer flying. Boom! The Saint Slayer's body was oval and long. It was little like a ship. Its body also seemed to flow with electric current. It looked rather ferocious. Bai Zhaoju turned to Conk and asked, Are you okay? Yes, Conk said as she flew up. Bai Zhaoju followed suit. Why did a saint slayer appear? Qin Renyue felt more and more incredulous. Perhaps it's due to the heaven-suppressing pestle. The gathering of energy here might have attracted it, Bai Zhaoju said. The saint slayer fell back into the sea. It swam quickly, shocking everyone. It kept trying to get close to the heaven-suppressing pestle. At this moment, Conk asked, "What do you want to do?" Bubbling noises rang out. The saint slayer seemed to be speaking. After that, Conk said again, "That's impossible. You can't touch the heaven-suppressing pestle. Return to the sea. It's not dangerous in the sea." Needless to say, Conk was unaware that the great maelstrom was stirring the wind and the clouds, causing the sea to become restless. At this moment, loud splashing noises rang in the air. Conk saw countless sea beasts surfacing in the sea. They looked like a million-strong army. Qin Renyue and the tens of thousands of cultivators behind him inhaled sharply upon seeing this. Previously, the sea beasts had attached in waves so they could still deal with the sea beasts. However, how were they going to deal with so many sea beasts? Conk flew up again and brought her 10-string zither out. Her 10 fingers plucked the strings, and music began to ring in the air. The sound waves swept toward the sea, causing the sea beasts to pause in their movements. Bai Zhaoju nodded. Considering the number of sea beasts, it would be best if they could force the sea beasts to retreat. After all, it would be difficult to kill all of the sea beasts. Seeing that the sea beasts had stopped, Conk flew over and said, "The churning of the sea is only temporary. If you come ashore, you'll bring about an even greater disaster." The sea beasts roared thunderously. Conk frowned and said, "No one can get close to the heaven-suppressing pestle. Otherwise, they'll die." Bai Zhaoju brought out one light disk this time. It illuminated the sky immediately, warning the sea beasts. Sure enough, the sea beasts did not dare to come closer. However, they did not want to leave either. They leaped in and out of the sea, agitated. At this moment, Conk recalled what she had seen by the seaside when she was a teenager. She waved a hand, and the shell of a conch flew into her jade-like hand. She still remembered the sound produced by the conch. It was said that it was the purest sound from the sea and could soothe and calm the soul. She blew on it, and a deep and calm melody rang in the air. The melody seemed to be telling the story of a young girl. It sang of her memories of a small village, sunsets, children playing, and family. The sound from the conch had a wonderful effect. The sea beasts seemed to have calmed down and stopped leaping in and out of the sea restlessly. Suddenly, splash! A loud noise rang in the air as a sea beast that was 10,000 feet long flew up from the distant sea. Fish! The fish had 7-colored wings. Its body was abnormally bright and dazzling. Its body radiated vitality. It hovered in the air and looked at Conch silently. At this moment, the others discovered that the other sea beasts, including the Saint Slayer, had stopped moving and causing trouble. They turned back to look at the special fish-like beast. No one could identify it. Bai Zhaoju scoffed. "Beast, since you refuse to listen, then don't blame me for being merciless." Bai Zhaoju's body glowed, and a light disc appeared again. "Senior, please stop," Conch cried out. Let me try," Conch said. "With a Saint Slayer around, it's too dangerous." Conch said, I think I've seen it before." "You've seen it before?" Bai Zhaoju was puzzled. Conch slowly flew up and approached the 7-colored fish. Bai Zhaoju frowned and followed her. If the 7-colored fish made any unusual movement, he would kill it without hesitation. Conch came to a stop not far from the fish. She smiled and said, "I know you, Luo Yu." Luo Yu let out a happy cry and circled the sky. A 7-colored light lit up the sky immediately. The sea beasts looked at the sky. They were very obedient. "Bai Zhaoju," Conch explained. "Back then, Master and I saved a fish on Penglai Island. It was this fish, Luo Yu." Luo Yu stopped and nodded like a human. Conch smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to grow so big." Luo Yu kept making noises, but no one knew what it was saying. After a long time, Conk nodded and said, I understand. You can live by the sea and rely on the earth. However, you can't come ashore. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Conk continued to say, the heaven-suppressing pestle is to suppress the power of the earth. If it's gone, you won't have anything to rely on. At that time, if you're pulled the currents to the great maelstrom, I won't be able to help you. Luo Yu nodded again. Then, it's decided? Conk asked. Luo Yu spun and circled the air again. Light shone down on the surface of the sea. The sea beasts retreated like a tide until they were about 3,000 feet away from the shore. By Zhaoju's side, I didn't expect you to have such an ability. I've underestimated you. Qin Renyue nodded. This is probably fate. This Luo Yu seems very special. It has 7 colored wings and light. Its future is limitless. Even the Saint Slayer listened to it. It must be extraordinary. Everyone nodded. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing pestle finally completely sank into the ground. At the same time, in the Black Tower Council in the Black Lotus domain, Si Wuya, who was far away in the Black Lotus domain, felt the heaven-suppressing pestle in his hand trembling slightly. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He did not seem to be in a hurry at all. At this time, Xia Zhengrong, the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, rushed over from afar and landed in front of Si Wuya. He said, Mr. Seventh, have you decided on when you'll suppress the power of the earth? Si Wuya replied, There's no rush. I'm still waiting for someone. Xia Zhengrong asked curiously, Who's worthy of Mr. Seventh waiting for him or her? Si Wuya smiled and said, A very important person who's related to the future of mankind and heaven and earth. Xia Zhengrong suppressed his curiosity before he asked, But didn't you say that if we don't suppress the power of the earth, the 9 domains might collapse as well when the great void falls? The fall of the sky would affect the earth as well, after all. To protect the earth, they could only rely on the heaven-suppressing pestles. At this moment, a burst of laughter rang in the air before a voice said, Xia Zhengrong, you don't have to worry about this. Just listen to Mr. Seventh. Xia Zhengrong turned and saw that it was Xiao Yunhe, the former Tower Master of the Black Council Tower. He nodded. The grudge between the duo had been settled after hundreds of years had passed. The grudge had long been reduced to dust. Moreover, even if the grudge was not resolved, faced with the survival of mankind, they still knew how to prioritize and distinguish between right and wrong. Si Wuya looked at Xiao Yunhe and asked, How's the front line? Everything's going well. But it's war, so it's hard to avoid bloodshed, Xiao Yunhe said. At the same time, he casually waved his hand. A talisman lit up before a projection appeared in the air. Although the projection was a little unstable, one could still see what was going on. It would likely be impossible to use runic passages now, but it was still possible to use runes on talismans to communicate. In the projections, the human alliance was engaged in a force battle with the fierce beasts. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. It was a bloody scene. There were veterans who experienced countless battles, and there were also rookies fighting their first war. Without exception, all of them were covered in blood. Xiao Yunhe cut off the projection. Then he said with a sigh, I wonder when this will pass. Si Wuya said, I believe it won't be long. Si Wuya knew the duo had contributed greatly to the peace in the Black Lotus domain. He brought out a talisman. The first projection showed the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Zhenghai, in Feng'an, the eastern capital of the Twin Lotus domain. The first disciple of Autumn Dew Mountain, Hua Yin, was with him. The duo stood on a mountain of corpses as they looked ahead. At the back, there was an incomparably huge pillar. It was the heaven-suppressing pestle. It was slowly sinking into the ground at this moment. Xiao Yun exclaimed in admiration, Mr. First is brave and strong. The heaven-suppressing pestle has already begun to suppress the power of the earth there. The second projection showed Yu Shangrong in Luoyang, the western capital of the Twin Lotus domain. He was killing hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts as the longevity sword in his hand released countless red energy swords. The heaven-suppressing pestle had also successfully entered the earth. Xiao Yunhe said again, Mr. Second is just like a walking divine weapon. Wuxia nodded as he said, "These are the projections from Feng'an and Luoyang, the eastern and western capitals of the Twin Lotus domains. The local historians have already begun to record this." Then, he said as though he was reciting something he had read, "In the 45th year of the reign of Emperor Wen of Great Han, mankind encountered a never-seen-before disaster in 100,000 years. A divine figure descended from the sky, holding the heaven-suppressing pestle. He slaughtered millions of fierce beasts and suppressed the power of the earth." Xia Zhengrong was stunned. Then, he asked, "What about the others?" Wuxia said, "I've only received messages." Then, he looked at the scenery outside the tower as he said with a smile, "Eighth junior brother and Jian Bing have already suppressed the power of the earth in the Yellow Lotus domain. Fifth senior sister quickly completed the mission and has returned to the Golden Lotus domain. Sixth senior sister and Holy Maiden Shiha are also finishing up at the White Lotus domain. Third senior brother has the help of Yinglong, so there's no need to worry about the Red Lotus domain. Just an hour ago, junior sister Conk has successfully suppressed the power of the earth in the Green Lotus domain." Xia Zhengrong and Xiao Yunhe nodded as they listened to Wuxia. Xiao Yunhe said, "Just words describing the other disciples alone aren't as domineering as watching Mr. First and Mr. Second in action." They laughed. Then, Xia Zhengrong sighed and said in a low voice, "To be honest, when Senior Lu broke the 3,000 runes on my black tower, I hated him for a long time. At that time, I thought that I had to cultivate harder so I could seek revenge from him. For 100 years, I cultivated diligently, but I learned later that he and the Evil Sky Pavilion were an existence that terrifies even the Great Void." Xiao Yunhe rolled his eyes and said, "You couldn't even defeat me, but you thought about seeking revenge from Pavilion Master Lu?" "Well, I really hated him," Xia Zhengrong said sheepishly. Wuxia turned and asked, "What about now?" Xia Zhengrong said, "How can I still hate him now? All that's left is respect. I don't have Pavilion Master Lu's strength, nor do I have the courage of his 10 disciples. I can only hide in the Black Tower and be a leader of a small place. If I were in his shoes, and someone tells me that the sky is going to collapse, my first choice would have been to escape." After a pause, he added, "In hindsight, that 100 years of stupidity really woke me up." The trio chuckled. "Mr. Seventh, the power of the earth in the Purple Lotus domain and the Black Lotus domain has yet to be suppressed. Isn't it still dangerous?" Xiao Yunhe asked. Wuxia replied, "Don't worry, everything is under control. According to the time, my master should be on his way to the sacred region now. Pavilion Master Lu is the strongest person in the world. If he can suppress Ming Exan, the world will be fine," Xia Zhengrong said, brimming with anticipation. As soon as Xia Zhengrong's voice fell, buzz, the familiar sound of energy resonance rang in the air. The fluctuation of energy was extremely intense. Xia Zhengrong and Xiao Yunhe were both shocked. They were about to make a move when Wuxia stopped them. Wuxia smiled faintly and said in a soft voice, "He's here." "What? Both of you stand aside," Wuxia said. Then, he patted their shoulders and said, "Don't worry." Due to their trust in Wuxia, the duo nodded and whispered to him to be careful before they turned around and walked a distance away. Wuxia looked in the direction where the energy was fluctuating. The wind at the top of the Black Tower was unusually cool. The dark sky made people feel gloomy, but it did not affect Wuxia's mood at all. As expected, the newcomer quickly located Wuxia's location. In just a few breaths, a figure appeared in front of Wuxia. The translucent figure slowly solidified, revealing Ming Exan, who was dressed in a long robe and standing with his hands on his back. His body glowed with a faint light as well. His aura alone greatly pressured all of the cultivators in the Black Tower Council. With just a light stomp of his foot, the Black Tower, which was known as the place where experts gathered in the Black Lotus domain, would be destroyed. When Ming Exan saw how calm Wuxia was, he was very surprised. Before Ming Exan spoke, Wuxia called out, "Greetings, Great Emperor." Ming Xian landed next to Si Wuya and asked, "You knew that I was coming to look for you?" Si Wuya nodded and smiled. "My instincts told me you'll definitely come looking for me." Ming Xian looked into the distance and said with a sigh, "Since ancient times, people as confident as you never had a good ending." "That's not important," Si Wuya said with a shrug. "My time is limited. You've left the Great Void for a long time, and it's time for you to follow me back to the sacred region," Ming Xian said. He raised his hand that was glowing faintly. Si Wuya hurriedly asked, "Do you really need the 10 great laws to reconstruct the world?" Ming Xian was slightly startled. He looked at Si Wuya and asked, "You know about this? Ever since the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion joined the Great Void, you don't care about anything, not even the collapse of the Pillars of Destruction. On the contrary, the only thing you cared about was us comprehending the Great Tao. The 10 great laws are the foundation of the workings of the world. Apart from reconstructing the world, I really can't think of another reason," Si Wuya said. If he was right, then Ming Xian's previous actions all made sense. "You're indeed very smart," Ming Xian said. "The sacred temple ignored 2 ways death, the collapse of the Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction, and Zue Kan's death. Ming Xian only wanted the 10 owners of the Great Void Seeds to comprehend the Great Tao. Other matters were not important compared to reconstructing the world. By reconstructing the world, one would be able to preserve one's life. What was more important than that?" Si Wuya said calmly, "I admire your majesty for having such a lofty goal. Alas, your plan is going to be ruined." Ming Xian asked, "How many years have you lived? What gave you the confidence?" "Just facts," Si Wuya replied. "I thought you were smart. Even if you don't have great wisdom, you should be able to understand the nature of the world. The truth you see is probably just the small piece of sky you're seeing at the bottom of the well. Qishang, you're still very young. Many things aren't as simple as you think," Ming Xian said. This was within Si Wuya's expectations. He knew that Ming Xian would definitely not listen to his reasoning. Ming Xian was a divine emperor who had lived for a long time and had also been in a high position for a very long time. It was simply wishful thinking to expect him to listen to the reasoning of a young man. Si Wuya said, "Your Majesty, why don't I make a bet with you?" Then, without waiting for a reply, he quickly said, "I'll help you reconstruct the world to prove to you that you won't succeed. If you fail, give up on your obsession and focus on maintaining the balance. How about it?" Ming Xian laughed heartily upon hearing this. It was so loud that it echoed in the sky. He said, "Qisheng, how are you going to help me?" Ming Xian did not think he would fail at all. Si Wuya replied, "I can promise I won't run away, but I can't guarantee the others would do the same." Ming Xian did not care about this at all. He said confidently, "I could have done this 100,000 years ago, and I can do it 100,000 years later." Si Wuya said, "But the towers of heaven aren't the pillar of destruction. It's not even the upper core of the pillar of destruction." Ming Xian turned and stared at Si Wuya intently. After a few seconds, he lowered his voice and asked, "Very few people know about the Tower of Heaven. How do you know?" Si Wuya met Ming Xian's gaze. He did answer the question. Instead, he said, "It's a great feat to reconstruct the world. Failure is inevitable. Before anything else, can your Majesty help me suppress the power of the earth? If your plan fails, at least we still have a way out." Then, Si Wuya brought the heaven-suppressing pestle out and looked at Ming Xian. Ming Xian was not angry. Instead, he sighed and said, "Back then, when the 4 Supremes followed me, I promised them a lifetime of wealth and power. I gave them what Grand Mystic Mountain couldn't give them. Some things become meaningless after a certain point," Si Wuya commented. Ming Xian asked, "Then what did you give Guanzhou? Material things? Power? Or supreme cultivation?" Si Wuya shook his head and said, "I can't give him those things. I only gave him peace of mind." Ming Xian shook his head as well and said, "People come and go all the time. If it will make him feel at ease, then I'll let him go." Si Wuya was slightly surprised by these words. He said, "The great emperor's magnanimity is admirable." After a while, Ming Xian said ominously, "Everyone will have to pay the price for their actions." Si Wuya nodded. "I agree." Ming Xian asked, "The sacred temple has always treated you well. Why did you betray the sacred temple?" Si Wuya waved his hand and said, "These words are a great injustice to me. Ever since I came to the Great Void, I've never done anything wrong to the sacred temple. The reason I hid my identity and asked someone to impersonate me was only to protect myself. You know the situation in the Great Void better than I do. Everyone, including you, wanted to kill me back then." Ming Xian fell silent. Si Wuya gradually relaxed. As long as Ming Xian gave him a chance to speak, he thought there was a high chance he could convince Ming Xian. He continued to say, "As for the deaths of the three supremes, that was my master's grudge with them. As for the grudge between you and my master, I don't know anything about it. At that time, even if I wanted to avenge my master, I didn't have the capability to do so. I've done many things for the temple. Even if my contributions weren't great, I had worked hard." Ming Xian said indifferently, "A good subordinate doesn't serve two masters. The Evil Sky Pavilion is where I obtained my skills. There are countless people like me in the Great Void. One side is like family while the other side is like work. It's not contradictory," Si Wuya said. "I really didn't know about the grudge between you and Master and only found out about it later. If I knew, I wouldn't have entered the Great Void. Moreover, if you think about it from another perspective, I'm the commander of Two-Way Hall. Two-Way Hall has nothing to do with the sacred temple. How could I have betrayed the temple?" At this point, the air seemed to freeze. Xia Zhengrong and Xiao Yunhe, who were standing in the distance, did not dare to breathe loudly at all. They knew now that the person next to Si Wuya was the temple master of the Great Void's sacred temple. In Ming Xian's eyes, they were no better than ants. After a long silence, Ming Xian clasped his hands on his back and said tonelessly, "I've never liked those with glib tongues. You've said enough. It's time to leave." Si Wuya bowed and said loudly, "The unknown land gave birth to the 10 pillars of destruction, and the 10 pillars of destruction gave birth to the 10 great laws. The unknown land also gave birth to the 9 domains. The 9 domains did not appear for no reason. The reconstruction of the world has to have the earth as a foundation, just like how the pillars of destruction stood in the unknown land. When the earth dies, all the laws will die with it as well." Ming Xian paused. His eyes burned like a torch as he stared at Si Wuya unblinkingly. Si Wuya maintained his posture of bowing, not moving at all. After a long time, Ming Xian said, "Interesting." Si Wuya was about to speak again when he felt his body move involuntarily. He flew toward the southeast of the Black Tower Council. As for Ming Xian, he had already disappeared without a trace. Upon seeing this, Xia Zhengrong and Xiao Yunhe rushed over. Just as they were about to fly out, they saw that Si Wuya had also vanished without a trace. Xia Zhengrong exclaimed, "So he's the temple master of the sacred temple? I guess so. I didn't expect him to be so strong," Xia Zhengrong said. Xiao Yunhe glanced at Xia Zhengrong and said, "Hasn't it occurred to you? If he's stronger than Pavilion Master Lu, why didn't he look for Pavilion Master Lu? Instead, he's venting his anger on Pavilion Master Lu's disciples." Xia Zhengrong. In the Black Lotus Domain's eastern forest mountain, 2 figures appeared in the air. Si Wuya looked at his surroundings briefly before he said to Ming Xian, "Thank you." Ming Xian did not say anything. Si Wuya brought the heaven-suppressing pestle and threw it down. The heaven-suppressing heaven grew swiftly in the air. It was enormous. It resembled the pillar at the Green Lotus Domain's sky-hook ropeway. It also looked like a small pillar of destruction. Boom! The heaven-suppressing pestle hit the ground, and the Earth's meridians lit up immediately. The lines connected with each other and formed a whole. Seeing that the power of the Earth had stabilized, Si Wuya heaved a sigh of relief. Ming Xian's expression was calm as he glanced at Si Wuya and said, "There's another one left. There's no need for your majesty to help my 4th senior brother. He can do it himself." Si Wuya said. Ming Xian frowned upon hearing this. Then, he flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Si Wuya before he pushed his hand out. Boom! Si Wuya was sent flying. As he flew back, a pair of flaming wings unfurled on his back. In just an instant, flames filled the sky. Just a casual palm strike from Ming Xian greatly pressured him. Ming Xian said in a deep voice, "No one in this world dares to provoke me." Si Wuya said, "Please understand that this is the only way I can understand the situation at the Towers of Heaven. Guanzhou alone isn't enough." Guanzhou did not dare to make the same mistake twice, but he was not decisive. The deaths of the other three supremes of the sacred temple made him fear the unholy one even more. Si Wuya continued to say, "I told fourth senior brother that unless you showed up, he did not have to bother with anyone else. I'm not provoking you. In that situation, both advancing and retreating is fine." In other words, whether Mingshi was captured or not, they both benefited Si Wuya. Ming Xian asked, "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" "You have to ask yourself that," Si Wuya replied. The great void seeds had already completely fused with the 10 disciples of the evil sky pavilion, and they had also comprehended the great Tao. Killing any of them was tantamount to destroying the plan to reconstruct the sacred region. However, there were no absolutes in this world, and there were no perfect plans. Ming Xian had been in a high position for a long time, and he had lived for an even longer time. Who knew what he was thinking? He might have grown tired after living for so many years and wanted to drag everyone down with him. Si Wuya was just stating facts, so he did not see what was wrong with his words. However, he could tell he had angered Ming Xian even if Ming Xian did not show it much. As though showing off his strength, Ming Xian suddenly appeared above Si Wuya in just a blink of an eye. Then, he said expressionlessly, "Descendant of Ling Guang, the fire deity, perhaps it's time to show you that what you're facing is like an insurmountable mountain." Following that, 9 light discs appeared in the sky. "This is bad." Sensing great danger, Si Wuya spread his wings and flew away. He was just about to leave the range of the light discs when space seemed to freeze. He felt his movement stop along with time. Time and space had both been frozen. Moreover, Ming Xian's control over time was far beyond his expectations. Boom! The 9 light discs suddenly came to a stop just before they touched Si Wuya. A dark tear in the space appeared above them immediately. If the tear was a little lower, it would be able to devour Si Wuya. This was Ming Xian showing his power. When time and space returned to normal, Si Wuya lowered his altitude, dodging the black hole in space. After a moment, the hole gradually mended itself. Ming Xian asked, "Do you still think I can't do anything to all of you?" Si Wuya raised his head and said, "What's done cannot be undone. Listen to me. Reconstructing the world will cost the lives of everyone in the sacred region. It's not worth it." Ming Xian ignored Si Wuya. He brought the sky-encompassing mirror out, and soon after, the mirror showed the Tower of Heaven. Si Wuya thought there should be a prison at the top of the Tower of Heaven, and it was likely the strongest prison in Sacred City. Mingshi would never be able to escape with his strength alone. However, when the mirror showed the prison, it was unexpectedly empty. There was no sign of Mingshi. Si Wuya thought that Ming Xian would be furious, but Ming Xian remained calm. Ming Xian waved the sky-encompassing mirror, and soon enough the mirror found Mingshi immediately. Mingshi was already in the purple lotus domain, and there were many cultivators who prostrated themselves before him. Si Wuya. It seems like fourth senior brother's habit of showing off has come back. Upon seeing this, Si Wuya said loudly, "All of the heaven-suppressing pestles are in place except for the one in the great abyss land. The land is safe. Please, for the sake of everyone in the sacred region and sacred city, let them move." Ming Xian continued to ignore Si Wuya. He flashed and appeared next to Si Wuya, easily catching Si Wuya. The sky-encompassing mirror hovered in front of him as he asked, "The runic passages have stopped working. How did Mingshi go to the purple lotus domain?" A slight fluctuation could finally be heard in Ming Xian's voice, and this fluctuation caused Si Wuya's heart to skip a beat. Oftentimes, this meant that the passive would become active. After a moment, he replied, Emperor Xianxia is skilled in runes. Xianxia? Very good, Ming Xian said. The 10 halls of the Great Void are filled with talented people. They're not useless, Wuxia said. Ming Xian said, One day if you have my experience, you'll be able to see that they're much worse than you can imagine. Wuxia did not speak anymore. Swoosh! The scene in the sky-encompassing mirror changed again, showing the towers of heaven again. Upon seeing the figure in the mirror, Wuxia could not help but exclaim in surprise, Master! Lu Zhou had arrived in the sacred region near the Tower of Heaven. He hovered in the air and looked down at the bustling sacred region that spanned thousands of miles. The people here were not in a hurry. In fact, they seemed rather leisurely, completely unaffected by the falling Great Void. Lu Zhou understood that these people had placed all their hopes on the sacred temple, and they also trusted the sacred temple. He really did not know why these people would have such belief in the sacred temple. Perhaps it was due to the Tower of Heaven. Ming Xian, Lu Zhou called out in a clear and powerful voice. Ming Xian did not appear. It was impossible for him to appear now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instead, hundreds of Templars came from all directions. Lu Zhou did not even spare them a glance. His eyes fixed on the Tower of Heaven as he said, Those who don't want to die better not interfere. Buzz. Lu Zhou's eyes glowed blue. The Templars, who were about to attack, lost their momentum and retreated immediately. Unholy One? In the Great Void, there was no one who was not afraid of the Unholy One. This included the Templars. The more taboo something was, the more mysterious and legendary it would become. The unknown tended to magnify fear. Naturally, the Templars did not dare to approach. At this moment, a light flashed about the Tower of Heaven before a voice rang in the air. I didn't think you'd be so lucky. The great maelstrom actually sent you back. Lu Zhou looked at the top of the Tower of Heaven and scolded, Stupid. Ming Xian, who had transmitted his voice here using the sky-encompassing mirror, clenched his hands and looked a little angry. However, his voice was calm as he asked, Are you talking about me? Wuxia. As expected of master ability to infuriate people with his words. No matter what I said earlier, Ming Xian didn't care at all and remained unmoved. It's hard to manipulate someone with no fluctuation in their emotions. Perhaps it was difficult for those who were not in the same league to communicate. Lu Zhou said, The number of times I went to the Great Maelstrom is much larger than the number of your Templars. To think you tried to use the Great Maelstrom to trap me. If you're not stupid, then who is? The Unholy One's words rang true, causing Ming Xian to be slightly angry. He did not respond to Lu Zhou's words. Instead, he said, Zui Kan, Hua Zhenghong, and Wen Ruqing, the 3 supremes of the sacred temple, contributed greatly to the Great Void. If you kill them, you're going against me. Lu Zhou pointed at the light at the top of the Tower of Heaven and said, Those who betray the sect, their masters, or teachers deserve to die, and that includes you. A sword energy shot to the top of the Tower of Heaven. Bam! The Tower of Heaven was unaffected. Ming Xian had once cultivated at Grand Mystic Mountain, but he did not formally join the sect. In the Great Void, very few people know about Ming Xian's origins. Even Lu Zhou did not know a lot. Ming Xian's talent in cultivation was not inferior to Lu Zhou's 10 disciples. His cultivation was a mystery. Even the Unholy One of the past did not have a proper fight with Ming Xian, so Lu Zhou was not quite sure about Ming Xian's cultivation as well. None of the 10 halls of the Great Void could shake Ming Xian's position. Even Zhi Guanji, the Black Emperor, Qi Biaonu, the Scarlet Emperor, Ling Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, and Bai Zhaoju, the White Emperor, had to leave the Great Void, their homeland. These were signs that Ming Xian was much more powerful than the average divine emperor. Ming Xian chuckled. So you're finally willing to admit that I'm a student of Grand Mystic Mountain? Although Lu Zhou had no recollection of accepting Ming Xian as a student, he still said, Are you worthy? Ming Xian, on the other side of the sky-encompassing mirror, clenched his hands again. He said through gritted teeth, "You're right. I'm not worthy." Wuxia could not help but notice at this moment. Ming Xian's tone was not as lofty as it was when he spoke usually. He could not help but wonder about what happened between his master and Ming Xian. Then, Ming Xian raised his voice slightly and said, "I have more important things to do. If you want to fight with me, you'll have to go through that." Ming Xian waved his hand casually. The tip of the Tower of Heaven lit up immediately. Many Templars stepped back and looked at the tip of the Tower of Heaven in shock. Now that Guanzhou was not around, they seemed to have lost their backbones. They did not know if they should go forward or not. Lu Zhou looked at the Tower of Heaven, puzzled. He heightened his senses, trying to sense Ming Xian's location. Alas, he found nothing. Boom! A streak of energy shot out from the tip of the Tower of Heaven and landed on the ground. Everyone looked down. Lu Zhou was slightly confused. Lines lit up on the ground and weaved into a strange and unique symbol. After thinking for a long time, Lu Zhou still did not recognize the symbol. In his eyes, the symbol looked like a distorted Chinese character or even some kind of alien writing. Crack! A hand suddenly broke out of the ground, shocking everyone. Retreat! The Templars finally chose to retreat. They did not dare to make an enemy out of Lu Zhou. Moreover, there was also the Tower of Heaven. The sacred temple had once passed down a death order. Anyone that approached the Tower of Heaven would be killed without exception. For tens of thousands of years, the Tower of Heaven was guarded by mysterious experts. They were not the four supremes of the sacred temple, the Templars, or anyone from the 10 halls of the Great Void. Many experts tried to get close to the Tower of Heaven to study it, but all of them were killed by the mysterious experts. No one knew who these mysterious experts were. Lu Zhou frowned slightly when he saw the outstretched arm that was like the bark of a dead tree. Reanimation technique? This reminded Lu Zhou of witchcraft. In the past, Grand Mystic Mountain forbade its members from practicing witchcraft. This was because the Unholy One loathed witchcraft and also because witchcraft went against morality and nature and had a lack of respect for the dead. Grand Mystic Mountain was dedicated to pursuing eternal life and rebirths, not reanimating corpses. Crack! Another hand emerged from the ground. It was clearly different from the first one. The Templars' hearts thumped loudly in their chests. They had long lost their aura as Templars. Boom! All of a sudden, 2 figures shot out of the ground with a loud bang. Lu Zhou looked at the 2 figures carefully. The one on the left had a small head and a huge body. Its skin was like tree bark, and it had 4 wings and 1 eye. Its body was muscular, and its color abnormal as well. The one on the right was headless, and it held a huge axe in its hand. What are these things? These 2 things are the ones that guarded the Tower of Heaven? The Templars were in shock and disbelief. They were horrified by what they were seeing. At this moment, Lu Zhou frowned and called out, "Qua Fu, Xing Tian?" On the right was Qua Fu, the famous ancient god. Xing Tian, the ancient god of war, was on the right. Wuxia, who saw this from the sky-encompassing mirror, was surprised as well. He sighed emotionally. 2 ancient gods. This? Ming Xian said. Qua Fu overestimated himself and wanted to catch the sun. In the process of chasing the sun, he got so thirsty that he drank from all the rivers he encountered. However, it was not enough to quench his thirst, so he went to the Great Lake. Alas, he died before he reached the Great Lake. After a beat, Ming Xian continued to say, "Xing Tian, the god of war, defied the heavens, and the heavens decapitated his head. His head was buried in Chongyang Mountain. However, he was unwilling to give up, so he used his nipples as eyes and his navel as his mouth. The 2 of them died with unfulfilled wishes. Today, I will fulfill their wishes." With that, Ming Xian put away the sky-encompassing mirror. Then, he turned to look at Wuxia and asked, "Between the 2 ancient gods and the Unholy One, who do you think is better?" In front of the Tower of Heaven. Lu Zhou also did not expect the sacred temple that was widely respected would stoop so low and use the deceased. At this moment, he discovered that Kua Fu and Xing Tian's eyes were locked onto him, as though they had found their target. Xing Tian's axe was already raised and aimed at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the Tower of Heaven and said, "The weak will always be weak." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, Kua Fu rushed into the sky with his huge body. His fists seemed capable of shaking the sky as he flew toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou pushed his astrolabe out. Boom! The Templars were shocked. He charged against the astrolabe directly? How powerful! Without saying another word, Kua Fu smashed his fist at Lu Zhou again. It was clear that Lu Zhou was his only target. Bang! 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 Kua Fu's fists moved swiftly, tearing the space as he swung it out. The tears in the space mended very quickly. The sound of fists whistling in the air as it was swung out spread through the sacred region, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou retreated a distance away before he pushed his hand out. Boom! The astrolabe sent Kua Fu flying back with a huge force. At this time, Xing Tian leaped into the sky and joined the fray with his axe. As he brandished his axe, the axe flickered with a strange light that left cracks in the space. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou put away his astrolabe and used the great power of teleportation. He reappeared behind Xing Tian and struck with his palm. Boom! Xing Tian fell to the ground, flattening several buildings. Kua Fu charged over again with his fists that shattered the space. His raw strength was astonishing. Laws! Lu Zhou sensed the power of the laws from Kua Fu and quickly launched a few mountain-like palm seals. While Kua Fu fought Lu Zhou, Xing Tian naturally would not stay idle. He rose to his feet and flew up into the sky again. The trio engaged in a fierce battle, and the surroundings of the Tower of Heaven instantly turned into ruins. The Templars retreated again. Needless to say, they only watched the battle and did not participate in it. The area hundreds of miles in front of the Tower of Heaven became a battlefield. Energy seals sailed in the air from time to time as enormous eye-catching figures leaped everywhere in the sky. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. 2 hours later, the Templars saw a shocking scene. The Unholy One, Lu Zhou, flew high up into the sky. His eyes glowed blue as the blue lotus bloomed under his feet. He had used the divine Tao power. His current cultivation had now surpassed the Unholy One from before. He could now easily assume the air of the Unholy One and defeat his opponent with a strength more powerful than the Unholy One of the past. Lu Zhou's blue eyes swept across all living things as his long hair and robe fluttered in the wind. Roar! The ancient dragon soul's roar reverberated in the sky. The powerful roar intimidated the Templars, causing them to stagger backward. They were filled with the urge to prostrate themselves at this moment. Lu Zhou swooped down and launched dozens of palm seals formed from the divine Tao power toward Kua Fu, whose body was as tough as a divine weapon. Boom! 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 Lu Zhou forcefully pressed Kua Fu to the ground. Kua Fu finally cried out. He raised his head and glared at Lu Zhou. At this time, Xing Tian swung his axe at Lu Zhou. Every time he swung his axe, the space would tear. Lu Zhou used his great power of teleportation and flashed back and forth. When he appeared next to Xing Tian, he struck downward with his hand. Bang! When Xing Tian swung his axe, he was suddenly restrained by the great law. With that, a streak of light suddenly shot out of its navel. Lu Zhou reacted quickly and brought his astrolabe out. Bang! Lu Zhou flew backward. The space around him shattered. Through the cracks, he saw darkness. Kua Fu leaped up again and attacked from the other side, forming a pincer attack with Xing Tian. Lu Zhou, who was being attacked on both sides, unleashed countless energy seals. Bang! 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 Buzz! 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 Upon hearing the buzzing noises that were not from the battles, everyone looked up curiously. They saw a pillar of light at the top of the Tower of Heaven. The pillar was connected to the patterns in the sky before it formed a barrier to block the shockwaves from the battle. Lu Zhou's divine Tao power suppressed the two ancient gods as he attacked them in a frenzy. As expected, Kua Fu and Xing Tian fell to the ground. As soon as the duo landed, Lu Zhou raised his hand and called out, "Unnamed!" However, nothing appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. Lu Zhou had forgotten that Unnamed was still in the abyss. He dropped his hand and thought to himself, "What a pity! If I had Unnamed, it'd be easier to deal with these two ancient gods." With this, Lu Zhou had no choice but to change tactics. He took a step forward. 3 sun discs appeared immediately, lighting up Sacred City. They were so big that they easily covered the Tower of Heaven and the areas in its surroundings. The sun discs quickly attracted the attention of the cultivators in the distance. All of them stopped what they were doing and watched from afar. Sun discs! The Templars retreated again. Then 3 dazzling moon discs that surged with power appeared. Kuo-fu and Xing roared and ran on the ground toward the light discs. At this moment, 3 star discs appeared next to the 6 light discs from before. Following that, the 9 light discs descended from the sky. Kuo-fu and Xing advanced instead of retreating, ramming their shoulders against the light discs. Boom! The ancient formation protecting the Tower of Heaven shattered. Although the hundreds of Templars had already prepared themselves, they were still sent flying by the merciless divine Tao power. Without exception, all of them spat out blood. Their Danshan seas of qi churned crazily as intense pain from their internal organs assaulted them. On the other hand, the cultivators in the distance hurriedly closed their eyes. They no longer dared to look at the blindingly bright light discs. Only when the light dimmed did they look up again. They saw the 9 light discs pressing down on Kuo-fu and Xing. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "You're no longer of this world, so you shouldn't stay here. I'll send you on your way." Kuo-fu roared and struggled as his body suddenly grew bigger. As for Xing, he kept hacking at the light discs with his axe in a frenzy. At the same time, his voice rang out from his navel. "I'll defy the heavens. I won't leave until I win. I'll fight with my life. I won't rest until I die." Lu Zhou said, "Your life has already ended." "No!" Xing denied it. He was tenacious in his belief. At the same time, Kuo-fu's eyes shone with a red light as he said, "I'll kill you." There was no god in the world. Perhaps gods were created through exaggeration. Legend said that the world was originally dark. A god came to the world one day and turned into the sun and moon, illuminating the land and giving birth to the changing of day and night. Kuo-fu and Xing were said to be gods from the primitive era. Perhaps that was why their souls and wills were stronger than most. Kuo-fu's determination and goal were very clear. He did not only see Lu Zhou in his eyes, but he saw the ball of fire as well. Boom! Light suddenly burst forth from Kuo-fu's body. Unfortunately for him, the 9 light discs were too powerful. They pressed down on him and easily cut into his shoulder, leaving a terrifying mark. Strangely, there was no blood to be seen. It was as though the light discs had cut into clay. Lu Zhou frowned. Kuo-fu's body was no longer human. Then, Lu Zhou shifted his eyes to look at Xing, who kept hacking with his axe and seemed as though he was getting stronger and stronger. His 9 light discs clearly suppressed their physical bodies, but they could not suppress the duo's wills and souls. Dragon Soul! Roar! The illusory figure of a 10,000 feet long dragon soared in the sky of the sacred region. The entire sacred region was easily covered by the shadow of the dragon. Its roar pressured the minds of the humans, causing them to kneel and submit as they shivered. The ancient dragon soul's roar made the 2 ancient gods look up in shock. "Go back to where you belong." Boom! 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 The 9 light discs surged with unprecedented power, further suppressing the 2 ancient gods. The moment their will shook, Kuo-fu and Xing were completely pushed into the ground, creating a huge pit each. Lu Zhou withdrew the 9 light discs before he flashed and appeared above the 2 pits. Then he raised his hand. Golden Buddha's body. Lu Zhou chanted Buddhist scriptures to calm and enlighten the souls of the 2 ancient gods. Kuo-fu and Xing lay motionlessly on the ground. However, the expressions were twisted as though they were reliving some painful memories. They were sometimes unfocused and sometimes clear. Sometimes they would look at the distant sky with hope, and sometimes they would glare at Lu Zhou resentfully. Just as the two ancient gods' souls were finally calming down, two streaks of golden light shot out from the tip of the Tower of Heaven and hit the two ancient gods. With that, they became agitated again. Their bodies shone with a faint light before they suddenly shot up into the air with eyes that were filled with anger. Bang! 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 The two ancient gods began to attack each other. Lu Zhou flew up as well. His eyes glowed blue as he looked at the duo carefully. He wanted to see their 8 extraordinary meridians. He very quickly discovered that they seemed to be only made of golden light. There was nothing human about them at all. Buzz! Buzz! Upon hearing the familiar noise, the cultivators in the sacred region looked up. They were thoroughly shocked when they saw the scene that greeted their eyes. A golden avatar on the left captured Kuo Fu while a blue avatar on the right restrained Xianxia. 2 avatars? 1 golden and 1 blue? Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they could have a better look, the 2 avatars suddenly turned around and flew off with the 2 ancient gods in their hands. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. The cultivators in the sacred region were still stunned silly, looking at the sky blankly. Meanwhile, the Templars looked at each other. After a long time, about 500 Templars flew in the direction where the avatars had gone, looking like a shower of meteorites. Lu Zhou had taken the 2 ancient gods away so the Tower of Heaven could not influence them. He flew north until nothing but the wilderness stretched before his eyes. Down! Lu Zhou's voice was like thunder, shaking the sky. The 2 avatars flew down headfirst as they pushed Kuo Fu and Xianxia to the ground. Divine Binding Technique. Lu Zhou cast the Divine Binding Technique twice. One was golden, cast with the power of the 9 light discs, while the other was blue, cast with the full force of his divine Tao power. The 2 energy seals from the Divine Binding Technique, 1 golden and 1 blue, were like a mountain pressing down on the 2 ancient gods. Boom! The divine technique restrained the duo's bodies as the avatars stood at the side and held their bodies with an iron grip. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared between his 2 avatars before he sat cross-legged in the air and joined his palms together. After he released a strand of his consciousness, he seemed to have entered a world of nothingness for a moment before scenes after scenes appeared before him. Lu Zhou saw Kuo Fu running non-stop in the seemingly endless wilderness. Then Lu Zhou seemed to have turned into a gust of wind as he swept up into the sky. From above, far in the distance, he saw Kuo Fu running on top of a mountain in the northern wilderness. Kuo Fu did not stop. He ran past mountains, valleys, and the endless wilderness. Alas, Kuo Fu still could not catch up with the sun. Still, Kuo Fu did not stop. In the end, Kuo Fu finally fell when the sun set. Lu Zhou was about to withdraw his strand of consciousness when the scene rippled and returned to what it was at the beginning. Kuo Fu's soul and consciousness did not dissipate at all. The scene from before was repeated again. In the beginning he was filled with hope, and in the end, there was only despair. Over and over again, the scenes kept repeating in a vicious cycle. Lu Zhou's consciousness that was following Kuo Fu experienced everything Kuo Fu experienced. What Kuo Fu felt, he felt as well. After experiencing death about 10 times, he felt a slight pressure from his consciousness that seemed to be in chaos. Swoosh! Lu Zhou's strand of consciousness returned to his body in just a blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes, he turned to look at the unmoving Kuo Fu, who was being suppressed by the golden avatar. He was slightly surprised. Lu Zhou had crossed the long river history and witnessed the life and death of countless sages of the past. However, none of them could move his heartstrings. Since time immemorial, the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death was absolute. In the beginning, he would feel lonely when his good friends departed from the world. Time continued to pass and he made more good friends. With more good friends, there would be more parting that came with death as well. The repetition numbed him over time, turning his heart into a rock. However, at this moment, after watching Kuo Fu over and over again, Lu Zhou was affected by Kuo Fu's persistence and felt a fluctuation in his emotions. After a moment, he shook his head and sighed softly. Humans, the strangest of all living things, continued to advance by relying on and building upon their predecessors' and ancestors' achievements. The flourishing civilization of today was supported by the predecessors and the ancestors who laid the foundation for the future generation. Perhaps their bodies were long gone, but their souls would always remain in the world. When Lu Zhou snapped out of his reverie, he raised his left hand. 3 sun discs shone in the sky as he continued chanting Buddhist scriptures. Purified by the chanting, the remnant of Kwa Fu's soul and will gradually faded away. At this moment, the sun was setting. Its light shone through the trees and fell on Kwa Fu. Lu Zhou, who had traveled the unknown land and 9 domains, could not help but sigh at the beauty of the sunlight. It had been a long time since he had taken a good look at the sun. It had been a long time since he had basked in the warmth of the sun. The warmth of the setting sun seemed to bring with it a sense of peace that washed over him, dispelling the darkness and the cold. When the sun finally set, Lu Zhou said, "It's done. Go in peace." Lu Zhou waved his hand, withdrawing the golden avatar. Kwa Fu turned to dust and flew away with the cold breeze. The dust seemed to form a scene of Kwa Fu walking into the distance. He was no longer running. Instead, he was walking steadily step by step into the sunlight. In the sunlight, there was a forest. In the forest, there was water. In the water, there was hope. Lu Zhou, who was slightly dazed, shook his head and composed himself. Then, he turned to look at the extremely violent Xianxia. Similar to before, he extended a strand of consciousness and entered a world of nothingness. Soon enough, Lu Zhou saw 4 huge chains fall from the dark sky and restrained Xianxia's hands and feet. The chains were so long that it was impossible to tell how long they were. Xianxia's expression was fierce as he glared at the sky. Lu Zhou followed Xianxia's line of sight and looked at the sky as well. A huge hazy figure could be seen in the sky. It was almost 1,000 feet tall, and its hair was long and messy. It held a huge axe and was looking down at Xianxia. Despite its hazy figure, its eyes were as bright and cold as the moon. When it moved the axe, the clouds rolled. At this moment, it suddenly raised its axe and brought it down. Bang! Xianxia's head flew up into the sky. No one knew where it landed. The figure raised its axe again and brought it down again. Bang! Xianxia's right arm flew out. Bang! Xianxia's left arm was severed. Bang! Bang! Xianxia's left leg and right leg were also chopped off. Then, Xianxia's body fell on Chongyang Mountain and disappeared. Lu Zhou looked at the blurry figure and asked, "Whose memories am I seeing?" The blurry figure did not say anything and turned to leave. Similar to Kwa Fu, Xianxia continued to experience the pain of being beheaded and dismembered over and over and over again. He struggled with all his might. If he succeeded, he would be able to keep his head. However, without fail, every time the scenes were repeated, he failed. After Xianxia's 10th death, Lu Zhou withdrew his strand of consciousness and returned to his body. The feeling of being beheaded was not pleasant. He turned to look at Xianxia and was suddenly reminded of Wang Hai, the Dark Prince, who was one of the zombie kings. One was shackled to the pillar of destruction by a divine emperor after death, never to be reborn again. The other was beheaded by a mysterious figure but lived on in the world. Xianxia managed to recover his limbs, but his head was never found. This was where his obsession lay and where his soul drew power from. Lu Zhou joined his palms again and recited the Buddhist scriptures. As he chanted, energy came out of his mouth and formed the characters from the scriptures before landing on Xianxia's body. The energy characters that contained the divine Tao power were blue. Each time one of them landed on Xianxia, his struggle would weaken a little. Lu Zhou only stopped chanting when Xianxia completely stopped struggling. Xianxia's body glowed like jade before it slowly disintegrated into dust that was carried away by the wind. Similar to before, the dust seemed to weave a picture of Xianxia standing in the sky. His aura was extraordinary, and his facial features were distinct. Lu Zhou waved his hand, withdrawing his blue avatar. Standing in the wilderness, he could not help but sigh. He said earnestly, "Unfortunately, what you need to face is not the sky, but yourself. I'm older than you, and I fought this fight endlessly as well. When the scenes disappeared, darkness returned. It was also at this moment that hundreds of Templars appeared in the sky. They hovered in the sky and did not dare to approach. Lu Zhou walked very slowly on the ground like an ordinary person. He stopped next to a short tree nearest to him before he looked at the Templars and asked, "Do you want to die?" The Templars retreated immediately. They knew they were no match for the Unholy One, so they naturally did not dare to confront him. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lu Zhou asked. Finally, a Templar mustered up his courage and boldly said, "The pillars have collapsed, the great Tao has disappeared, and the great void has begun to fall. If Grand Mystic Mountain was still standing, would you still turn a blind eye to this?" Lu Zhou looked at the Templar who had just spoken and said, "Do you not understand my words?" The Templars retreated fearfully. It was said that the Unholy One was merciless. Now that they had met him, would he show mercy to them? It seemed like he was about to kill them at any time. Now that the two ancient gods were gone, Lu Zhou flew up into the sky. Upon seeing this, the hundreds of Templars retreated in fear again. Their legs were trembling. "Get out of my way," Lu Zhou said in a deep and powerful voice. Sound waves swept out, and the hundreds of Templars quickly moved to the sides. After that, Lu Zhou flew back to the sacred region. The Templars could not decide if they should chase after Lu Zhou or not as they watched him fly away. It took a long time before they finally returned to their senses. "Quick! Report to the great Emperor. The remaining pillars of destruction can't hold on anymore as well." Then, a few Templars flew away to report these matters to Ming Xian. The end of the world was coming. If they could not find a solution, Sacred City and the Sacred Region would fall. At this time, Ming Xian and Si Wuya landed on a lofty mountain. When Ming Xian learned that Kuo-fu and Xingtian failed to guard the Tower of Heaven, he quickly brought the sky-encompassing mirror out. Through the mirror, he saw the Tower of Heaven, but Kuo-fu and Xingtian were nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, Sacred City seemed like it was experiencing an earthquake. The shaking was violent, and many buildings began to crack. Rumble! The mountain beneath Ming Xian and Si Wuya's feet suddenly began to shake violently as well. Small rocks and huge boulders began to roll down the slope, and the huge boulders knocked down many ancient trees. Coincidentally, a huge crack appeared between Ming Xian and Si Wuya. The crack stretched from south to north, and where the crack ended could not be seen at all. Fortunately, the power of the earth in the 9 domains had been suppressed. After splitting and cracking to a certain stage, the earth would mend itself again. Although these were all within Si Wuya's expectations, he was still shocked. There was no need to guess. He knew the crack had to span the entire Black Lotus domain. Human cultivators near the crack sensed the power from the crack, and when they drew close, they were instantly pulled into the crack and disappeared. Ming Xian frowned slightly before he grabbed Si Wuya. He appeared in a wasteland in just a flash. The weather in the Great Void had always been good, but today the sky was hazy. The air felt heavy and suffocating. Seeing Ming Xian observing his surroundings, Si Wuya mustered up his courage again and advised, "The remaining pillars are falling. For the sake of the humans in Sacred City and the Great Void who haven't left yet, please give up, Your Majesty. Please put down the grudge between you and my master and see the bigger picture." Ming Xian waved his hand casually. The sky-encompassing mirror hovered in the air. The Tower of Heaven appeared in the mirror again. Then, the scene changed to show the other towers of heaven. There were 10 towers of heaven altogether in the sacred region. Ming Xian's gaze was profound as he looked at the changing images. At this time, a strange object appeared in his hand, and he said, "It's about time." "What?" An ominous feeling rose in Si Wuya's heart. "Everyone knows that I possess the scales of justice, but they don't know that I possess another treasure," Ming Xian said. His tone turned serious as he said, "This is called the Great Stone of Natural Law. It contains the laws of heaven and earth, and it's the key treasure that connects the 10 great laws." Si Wuya was shocked as he looked at the jade-like object in Ming Xian's hand. At this moment, the jade-like object slowly began to glow with a dark red light, which was not very eye-catching. Following that, Ming Xian flipped his hand. Golden light burst forth from his hand as he pushed the great stone of natural law to the ground. Boom! The great stone of natural law sank into the ground. With it, in the center, 10 tiny golden strings spread out in 10 different directions at lightning speed. One of them shot toward Si Wuya and quickly bound him before raising him into the air. Si Wuya frowned and tried to mobilize his primal chi to struggle. However, the golden string seemed to contain the law. How could primal chi alone shake the laws? In the end, he had to obey the law. He muttered in disbelief, "How's this possible?" A satisfied expression appeared on Ming Xian's face when he saw the golden strings that were originally only as thin as a finger were now as thick as an arm. He clasped his hands on his back before he said, "Don't bother resisting. You've obtained a lot of information from Guanzhou, and you know the laws very well. However, do you think you know me very well?" Si Wuya remained silent. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he did not understand Ming Xian at all. After a while, he asked, "What are you doing?" Even if Si Wuya had matured and learned to be humble, he still did not like the feeling of being controlled. "The great stone of natural law will tell you everything." The sky-encompassing mirror flashed. In the mirror, the 10 towers of heaven exploded with light. The pillars of light quickly shot up to the sky through the clouds. Boom! 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 All the cultivators from the Great Void and Sacred Region who had yet to leave looked in the direction of Sacred City. Many of them cried out in excitement, "I knew His Majesty won't forsake us. We're saved. The Sacred Region will live on forever. And His Majesty will live on forever." In fact, there had been a rumor that the day the 10 great laws appeared would be the day the Sacred Region was reborn. Ever since the Pillars of Destruction had begun to collapse, the Sacred Temple remained indifferent about the impending disaster that was about to land on the 9 domains, the Unknown Land, and the Great Void. There was only one reason for this. The Sacred Temple could not stop the fall of the Great Void and could only save the Sacred Region. From the moment the first Pillar of Destruction fell at Dunzang, the Sacred Temple had issued an order prohibiting cultivators of the Sacred Region from leaving without permission. They were also prohibited from migrating and participating in the Migration and Representative Plan. Over the past few hundred years, many cultivators in the Sacred Region had gone against the order and left the Sacred Region. Ming Xian did not care. After all, those who left would leave eventually, and those who stayed were all people with a strong will. Buzz! The 10 towers of heaven shone brightly like a painting in the sky. Under the light, the entire place looked like a new world. The pillars of light shone around like a spotlight, as though they were searching for something. Then, 10 streaks of light suddenly shot out in 10 different directions and appeared in the distance in just a blink of an eye. Their speed that shattered the space shocked everyone as they sailed through the great void, passing through the clouds and the vast horizon. Lu Zhou, who had just returned, stopped and looked up. He was puzzled when he saw the lights flying in all directions. What happened? On land, whether it was the 9 domains, the Unknown Land, or the Great Void, all humans looked up when they heard the sound of energy resonance and saw the unique streaks of lights in the sky. All of them were puzzled. No one knew what was happening. Si Wuya looked at the 10 towers of heaven in the sky-encompassing mirror. All of a sudden, he discovered that their shape resembled seeds. To be precise, they resembled the great void seeds. Swoosh! In the sky, a huge pillar of light broke through the clouds and hit Si Wuya. He felt his body go numb, and he could not move. It firmly bound him. He sensed the power of the law from the light that was strange and mysterious before he asked, "What are you trying to do?" Ming Xian remained calm from the beginning until the end. He looked at Si Wuya and said, "With your intelligence, you should be able to discover the answer." Then Ming Xian flicked his sleeve. The scene in the sky-encompassing mirror changed. Si Wuya was thoroughly shocked. In the mirror, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were in the Twin Lotus domain, were bound by a thick pillar of light each and pulled up into the sky. The pillars of light were like vines. Countless cultivators swarmed toward the pillars of light and attacked them. However, none of them could shake it in the slightest. Zhao Yu in the Golden Lotus domain, Yi Tianxin in the White Lotus domain, Conk in the Green Lotus domain, Mingshi in the Purple Lotus domain, Duanmushang in the Red Lotus domain. All of them were bound by the strange pillars of light. The scene changed quickly in the mirror. Si Wuya saw Bai Zhaoju attacking the pillar of light with his light discs. Despite the light discs' explosive power, they did nothing to the pillar of light. At the same time, the pillar of light pulled Si Wuya higher and higher up into the sky. Ming Xian said, "I obtained the great stone of natural law from the great maelstrom. This power surpassed ordinary power. It has the most mysterious power in the world and can control the laws. All laws are useless in front of it. Everyone can only obey the laws but not break them. Do you understand now?" Si Wuya looked at the great stone of natural law in disbelief. He thought about his master Skynet map, which could destroy runic passages and stop people from traveling freely. It was likely that the great stone of natural law was also from the great maelstrom. From high up in the sky, Si Wuya asked, "Have you really been to the great maelstrom?" Ming Xian replied indifferently, "I've been there many times." Si Wuya said, "I have one more question. Before I die, at least let me understand something." "Speak." Si Wuya asked, "Have you really comprehended the essence of the shackles of heaven and earth?" Ming Xian did not expect Si Wuya to ask this question. However, his expression did not change at all. He only stared at Si Wuya unblinkingly. Both sides continued to stare at each other. Thunderous sounds kept ringing from the unknown land, and the fleeing cultivators in the sky saw Si Wuya, who was bound by the pillar of light. They were panicking and could not even take care of themselves. How could they care about Si Wuya at this moment? Moreover, even if they wanted to save Si Wuya, they did not have the capability to do so. They only shouted, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling! Run!" The silence between Si Wuya and Ming Xian seemed to stretch forever. Finally, Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, "That's not important." Si Wuya raised his voice and said vehemently, "No, it's very important." Ming Xian said, as though to himself, "When the sky falls completely, sacred region will be the dwelling of the gods. It's the first and only one in the history of humans. Sacred region will be the most powerful and prosperous place in the sky and in the world." Si Wuya shook his head. "So you want to build your own heaven. In any case, I want to say that you don't understand the essence of the shackles of heaven and earth. Even if you've lived for a long time, you'll never understand it," Si Wuya said in a voice that reverberated in the sky. Ming Xian was unmoved. The older one was, the more one would be set in their ways. He said, "Is that so? Then, let me show you what's the essence of heaven and earth." Ming Xian bent down and placed his palm on the ground. The 10 streaks of light grew brighter and brighter, and the world shook. Si Wuya instantly felt that pillar of light tightening around him. The energy from his Dantian Sea of Qi and the energy from the Great Void Seed were actually being forcefully drawn out by the pillar of light. Then, a magical and shocking scene appeared. Under Si Wuya's feet, a golden lotus that spanned 100,000 feet appeared. The lotus spun swiftly, forming a vortex that covered the sky. Following that, all the energy in the Black Lotus domain gathered toward the Golden Lotus with a diameter of 100,000 feet. At the Black Tower Council, Xia Zhengrong and Xiao Yunhe quickly sensed the change. They flew into the sky and looked down on the mountains, rivers, and land. What happened? Not good. All the vitality energy is converging north for some reason. The duo rose higher into the sky before they saw the Golden Lotus that spanned 100,000 feet. It was like a small sun that illuminated the land in the distance. The duo looked at the Golden Lotus with their mouths agape and eyes filled with shock. Even more shockingly, the Golden Lotus that spanned 100,000 feet suddenly began to expand. The land shook violently, causing human cultivators to panic. The commoners shivered as they hid in corners of the city. Some cultivators tried to fly away, but the raging energy and the pulling force in the sky forced them to land. This phenomenon was not unique to the Black Lotus domain. It was happening in the other 8 domains as well. In the Green Lotus domain, Conch struggled with all her might in the sky. At the same time, Bai Zhaoju attacked the Pillar of Light relentlessly. Tens of thousands of cultivators also tried all sorts of methods and attacked the Pillar of Light, but they were unable to free Conch. Even Bai Zhaoju, a divine emperor, could not help but feel worried. He said, "Little girl, you have to hold on for me. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain myself to the 2 of them?" Swoosh! Bai Zhaoju rushed out again. Light discs shone in the sky. The other cultivators did not know what was happening. However, they all knew that they could not allow anything to happen to the disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, also the owner of the Great Void Seed, who helped them suppress the power of the earth. Hence, although it was futile, the tens of thousands of cultivators did not stop attacking. On the contrary, they attacked in a frenzy. Boom! The light discs hit the Pillar of Light again. Rumble! The earth cracked, and tears appeared in the space. The cultivators instinctively retreated. Their expressions were one of awe and shock. In Feng'an, Yu Zhenghai was facing the same situation. He struggled so hard that his veins were bulging. The Jasper Saber and Energy Sabers kept slashing at the Pillar of Light, but it was useless. Hua Yin, the first disciple of Autumn Dew Mountain, attacked with all his might as well, but it was also futile. The cultivators here were in a mess as well. In Luoyang, the Longevity Sword released countless energy swords, attacking the Pillar of Light that bound Yu Shangrong in the sky. At this moment, a golden lotus that spanned 200,000 feet was absorbing all the vitality energy, primal chi, and power of the laws. All kinds of energy without exception were absorbed by it. In the Red Lotus domain, the White Lotus domain, the Purple Lotus domain, the Yellow Lotus domain, and the others, a humongous golden lotus appeared at the same time and began to absorb the energy crazily. The golden lotuses were greedily absorbing all the energy from the 9 domains. With this, chaos descended on the world. The sudden appearances of the golden lotuses in the 9 domains caught the human alliance off guard. They mobilized 1/3 of their force and rushed to various places. Whether it was a divine emperor, a divine king, or a newly promoted divine lord, all of them felt powerless faced with this disaster. Zhi Guangji, the Black Emperor, who was far away in his lost land, originally planned to go into seclusion, never to interfere in the world's affairs ever again. However, when he heard about the shocking change, he immediately led his army and rushed to the 9 domains. With that, along with Shangzhang, 5 divine emperors defended 5 domains and protected mankind. In the sky above Sacred City, Lu Zhou looked at the streaks of light from the Tower of Heaven that were suspended in the sky in confusion. After a moment, he turned around and casually unleashed a palm seal. The palm seal grabbed the neck of a Templar in the distance and pulled him over to Lu Zhou immediately. Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice, "What's happening?" The Templar shivered. I really don't know. Unholy One, spare me. Please spare me." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Bang! The Templar flew back. Then Lu Zhou circled a Tower of Heaven thrice before he attacked it with the divine Dao power. Boom! 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 The Tower of Heaven flashed, and the divine Dao power shot up into the sky alongside the tower. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. Power of the laws? Lu Zhou did not continue attacking the Tower of Heaven. He flashed and appeared at the prison in the city. Several guards were stationed at the entrance. In fact, none of them wanted to be here. The world was in turmoil, and the great void was already falling. Even if they possessed great abilities, they would still fall to their deaths. Lu Zhou pressed his hand down, and 3 light discs hit the prison. Boom! Without any suspense, the prison was destroyed. At this time, a large number of cultivators from Sacred City, including Templars, rushed over. The Templars cried out, "Everyone, calm down. Don't act rashly. The Unholy One has appeared. Don't make any pointless sacrifices." The cultivators were shocked. The Templars' words finally confirmed their speculation that the Unholy One had returned. They were frightened out of their wits when they thought about how the Unholy One had returned to settle old scores. Needless to say, no one dared to go up against the Unholy One. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou unleashed a palm seal downward, grabbing Qi Tong. When Qi Tong felt its body being bound, it leaped in fright before it was pulled up into the sky. While it was suspended in the air in front of Lu Zhou, its nose twitched as it sniffed the air. He muttered, "You're not Ming Xan. Who are you?" Qi Tong did not know the identity of the person in front of it, but it knew it was the same person who came to see it previously. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "You only need to answer my question." Qi Tong sensed Lu Zhou's killing intent in his voice. The killing intent made his heart shake violently. Even Ming Xian had never given him this sense of pressure. It shivered involuntarily and tried to struggle free. Alas, the hand seal contained the divine Tao power, so how could it break free? In the end, it gave up struggling. Seeing that Qi Tong was no longer struggling, Lu Zhou asked, "What's the use of the towers of heaven?" Upon hearing this, Qi Tong exclaimed in shock, "Ming Xun really constructed the towers of heaven. Heaven's will. This is all heaven's will. Answer my question," Lu Zhou said as he raised his voice. The sound wave suppressed Qi Tong, making it difficult for it to breathe. After a moment, it said in a trembling voice, I saw the future. I saw the disaster, the end of the world, and only one city remained standing. I saw it. I saw it all." The great void kept shaking, agitating Qi Tong, who seemed to sense the chaos and panic. It said, "The towers of heaven can hold the 10 great laws. After gathering the 10 great laws, you'll be able to prop the sky up and construct the perfect heaven." Its speed grew faster as it said, "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect Ming Xian to do it." "Construction the perfect heaven?" Lu Zhou said with a frown. "If it were so easy, the great void wouldn't have fallen." Qi Tong said, No, I saw it. I saw the future." At this moment, Lu Zhou noticed that Qi Tong's aura seemed to have changed. Its eyes were unfocused, as though it was seeing something that no one else could see. There was excitement, agitation, and shock in its eyes. These emotions did not seem fake. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Was it really possible for the towers of heaven to turn sacred region into a new heaven? Suddenly, Qi Tong burst out laughing. It pointed at the sky and said through his laughter, "I also saw the Unholy One. He's dead. He's going to die." Qi Tong's words were heard by the cultivators in the surroundings, but they were not excited or happy. Instead, they only retreated as though they were facing a great enemy. After Qi Tong tended to ramble a lot, so no one paid much attention to its words. They only thought that Qi Tong really did not want to live anymore. It dared to anger the Unholy One like that. Blood would surely spill. Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Qi Tong laughed wildly. "I said I saw the Unholy One die. The future. The future. Everything's heaven's will." Lu Zhou clenched his hands slightly, and the palm seal tightened its grip around Qi Tong immediately. "Crack. Are you cursing me?" Lu Zhou asked in a sonorous and powerful voice. Qi Tong, "Huh." Qi Tong froze. Then its legs weakened, and its body began to tremble. It pointed at Lu Zhou and stammered, agitated, You're the Unholy One." Lu Zhou reached out to push Qi Tong before he asked, "You can see the future, but you don't know who I am?" You've lived for too long, so I can't see anything." Qi Tong wanted to cry at this moment. "Since you can't see it, how dare you talk about my life and death, Lu Zhou asked, enunciating each word. Qi Tong. Qi Tong's words were stuck in his throat. Then, its eyes that seemed to be looking at something at this moment suddenly turned blank. Qi Tong was like a statue now, not moving at all. At the same time, the great void shook more and more violently. Glowing lines like meridians that connected heaven and earth in the sky weaved into a net that could cover heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes followed the glowing lines and looked at the Tower of Heaven near them. The pillar of light from the Tower of Heaven easily blocked the glowing lines. Boom! Rumble! The sound of the land splitting was very distinct, and it kept reverberating in the great void. Suddenly, Qi Tong's body began to glow, and life seemed to have returned to its eyes. Primal Qi surged into its eyes, causing them to glow as well. At this moment, it could hear some invisible force asking him, "Do you want to see the light? Do you want to see the light?" Qi Tong had spent its entire life in darkness. From the moment it was born, it was without sight. It had never seen colors aside from the ones in its visions. It had never seen the pure white of the snow or the fierce red of blood. The mountains and rivers and the sceneries it saw in its mind only fueled its fantasies of the world, and it stoked its desire to see. Its desire to see surpassed its anticipation for the future. Its desire for light could overcome anything, including life and death. At this moment, Qi Tong cried out, "I want to see!" As though spurred by Qi Tong's strong will, light returned to its eyes. The dark void slowly brightened up. The tower of heaven nearby, the cultivators in the sky flying like meteors, the glowing net, the prosperous sacred region, and the brightly lit sacred city. Qi Tong could see it all at this moment. It looked at everything around it in a daze. Lu Zhou, who discovered Qi Tong's change, flashed and appeared in front of Qi Tong. His eyes shone blue as he grabbed Qi Tong. The moment Qi Tong met Lu Zhou's eyes, it stiffened. It had never met the Unholy One before, but it had seen the Unholy One in its visions. The most distinct feature of the Unholy One whom everyone feared and respected was his blue eyes. Lu Zhou asked, "What did you see?" Qi Tong's eyes widened. Then it stammered, Everyone will die, including you and me." Lu Zhou scoffed coldly and flung Qi Tong away after he said, "I've never believed in things like destiny. Although you've regained your sight now, you're still blind." Qi Tong endured the pain as it flew hundreds of feet back. It laughed out loud before it said, "To be able to meet the Unholy One, I have no regrets in this life. Alas, my time left in this world is short. I cannot see the beauty of the world with my own eyes. Humans don't know how to treasure what they have, so it might be a good thing for them to perish. You asked me earlier how I saw your future when you were born before me. I'll answer you now. To see your future, I had to pay a price. And the price for seeing prying into your future is my life." Qi Tong continued to laugh. Perhaps it had finally seen the light, so it felt that the price it had to pay was worth it. Rather than living in darkness, it was better to die in the light. It did not stop laughing, and its body continued to glow. Lu Zhou stared at Qi Tong and asked, "What else did you see?" Qi Tong only shook its head as it continued to laugh. It laughed until its eyes dimmed, and it fell from the sky. The light in the sky grew brighter and brighter, seemingly weaving a tighter net around the entire sacred region. However, all this had nothing to do with Qi Tong anymore. The Templars had also heard Qi Tong's words. They did not know whether they were happy or sad. They were happy to hear Qi Tong say that the Unholy One was going to die, but they were sad that their lives were in the hands of the Unholy One. Every move from the Unholy One would affect their lives, after all. At this time, the tips of the towers of heaven suddenly flashed. Following that, the towers projected the images of 9 huge golden lotuses and 1 huge red lotus from the 9 domains. The human cultivators in the sacred region and the 9 domains witnessed the most spectacular scene ever in history. Under the 10 lotuses, a light disk appeared under each of them at the same time. The light disks had a diameter of 10,000 feet and were like setting suns that illuminated the 9 domains. Following that, 9 lotuses moved and surrounded 1 lotus. Buzz! Suddenly, 2 light disks appeared under the lotus in the center. Little Yuaner, who had formed 1 light disk as soon as she had comprehended the Great Tao, now had 3 light disks. There were 2 huge golden lotuses in the golden lotus domain. One was in the sky north of the capital, and the other was in the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion. The golden lotus at the Evil Sky Pavilion, the one with 3 light disks, attracted the world's attention at this moment. The light from the light disks shone down on the world, shocking all creatures. At this moment, the ears of Lu Wu, who had long become a divine beast, suddenly pricked up. Its eyes were bright as it muttered, "The 10 supreme beings are finally born." All the humans had never seen such a spectacle before. It was unprecedented and magical. Even in the Great Void, there had never been a time where 10 supreme beings were born at the same time in the past 100,000 years. It was said that those who possessed the Great Void seeds would definitely become supreme beings. To the cultivators in the 9 domains, this was just a distant and unreachable dream. They did not expect to be able to see the births of 10 supreme beings in their lifetimes. However, currently, the 10 supreme beings' situations did not look very optimistic. They were all bound by a pillar of light. The projection in the sky by the towers of heavens showed that the energy the 10 supreme beings absorbed from the 9 domains were continuously being sent to the Great Void. Black Lotus Domain. A huge number of cultivators appeared near the humongous golden lotus. Xianxia paid no attention to them. He quietly observed the changes in the pillar of light before he asked, "Do you understand now?" Wuxia's eyes were burning as he looked at the pillar of light. He asked, "Is this the reason why you don't care if we escape or not? Is this the reason why you don't care about the 9 domains?" Xianxia nodded slightly. "I've said before that all of you are the keys to reconstructing the world." The net in the sky, weaved by the golden lines, was the energy siphoned from the 9 domains through Lu Zhou's 10 disciples using the towers of heaven. At this moment, the net had surrounded the entire sacred region. At this time, unexpectedly, a Black Lotus cultivator suddenly shouted, "Charge! Even if we die, we must advance. We have to save Mr. Seventh." There were people who would not sit around and wait for death. Even if it meant their deaths would come early, they would rather do something. Xianxia looked at the Black Lotus cultivators flying over from all directions and only shook his head indifferently. "Your courage is worthy of praise. Alas, the city in the sky can only accommodate gods. Your sacrifices won't be in vain. Thank you for everything you've done for the sacred region." "No!" Wuxia roared. Xianxia did not pause. His face was expressionless as he brought out 9 light discs. The 9 light discs shot out immediately. Boom! 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 Thousands upon thousands of Black Lotus cultivators were sent flying. In just a blink of an eye, the sky became clear, devoid of humans. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Wuxia as he asked indifferently, "What do you think? So this is Xianxia's strength? He hasn't even used any sacred relics yet." Xianxia said without inflection, "Even if I didn't kill them, they'll still die after the earth crumbles." Wuxia suddenly laughed. Then he said, "You're wrong. You're really wrong." Xianxia looked at Wuxia as though he could see through Wuxia's thoughts, and he scoffed lightly. "You're so young. How many springs and autumns have you experienced? How many dynasties have you seen rise and fall? What qualifications do you have to tell me if I'm right or wrong?" Wuxia said, "You're right. I'm young, and I've not lived as long as you. However, I say it with conviction when I say that you're wrong." Xianxia asked, "How am I wrong?" Wuxia pointed at the sky and said, "Do you think you can use the towers of heaven to help the sacred region remain in the sky? Do you think you can control the 10 great laws?" Xianxia was a little annoyed by the rhetorical questions. He waved his hand casually. Bang! Bound by the pillar of light in the sky, Wuxia took the head and swayed left and right. At this time, the surviving Black Lotus cultivators flew up into the sky once again. They gritted their teeth as they stared ahead. Wuxia quickly transmitted his voice to them and said, "Don't make such pointless sacrifices. All of you, get lost." The amplification from the pillar of light and Wuxia's newly gained power of a supreme being made his voice unusually powerful. The Black Lotus cultivators hesitate, still looking as though they were going to charge forward at any time. Wuxia said again, "In the name of the evil sky pavilion, I promise you that the earth will not crumble. All of you, leave the battlefield." With this, hundreds of thousands of Black Lotus cultivators saluted Wuxia in unison before they retreated like the tide. Xianxia said, It's always the weakest beings that like to struggle desperately. Wuxia turned to the side and pointed southwest. The sky is falling. Boom! The commotion from the unknown land was truly unprecedented. Chaos and destruction swept through the entire world. Ming Xian did not look at Wuxia as he said, "Your master is in the sacred region now. I think he must be shocked by my masterpiece at this moment. Look, sacred region is still in the air." Boom! A thunderous sound rang from the sky encompassing mirror. Zhuyong Hall that was adjacent to the sacred region fell. The land directly outside of the golden net broke apart and fell. Following that, Zhaoyang Hall, Tuwei Hall, and the other halls all fell with the collapse of the final pillar of destruction. The great void had completely fallen. Countless humans and creatures were buried underneath boulders that covered the unknown land, forming new towering mountain ranges. At this time, only the sacred region shone brightly in the sky. There were two sides to everything. Although the great void fell, the unknown land regained its light. The darkness and dampness of the past 100,000 years in the unknown land were gone, and the dark fog that covered the sky was also gone. In their places were a new sky and earth. For now, there were no living things there. The stubborn cultivators from the great void, who refused to submit, and the fierce beasts that were in a battle with the human alliance of the 9 domains looked in the direction of the unknown land one after another. Whether it was the great void or the unknown land, the places they used to live were gone. Everything was over. No one knew what the new unknown land would be like, and no one had the courage to go there and have a look for now. They stood unmoving for a long time, looking in the direction of the unknown land and at the owners of the great void seeds, who were bound by pillars of light and their huge lotuses. The energy from the 9 domains was still being siphoned to the sacred region through the pillars of light. The sacred region was successfully held afloat in the sky by the power of the laws. The rebel cultivators from the great void looked at the magnificent sacred region and were filled with frustration. In their opinions, that was where they should be. That was the city where gods lived. Rumble. A crack that was 10,000 feet wide opened up in the Twin Lotus domain. It continued to split for an unknown amount of time at lightning speed. The crack split villages, cities, mountains, and rivers as it traveled. It passed through Luoyang in the west and Feng'an in the west. No one knew how far and how long it would travel. The Twin Lotus was originally one, but when heaven and earth shook, it separated. Sacred region. Near a tower of heaven in Sacred City. Lu Zhou looked at the power of laws that were surging and frowned slightly. When he looked at the projections of the 10 humongous lotuses and his 10 bound disciples, he said angrily, "Ming Xian, so this is your plan?" Lu Zhou flew into the sky, and a 10,000 feet long energy sword appeared in his hand. Although the energy sword that contained the divine Tao power was not unnamed, it shocked the cultivators in Sacred City. The energy sword swept out. Boom! A building was flattened. Boom! Another building was cleaved into two by the energy as though it was as soft as tofu. The Templars kept retreating, and the cultivators in the sacred region were greatly frightened. After destroying the buildings around him, Lu Zhou mobilized all his power and used the divine Tao power to strike at the nearest tower of heaven angrily. When the full force of the divine Tao power hit the Tower of Heaven, the shockwave exploded and swept across the entire sacred region. Many cultivators felt like stepping forward to fight the infamous unholy god at this moment. They would be lauded as heroes. Their names would be engraved on a monument, forever engraved in history. However, at this moment, when they saw this display of strength, they gave up on this naive idea. Back in the sky, one sword strike was not enough, so Lu Zhou decided to strike again. Lu Zhou wielded the energy sword with both hands and silently chanted the mantra from the heavenly writing. In just an instant, blue electric arcs flashed on his energy sword. He was determined to succeed with this sword strike. Lu Zhou rose into the sky and looked at the Tower of Heaven before he brought the 10,000 feet long energy sword down. Just as the energy sword was about to land on the Tower of Heaven, bang! A figure appeared and held the energy sword back with all its might. However, It was clearly no match for Lu Zhou's 10,000 feet long energy sword and was quickly sent flying before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Zhou looked at the figure. After a moment he called out, "Guanzhou." After completing the mission of expediting the collapse of the remaining 2 pillars of destruction, Guanzhou had rushed back here with all his might. After all, if the Great Void fell before he could leave in time, he would be crushed to death even if he was a supreme being. Guanzhou did not hide. This time he chose to face the Unholy One, his former teacher. He clutched his chest and adjusted his breathing as he called out, "Teacher!" With Guanzhou's appearance, the Templars seemed to have found their backbones. They quickly flew over, wanting to help Guanzhou. However, Guanzhou pushed them back and shouted at everyone to retreat. He did not need help, and he wanted to stand tall in front of his former teacher. "Bastard, 100,000 years ago, you harbored evil intentions and wanted to murder me. Now, you have the audacity to stand in my path in the Great Void," Lu Zhou said. Guanzhou shook his head and said, "Let them go. The people in Sacred City and the Sacred Region are innocent. Once the tower falls, the city will also fall. The tower cannot be destroyed." Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "I already gave everyone a chance, but no one cherished it. Teacher, please give us another chance," Guanzhou said before he kneeled before everyone. The Templars were moved when they saw Guanzhou kneeling. How could they not be moved that Guanzhou, one of the 4 supremes of the Sacred Temple, kneeled to the Unholy One for the sake of the Sacred Region? "Then, who's going to give me a chance?" Lu Zhou asked as he pointed at the 10 pillars of light that were constantly transmitting energy from the 9 domains here. At the other end of the pillars of light were his disciples. If he did not cut off these pillars of light, his disciples would die. Guanzhou had no answer to that question. It was out of his expectations that things would develop to this point. He raised his head and looked at the pillars of light from the 10 towers of heaven. Then he explained, "I really didn't know about this. I didn't know that building a new world would require the lives of 10 people. You're splitting hairs." From the moment Lu Zhou stepped into the Sacred Region, he knew that this battle could not be avoided. He did not want to waste time and raised the 10,000-foot-long energy sword in his hand and flew toward Guanzhou. He started by using the Return and Enter 3 Souls technique. Lu Zhou, whose body was flashing with blue electric arcs, suddenly split into 3 and flashed in different directions. Guanzhou was shocked. More than 10 Templars tried to stop Lu Zhou, but when they drew close the space froze. Lu Zhou did not give the Templars time to act at all. 3 figures slashed at the Templars and arrived in front of Guanzhou in just a blink of an eye. Without any suspense, the energy sword pierced Guanzhou's chest. He was sent flying back without any strength to fight back. Blood began to gush out of the wound on his chest immediately. The sight of the bloody wound frightened the Templars so much that they retreated and no longer dared to approach. Guanzhou knew he was no match for the Unholy One. Hence, when the sword came at him, he did not bother to fight back or dodge at all. Instead, he chose to take the strike head-on. Lu Zhou hovered in the air as he looked at Guanzhou expressionlessly and said, "Back then, I taught you your skills, searched for life hearts for you, and protected you. Today, you still dare to stand in my path." Guanzhou endured the excruciating pain, and he barely managed to stabilize his footing before he said, "I know that I deserve to die, but they don't deserve to die. Please listen to me and let them live." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Qi Tong saw the future. He said that everyone will die. You will die, the Templars will die, and everyone in the Sacred Region will die. I will also die." Upon hearing these words, the Templars looked at each other anxiously. The Sacred Region was still floating in the sky, and the danger of it falling had passed. So where was the danger and how would they die? Lu Zhou raised his sword and said in a very low voice, "Ming Exan, if anything happens to my disciples, I'll drown your Sacred Region in blood." Buzz! An incomparably tall golden avatar stood in the sky and looked down on the entire Sacred Region. This was the tallest avatar known at the moment. No one had ever broken this limit. The Templars' faces turned pale, and they retreated again. 9 light discs. Although the cultivators could not see the top of the avatar or measure its height, the column under the lotus told them everything they needed to know. There were 36 triangles on the column under the lotus. Every time a light disk was formed, 4 triangles would group together. When all 36 triangles were grouped together, it meant that 9 light disks had been formed. Most of the time, supreme beings would not easily display their strength. If other cultivators wanted to see their avatars, it would have to depend on the supreme being's whim. For that reason, most of the cultivators had never seen such an avatar before. The appearance of the golden avatar with 9 light disks announced to the world that the Unholy One, who stood at the peak of the Great Void in the past, had returned to the peak again in the cultivation world. Swoosh! The 10,000 feet long energy sword was just like a short tree branch compared to the avatar. Nonetheless, it caused everyone to freeze in fear. At this moment, they felt death looming over sacred region. Guanzhou pleaded loudly, "There's a debtor and debtee to every debt, but they're innocent. Please let them go." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. Guanzhou was sent flying back and spat out another mouthful of blood again without any suspense. Several Templars caught Guanzhou, but they did not dare to do anything else, afraid of angering the Unholy One. "Your pleas are worthless," Lu Zhou said calmly. He looked at the projection from the Tower of Heavens and the 10 pillars of light that were still greedily siphoning energy from the 9 domains and transmitting it here. "Since you're so brave, let's start with you," Lu Zhou said. The energy sword was about to fall on Guanzhou's neck, when suddenly Si Wuya's voice rang from the top of one of the towers of heaven. Master, let him live." Lu Zhou looked at the top of the Tower of Heavens and the projection about it with a frown. "Old Seventh," Si Wuya said. "He released 4th senior brother." Lu Zhou suddenly recalled how secretive Si Wuya was about his plan and how confident Si Wuya had been. When he looked at the tightly bound Si Wuya again, he could not help but feel slightly puzzled. After a moment, he looked at Guanzhou and said in a deep voice, "You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't avoid the punishment." Lu Zhou's towering avatar suddenly moved its hand. Its hand that could cover the sky descended toward the sacred region. At this moment, a circle of light suddenly appeared in the air below the avatar's hand. "A runic passage!" the Templars exclaimed in surprise. As expected, Ming Xian slowly emerged from the runic passage. His body glowed with light, and he looked like a heavenly being at this moment. When he appeared, some of the power from the towers of the heaven fused with the light on his body. This meant that he could at least use some of the power from the towers of heaven. As soon as Ming Xian returned, all the cultivators in the sacred region kneeled on the ground and shouted, "Welcome back, Great Emperor." The cultivators were flooded with relief, joy, and excitement when they saw Ming Xian. The only exception was Guanzhou. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Ming Xian looked at the golden avatar with 9 discs calmly. Then, he gestured at the kneeling cultivators and said, "Are you familiar with this scene? In the past, when Grand Mystic Mountain was at its peak, it was far superior to the sacred region. However, most of its followers were wiped out as time passed. Now, only cultivators of that era knew how glorious Grand Mystic Mountain once was. Ming Xian's position was irreplaceable in the hearts of these cultivators who were prostrated on the ground in the sacred region." Lu Zhou put away his avatar and said, "You finally appeared." Ming Xian looked at the towers of heaven and said, "I spent all my effort to build 10 towers of heaven so I could build a new world today. From the moment you appeared in the Great Void, I knew I would succeed in my plan." Lu Zhou and Ming Xian spoke very casually, as though they were 2 friends who had not seen each other for a long time. There were no accusations, curses, or threats. Lu Zhou asked calmly, "So all this time, you've been using me?" "Not really. An outstanding master like you personally nurtured the owners of the 10 great void seeds. I naturally did my part as well," Ming Xian replied. Lu Zhou asked, "Do you really think you know everything?" "Everything is fated. I don't dare to claim that I'm omniscient or omnipotent in front of the Honorable Unholy One." Then, he sighed and added, I just didn't expect everything to come so early. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Since he already knows my identity, why didn't he act sooner? Based on the memories of the Unholy One, Lu Zhou knew that the Unholy One had used the reincarnation technique more than once. If Lu Zhou was one of the Unholy One's incarnations and Ming Xian knew it, Ming Xian should have killed him in the cradle. Why would Ming Xian give him a chance to act against the Great Void? Saying that Lu Zhou did not think he was the incarnation of the Unholy One. He had his own memories, will, thoughts, and goals. He was different from the Unholy One. There were times even felt that some of the Unholy One's actions were too extreme. In any case, the big question was, why did Ming Xian not act sooner? Lu Zhou looked at Ming Xian and said, "The Dragon Slayer will eventually become the evil dragon himself. You've been the master of the Great Void for 100,000 years. Are you satisfied?" Ming Xian shook his head. In this world, one shouldn't seek to live forever. One should only have a clear conscience. Ever since I founded the sacred temple, the world was at peace. The 9 domains were also at peace. In the eyes of the world, I've done nothing wrong. As for your actions in the past, let alone the people, even the heavens were outraged. Do you need me to list them out one by one? Lu Zhou scoffed slightly and said, "Why did the pillar at the Great Abyss land collapse? You know it better than I do. How many feather tribesmen died because of that? To think that you're shameless enough to judge my actions." Upon hearing this, Ming Xian's voice rose an octave as he said, "The great Tao and the laws would disappear forever. Their sacrifice is for the greater good. Unholy One, what right do you have to judge me? What right? How about the fact that I once taught you?" Lu Zhou said. These words were as shocking as a clap of thunder on a sunny day. The conversation between the two powerful experts caused everyone to tremble, and no one dared to interrupt. Ming Xian could not refute Lu Zhou's words. In front of Wuxia, he could take advantage of his seniority and gain the upper hand by relying on his rich experience. However, in front of the Unholy One, even he had no choice but to lower his head. Lu Zhou was like an elder reprimanding a junior as he said in a slightly angry tone, "If you had revealed your despicable character back then, I would have cut you in half on Grand Mystic Mountain. Do you think you'd still have a chance to stand here and criticize me? The high and mighty Unholy One is also afraid of being criticized?" Ming Xian said, "Everyone in the world knows that you founded Grand Mystic Mountain to teach the Tao for your own gain." Meanwhile, the Templars could no longer hold back, and they were discussing among themselves animatedly in low voices. The majority of the cultivators were not from that time in the past. Hence, their knowledge of the Unholy One was only gained through word of mouth and a small number of ancient records. This kind of information was undoubtedly biased and mostly untrue. The Templars discussed non-stop among themselves, clearly blaming the Unholy One for all sorts of things. Impudent. The sound wave imbued with the divine Tao power swept out. Apart from Ming Xian, the Templars were all pushed back, causing their expressions to change. With that, the discussion ended, and no one dared to speak again. When silence returned, Lu Zhou continued to say, "How young are you? How many springs and autumn have you experienced? Just because you think you gained some knowledge, you think you're qualified to criticize me?" If it were anything else, perhaps, Ming Xian would not have been so affected. However, these words made him frown, and his emotions clearly fluctuated. These words were somewhat similar to the words he said to Wuxia. In fact, there was a deeper meaning behind Lu Zhou's words. Although the Great Void was glorious and Ming Xian was high and mighty, Ming Xian had the shadow of the Unholy One on him. Ming Xian could not tolerate the fact that Lu Zhou implied that he was imitating the Unholy One's way of doing things. "So what if I want to criticize you?" Ming Xian pointed at Lu Zhou in front of everyone, completely disregarding his image as a divine emperor for the first time. Lu Zhou raised his right hand slightly, and a blue energy sword appeared. As his killing intent surged, he said in a low voice, "I'll give you one chance to release them." Ming Xian shook his head. "Too late, it's too late. Their purpose is to rebuild the sacred region. They'll become part of the great Tao here and stay in the sky above the city. Lu Zhou looked up at the pillars of light. The pillars of light swayed left and right, causing the sacred region to tremble. Is this what you want? Lu Zhou asked. Ming Xian said, what I want is far more than that. There are many things waiting for me. 100,000 years ago, the Unholy One fell, bringing out the glorious era of the Great Void. 100,000 years later, it'll still be the same. How stubborn. Lu Zhou looked at the 10 pillars of light before he suddenly asked meaningfully, do you really think you defeated me 100,000 years ago? Lu Zhou looked at Ming Xian with a hint of pity and said lightly, do you really think I care about being the so-called master of the world or the position of the master of Grand Mystic Mountain? I'm dedicated to pursuing the Tao. It's not something you can understand. Ming Xian frowned. Unexpectedly, he asked, did you really master the technique to live forever? What do you think? In this situation, it was meaningless to answer with a yes or no. Scenes of the Unholy One pursuing the Tao kept appearing in Lu Zhou's mind. He had this nagging feeling that he was getting closer and closer to the essence of the shackles. Many things were not clearly explained, and many secrets had not been uncovered. However, both Lu Zhou and Ming Xian felt there was no need to continue talking anymore. If words could persuade people, what was the use of fists? If words could solve the problem, the world would have long been unified. Ming Xian said in a clear voice, this battle is unavoidable. I was unable to enjoy myself during the battle 100,000 years ago. I hope that you'll be able to satisfy me 100,000 years later. Then, without another word, Ming Xian flashed and appeared above the towers of heaven. He flipped his hand, and an object appeared. Upon seeing this, the Templars exclaimed excitedly, the scales of justice! Lu Zhou looked at the scales of justice. Boom! When the scales of justice landed, a wave of light spread out and covered the Templars. Then, a huge amount of vitality, energy, and the power of the law surged toward the Templars. There has to be balance and fairness in the world. With the power of the scales, everything will have balance. The word balance echoed in the air over and over again. Lu Zhou did not waste words. He brandished his 10,000-foot-long energy sword and struck the scales of justice. Bang! 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 The scales of justice swayed unsteadily, but they quickly regained their balance. Ming Xian flashed backward and hovered in the air. Waves and waves of power of the law converged toward him and protected him. Then he said, I order you to take down the Unholy One. From this day onward, you're all founding members of the city in the sky. Understood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the scales of justice's effect, more than 10,000 Templars gained the strength of a divine emperor. Their bodies emitted powerful energy, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They were thoroughly suppressed by the Unholy One earlier, so they could not wait to vent their anger now. Lu Zhou swept his eyes across the scales of justice again and roughly figured out its limit. 1000. The pillars of light were still swaying in the sky. This meant the sacred region had yet to stabilize. The towers of heaven were still absorbing the energy from the 10 disciples of the evil sky pavilion. The 10 humongous lotuses were still hovering in the sky of the 9 domains, causing humans and fierce beasts alike to feel uneasy. All of them were certain that the end was coming. Lu Zhou looked at Guanzhou, who wore a sorrowful expression on his face, and said, it's a pity that they chose the worst path. Guanzhou only sighed. Lu Zhou raised his head and said, there's no absolute fairness in the world. Only in death will everyone be equal. Swoosh! Like a shooting star, Lu Zhou flew toward the Templars. Ming Xian ordered, go! The 1,000 Templars flew in the sky like fireworks, bringing out their astrolabes. 1,000 astrolabes bloomed in the sky like 1,000 moons. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou's 10,000 feet long energy sword collided with the astrolabes. The Templars flew back and forth in the sky. The cultivators in the sacred region could not clearly catch the action in the sky. They could only clearly hear the continuous sounds of a fierce battle in the sky as though the stars were colliding. Green Lotus Domain. Bai Zhaoju's eyes were burning as he looked at the pillar of light. After finding out that it was impossible to be broken, he said, "Protect the little girl well. I'm going to make a trip to the sacred region." Understood. Qin Renyue led tens of thousands of cultivators and surrounded the pillar of light, making sure that no fierce beasts could approach. Like a shooting star, Bai Zhaoju shot up into the sky. The runic passages had already stopped working. However, even if it took 100 years, Bai Zhaoju would still fly to the sacred region. His instincts told him that all the answers were in the sacred region. The sacred region was also where all the problems were birthed. Then, the only way to solve the problem was to go to the sacred region. Only then would the crisis mankind was facing could be solved. At the same time, Shang Zhang, Qi Biaonu, and Ling Weiyang seemed to have sensed something. From different directions, all of them flew toward the sacred region. The 9 domains swiftly dispatched forces from the human alliance to guard the 10 disciples of the evil sky pavilion and the 10 humongous lotuses. Green Lotus Domain. The waves were turbulent in the sea. Countless sea beasts sensed the arrival of a disaster and swam ashore. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 1,000,000 sea beasts had already appeared on the coastline. Konk's melodious tune rang from above the humongous lotus, drawing out Luoyu from the sea. Luoyu broke through the surface of the sea and flew into the sky, letting out a sharp cry. Tens of thousands of sea beasts cowered in fear and sank into the sea. However, this number was just a drop in the ocean. There were too many sea beasts, let alone sea beasts that were far less intelligent than humans. When humans lost their rationality, they would charge forward regardless of the situation. In other words, they were in a very dire situation. Luoyu flew in the sky and blocked a large number of sea beasts with its body. Bang! 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 Konk could not bear it when she saw this scene and stopped playing the pilgrim song. With that, Luoyu's strength decreased several times. Luoyu raised its head and looked at Konk with a helpless expression before it used all its might to block the incoming sea beasts with its body again. Bang! 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 At this moment, Qin Renyue shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Follow me and kill the sea beasts." Understood. The cultivators rushed out in full force. They flew to the surface of the sea and fought with the 1,000,000 of sea beasts. Kill! Kill! The sound of killing shook the sky. Konk was bound by the pillar of light so she could not move. When she saw the cultivators fighting with the sea beasts, she could only shout, "Be careful!" Bang! 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 Qin Renyue flew higher and higher before he said in a deep voice, "As long as I, Qin Renyue, am here, nothing can get close to Miss Konk." In just a blink of an eye, the sea was dyed red. Lotuses sailed back and forth under the bloody rain. At this moment, someone roared loudly from the back of the cultivators from the human alliance. "Venerable Master Qin, let me give you a hand." Qin Renyue turned his head to have a look. He saw that it was Fan Zhong, whom he used to have a bad relationship with in the past. He laughed out loud and said, "Good fellow, I used to think you're annoying, but seeing you now, I suddenly feel like you're really pleasing to the eye." Fan Zhong laughed. "I can still distinguish between right and wrong. Let's go." The 2 venerable masters fought fiercely above the sea. The northern mountain range's 49 swordsmen and the others fought the sea beasts fiercely as well. In the Twin Lotus Domain, the land splitting had split the Twin Lotus into 2. Feng'an, the eastern capital, and Luoyang, the western capital, were now completely separated. At the same time, the huge commotion from the sacred region made all the fierce beasts in the 9 domains restless and agitated. Large amounts of primal qi and the power of the laws were still being absorbed by the humongous lotuses. If this continued, there was no doubt that everyone would die. Feng'an. Just like the Green Lotus Domain, the human alliance in Feng'an and Luoyang were attacked by countless fierce beasts. At this moment, Hua Yin, the first disciple of Autumn Dew Mountain, tightened his grip around his saber before he circled the pillar of light that bound Yu Zhenghai. At the same time, the other disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain and the cultivators from the Human Alliance formed a thick human wall. In front of them, there was a mountainous pile of corpses that reminded them that countless fierce beasts were still trying to cross the line of defense. Yu Zhenghai's expression was solemn as he said, "All of you should run for your lives. There's no point in doing this. You won't be able to break the pillar of light." Hua Yin replied, "We won't be able to break the pillar of light, but if we leave, the fierce beasts can kill you. When my master was alive, he told me that we can be selfish, but we must never make mistakes in important matters." Yu Zhenghai sighed, "It's not worth it. Moreover, no one in the world can kill me." Hua Yin did not understand what Yu Zhenghai meant, but he said, "Brother, don't try to persuade me. I know you've become a supreme being, but now is not the time to show off. I've already said, unless I die, no one can get close." The morale of the disciples of Autumn Dew Mountain rose when they heard Hua Yin's words. Their fighting spirits soared as well. They gnashed their teeth as they looked at the fierce beasts in the sky. Yu Zhenghai exerted a bit of strength and moved his hand. The jasper saber flew out immediately, whistling in the air. "Break it!" Bang! 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 The jasper saber slashed at the pillar of light in a frenzy, but the pillar of light was completely unscathed. Yu Zhenghai could feel that his cultivation was still rising due to the energy absorbed by the golden lotus. The stronger he was, the stronger the pillar of light would become. Luoyang. The sky was chaotic. The battle here was just as fierce as the other places. Yu Shangrong controlled his energy swords, tirelessly killing the fierce beasts in the sky. Every time a huge wave of fierce beasts approached, Yu Shangrong would unleash 1,000,000 energy swords to kill them. It was a shocking sight. Unfortunately, there was a limit to what Yu Shangrong could do since he was bound by the pillar of light. Fierce beasts came from every direction. The cultivators in Luoyang were not like Yu Shangrong who could face these powerful fierce beasts with ease. As such, fresh blood flowed continuously on the battlefield. Yu Shangrong's expression was cold as he looked at the river of blood on the ground. The cultivators from the Human Alliance continued to advance and fight as though they were not afraid of death. Yu Shangrong said with a sigh, "My life is short anyway. Why are you doing this?" Someone heard Yu Shangrong's words and casually said, "Even if your life is short, you still have the right to live. If you die, we all die. If you live, we still have hope. Hope is the driving force to live." Yu Shangrong found the person's tone slightly familiar. It reminded him of the way his master taught him and lectured him. His heart that was originally frozen seemed to thaw slightly. Finally, he said, "All right, I'll accompany all of you and fight to the end together." In the sky, energy swords swept out like a tsunami, covering heaven and earth as they flew in all directions. The domains that were doing much better than the Twin Lotus domain were the White Lotus domain, Red Lotus domain, Purple Lotus domain, and the Yellow Lotus domain. The White Lotus domain had Lan Shihe to guard Yi Tianxin. The cultivators from Great Ming's troops could only watch from outside the White Tower Council and could not intervene. In the sky, Yi Tianxin's sun, moon, and star wheel illuminated the sky. Every time a fierce beast came close, it would be instantly annihilated by the sun, moon, and star wheel. The other people in the White Tower Council were just like props. There was no need for them to do anything. As for the Red Lotus domain, it had the protection of Yinglong. With Yinglong's ability to control the sky, he easily killed hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts. It would also use its dragon might to intimidate the fierce beasts and keep them away. The Golden Lotus had Mengzhong, the Azure Dragon, Princess Mulberry, Jiajinin, and many other cultivators. They all killed many waves of fierce beasts. At the same time, many cultivators rushed from all directions to Golden Court Mountain. They were from the famous sects in the Golden Lotus domain such as the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects and the Big Dipper Academy. As long as the Evil Sky Pavilion gave the word, all of them were ready to enter the battlefield to fight. Sacred Region. 1,000 Templars with the power of divine emperors continued to fight the Unholy One. The space shattered as explosions rang thunderously in the sky. There was not one building in the sacred region that was unaffected by the fierce battle. Meanwhile, Xianxia only watched the fierce battle coldly from the side. At this moment, he pointed at the projection in the sky and said, "Unholy One, watch carefully. Those ignorant cultivators will only help my plan go smoother. Look, they're using their lives to protect the 10 great laws." Lu Zhou shot past a Templar and looked at the projection in the sky. He frowned when he saw the mountains of corpses and the rivers of blood. He could not help but sigh lightly when he saw the human cultivators roaring and raising their weapons as they charged forward determinedly, disregarding their lives. At this moment, the 1,000 Templars at Lu Zhou's back attacked him again. Lu Zhou suddenly said, "Everyone is ignorant and treats me like a demon. However, who dares to live if a demon wants to kill?" Then Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. The hourglass of time flew out immediately. Upon seeing the blue electric arcs that covered the entire place, Xianxia muttered to himself, "Stopping time! Freeze!" The sky was silent. Lu Zhou's figure seemed to have split into 10, flashing past Templars after Templars and accurately hitting their vital points. All of a sudden, Xianxia said, "Disperse!" Xianxia brought out the great stone of natural law and drew power from the glowing energy net, canceling the law of time. Even so, the damage had already been done. A large number of Templars had no time to react at all. They spat out blood and plummeted from the sky one after another. The remaining Templars had no choice but to retreat immediately. Lu Zhou glanced at the hourglass of time. He had only dealt with about 100 Templars during that certain time frame. After all, these Templars now had the power of a supreme being. Although their comprehension of the laws was not that of a supreme being, it was still not easy to kill all of them with one strike. Xianxia looked down at everyone from the sky, standing above all beings. He looked like a god who ruled the battlefield, easily and confidently controlling the battlefield. He said, "You said that you've been to the great maelstrom many times. However, 100,000 years have passed. How could I not go there more than once? The great stone of natural law, the scales of justice, and other sacred relics all came from the great maelstrom after all." Lu Zhou said, "No wonder you grew so fast over the past 100,000 years. No wonder you have the courage to reconstruct this place using the laws between heaven and earth. However, do you really think you can defeat me?" Xianxia replied, "I'll have to give it a try to find out. However, Honorable Unholy One, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to deal with the scales of justice, let alone my other treasures." Lu Zhou's cold gaze swept across the cultivators from the sacred temple before he said, "Are sheep without thoughts of their own worthy of fighting me?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia said angrily, "Weren't you the same when you were at Grand Mystic Mountain? Why are you the only one who's allowed to order others around? But I can't. Why is it okay for you to study the shackles and disregard the lives of others? But I can't do this." Xianxia then spread his arms. The net weaved by the power of the laws from the towers of heaven grew stronger immediately, and the sacred region's tremors seemed to calm down slightly. Since I rose to the top in the great void, the world had been peaceful for 100,000 years. The people in the great void sang and danced. There was no war, no disaster. Why is it that your era could be glorious and prosperous but not mine? The Templars agreed with Xianxia's words very much. In their opinion, if the Unholy One did not return and break the balance, their most comfortable and peaceful days would not have disappeared. Lu Zhou said, "You're splitting hairs again." He pointed below at the sacred region and said, "Your glorious prosperity is built upon the darkness of countless living beings. How many humans lost their homes and how many fierce beasts lost their lives because they could not adapt to the dark and damp environment. In the vast unknown land, only the great abyss land received a small amount of sunlight. Just for that bit of sunlight, the entire feather tribe had to pay with the complete annihilation of their tribe just to fulfill your high and mighty sacred region." Xianxia raised his voice and said, "That's their fate determined by heaven. It has nothing to do with me. I defied the heavens and fought to break free from the clutches of fate. You, on the other hand, followed heaven's will and fought for your own selfish purposes. The world calls me a demon, but in my eyes, you're the true wicked demon. Lu Zhou emphasized the word, wicked. The war of words made the atmosphere on the battlefield even tenser. Ming Xian felt that there was no point in talking about these matters anymore. He said, "Unholy One, accept your fate." Then, he turned to look at the Templars and said loudly, "The demon said that our glorious and prosperous era is a lie and that we're the true demons. For that reason, we should all die and let the sacred region fall. What do all of you think?" These words naturally provoked the Templars. They seethed in anger as they shouted in unison, "We're willing to fight to the death with the demon to protect the prosperity of the sacred region." Lu Zhou did not care about them. He looked up at the 10 pillars of light. He shifted his eyes and looked at the projection. He saw his 10 disciples who were bound, and he saw countless cultivators who did not stop sacrificing themselves in the 9 domains. The difference between the weak and the strong was glaringly obvious. Finally, Lu Zhou spat out 3 words expressionlessly, "As you wish." Following that, Lu Zhou's divine mark robe began to flutter in the air. Blue electric arcs appeared and covered his entire body. His pair of blue eyes were breathtaking, and even his hair flashed with blue electric arcs. Although the Templars were in high spirits and possessed the power of a supreme being, they still could not help but instinctively retreat at this moment. After all, how could fear that had been deeply engraved in their bones be dispelled with just a few rousing words? Swoosh! Lu Zhou arrived in front of Ming Xian. Ming Xian did not want a confrontation with Lu Zhou, so he flashed away immediately. At the same time, the great stone of natural law flew into the sky, strengthening the inescapable net. Then he said, "Kill!" The Templars manifested their avatars and charged toward Lu Zhou. They surrounded him and attacked him. Lu Zhou looked at the Templars frostily. It was fine if he did not make a move, but if he made a move, it was definitely going to shock the world. He said, "I'll grant you your wish." Buzz. The golden lotus bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet as he tossed the hourglass of time out again. As the divine Tao power burst forth, the law of time suppressed all of the Templars. Then, the sun discs, moon discs, and star discs bloomed in the sky. The 9 light discs were covered with blue electric arcs as well. This was the first time that Lu Zhou had imbued the light discs with the unadulterated divine Tao power. The golden and blue colors reflected off each other, leaving the Templars horror-struck. Similarly, the other cultivators in the sacred region were horrified. As expected of the Unholy One. Since ancient times, he's probably the only one who has such a unique move. It's said that the Unholy One devoted his life to breaking the shackles and studying the essence of heaven and earth. I'm afraid ordinary laws are useless against him. Someone retorted aggressively, "Stop praising the enemy and lowering your allies' morale. He wants to destroy our sacred region. Not only is he a demon, but he's also our enemy." That's right. What gives him the right to stand high above us? Why does he have a say in whether we get to live in this prosperous place or not? All the rational voices were drowned out by those with anger and hostility. Back in the sky, the 9 light discs that held the purest energy in the world shot out in all directions. Boom! 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 The Templars held their astrolabes in front of them, but they were still sent flying when the terrifying power hit them. Creak! Some of the astrolabes were sunken backward. The Templar spat out blood and looked at the dazzling light wheel in disbelief. What he saw was a blue electric arc in the sky and a blue robe. Blue eyes glared at the demon god in all directions. How could the demon god be so strong? The temple masters, who were slightly weaker in talent, had their astrolabe broken by the wheel of light. The wheel of light was destroyed in the sky, and their dantian and ocean of chi exploded. Pooh! Pooh! One temple master after another spat out blood, and their internal organs were shattered by the overbearing power of the heavenly Tao. They were both emperors, but there was such a huge gap between them. It was said that the demonic god had a perfect body, but no one knew what it meant. Some people understood it as perfect, while others understood it as complete freedom. It was free from all rules and was no longer part of the power system. This move of the 9 light wheels allowed everyone to see the glory of Mount Taishan. Seeing this scene, the people of the sacred zone clenched their fists and gritted their teeth in hatred. A fake emperor was a fake emperor after all, not a true emperor. Once the power obtained through balance was destroyed, it wouldn't result in a demotion or lowering of the light wheels. At worst, it would cause heavy injuries and fall, and at worst, it would explode and die on the spot, death between heaven and earth. After one move, hundreds of temple masters could no longer maintain their balance and fell. Dozens of temple masters lost their lives, creating an extremely strong vitality storm. Temple masters who could no longer maintain their balance would no longer be able to rely on the rules of the balance to maintain their emperor's power. The price of overdrawing their potential would be the backlash from the balance of power forever. There was nothing in the world that could be gained without effort. Even if there was, it would be fake. Only when there was gain and loss would there be a balance of justice. Lu Zhou looked down at the Templars and said word by word, "An ant trying to shake a tree is no different from sending itself to its death." The remaining hundreds of Templars wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths and their eyes were bloodshot. One of them shouted angrily, "Even if we die, we'll die together with you. Demon God, even if you control time, you have a limit. Please grant me strength. Please grant me strength." In the sky, the shadow of the dark heart kept on appearing. His gaze swept past the sacred region and the 10 great light beams. Wang, he saw the reflection above the sky tower. The 10 great disciples of the Demon Sky Pavilion were bathed in the laws of Great Tao. The 10,000 feet lotus throne was crazily absorbing the energy, making the sacred region even more eye-catching and rich in vitality. The grand occasion reappeared. It was just like the Holy Temple and the 10 Great Apocalypse. He could feel that the power of the 10 Great Void Seeds was also rapidly increasing. Laws were power. The Great Tao was laws. Ming Xian nodded in satisfaction and threw out the Great Zhang of the Heavenly Tao in his palm, saying, "I bestow upon you the laws of the Great Tao." Great Zhang. The Great Zhang flew out. It exploded in the sky and rained down on the world. The heavy rain covered the holy region. Many dilapidated areas and withered trees in the holy region were full of vitality under the heavy rain of the Great Zhang. They were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cultivators who had suffered suddenly became energetic and excited. Even the injured ones were jumping up and down between their breaths. The entire holy region seemed to have been refreshed, full of vitality and vitality. Then, the power of the laws of the Great Tao wrapped around the temple masters. The tip of the supreme tower infused the power into the Great Zhang. Under the influence of the balance, the remaining temple masters became more and more special. Seeing that the time was right, Ming Xian said in a low voice, "Go!" Those temple masters who had received the power of the laws rushed toward Lu Prefecture, facing death with ease. The first few people did something shocking. They took out their lotus seats and self-destructed using the laws of the Great Tao. Lu Zhou closed his palms. The golden lotus Dharma body rose up from the ground. Ming Xian said, "If you are still the same as before, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Lu Zhou ignored her. With a flash, he appeared in the middle of the golden lotus Dharma body. Golden body blessing. At this moment, the self-destructing Templars exploded. Boom! Boom! A Yuan Qi storm raged across the entire universe. The 10 great beams of light swayed crazily, and the holy region also began to shake violently under the influence of this tyrannical power of laws. In the endless sea, wind and clouds surged. The sea water rose into the sky, and countless mountains collapsed in the 9 lotus world. Countless rivers were blocked, and at this moment, the ferocious beasts seemed to be stuck as they looked at the sky at the same time. Kacha! The sound of cracks could be heard clearly in the void. The humans saw cracks appear in the sky like lightning. Space is broken. What kind of power is this? The White Emperor, Xianxia, Qi Di, and Qing Di, who were rushing to the holy region, all trembled. They looked in the direction of the holy region in disbelief. An emperor-level battle. The Dark Heart and the Demon God. Have they started? The White Emperor said in a low voice, Dharma Body. As if their hearts were connected, the other emperors also unleashed their Dharma bodies at this moment. For Dharma bodies at the emperor level soared in the sky like 4 great lamps, piercing through the dark void. The shattering of space was beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. Bang, 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 bang. Those spatial cracks slapped the golden lotus Dharma body wantonly. Ming Xian's expression became extremely cold. From the beginning to the end, he watched the battle silently by the side and did not make a move. When he saw the demon god, who could only defend, he suddenly sighed in disappointment and muttered to himself, the demon god of the past has finally come to an end. His eyes were somewhat deep. Images of Mount Taishan flashed past, and there was also a hint of disappointment. From the day you returned, I knew the end of that day. At this moment, when another 5 Templars leaped over, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, Avatar. Following that, Lu Zhou's second avatar, the blue avatar, appeared and stood proudly in the air. Its posture looked like it was hugging Lu Zhou when it appeared. After a beat, it suddenly spread its arms and unleashed its power, making the blue lotus bloom under its feet. Following that, the blue energy turned into countless energy sabers and shot out in all directions. Boom! Arg! How's this possible? Lu Zhou did not use the power of the law, but his blue avatar did. Even Ming Xian's eyes widened slightly upon seeing this. Ha! From the time the cultivation world was created, avatars were only tools for humans. Tools naturally did not have the ability to wield energy or cast techniques. However, the blue avatar invalidated this belief that everyone accepted as a fact. It attacked the Templars with extremely powerful energy and techniques and precise movements. The divine Tao power crushed all of the Templars' laws from the great Tao with just one strike. Dozens of Templars in the sky were struck by the divine Tao power. One after another, they fell dead or severely injured. Blood rained down the sky immediately. Lu Zhou stood in the air with his hands on his back, hovering in the space where his blue avatar and golden avatar overlapped. Golden and blue light shone on his body, and his gaze was different as he watched the scene in front of him. He allowed the rain of blood to fall and slide down his avatars, doing nothing to keep it away. When Lu Zhou and Ming Xian's eyes met, Ming Xian froze very briefly. Then he spat out, No! Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly as he asked indifferently, No? Are you not convinced? Feeling unresigned? Or unwilling to face reality and admit defeat? Ming Xian clenched his hands into fists. At the same time, Lu Zhou flew away from his avatars, and the 2 avatars disappeared. He said indifferently using the power of speech, Heavenly Tao flag, return to where you belong. In the unknown land, thousands of feet under all the debris and rubble, the heavenly Tao flag seemed to have heard its master's call. It lit up immediately, releasing a blue pillar of light. Then, it broke through the rubble and debris, flying into the sky at lightning speed. Ming Xian's expression finally turned grim at this moment. Heavenly Tao flag? Lu Zhou ignored Ming Xian and continued to use the power of speech as he said, Unnamed, return to your master. In the abyss at Dunzang. Boom! A loud and shocking explosion rang in the air, causing all humans from the 9 domains to look in the direction of the unknown land. The earth trembled even more violently than before. With this, the fierce beasts in the 9 domains seemed to have lost their minds and began to trample on each other. It seemed as though the disturbance of the energy and the great Tao had caused them to lose their minds. After all, unlike the fall of the sky, if the earth fell, it would be the true end for all living things. Not one living thing would be spared if earth fell. The fear of the true end of the world made the fierce beasts go berserk, and in turn, the battles in the 9 domains became several times more violent and fiercer than before. In just a moment, mountains and mountains of corpses appeared on the ground. At this time, a streak of light suddenly shot out of the abyss at Dunzang, which was now buried under the great void. The streak of light was even more dazzling than that of the heavenly Tao flag, and it was far more powerful than the pillars of light. It flew toward the sacred region at an unbelievable speed. At this time, the 4 divine emperors were flying at top speed to the sacred region. A few breaths after the commotion, they saw a streak of light shooting past them heading to the sacred region, easily surpassing their speed. Bai Zhaoju froze. What's that? Shang Zhang, Qi Biaonu, and Ling Weiyang were also shocked by the streak of light's terrifying speed. All of them stopped to look at it. Heaven grade, Earth grade, Mystic grade, Yellow grade, Universe grade, Flood grade, Desolate grade, Infinite grade, Void grade. What is it? It not only surpassed Void grade items, but it also overrides and disregards the Great Tao. Sacred region. Rumble. A peerlessly sharp blade seemed to cut open the sky above the sacred region. It was as though a line had been drawn on a piece of white paper. At this time, the heavenly Tao flag flew accurately into Lu Zhou's hand. Subsequently, the incomparably dazzling unnamed that emitted a mysterious power finally returned to Lu Zhou as well. When Guanzhou sensed the energy in Lu Zhou's hand, he exclaimed, "To that, see could that be the great Tao's heart?" The Templar, who was supporting Guanzhou, asked in confusion, "What's the great Tao's heart?" Guanzhou stumbled back and his hands trembled violently as he said, "It's the origin of all laws." He looked like he was in a trance as he muttered, "Teacher really succeeded?" There were many secrets at Grand Mystic Mountain that no one was privy to, such as the path to eternal life and the shackles of heaven and earth. Also, no one knew how profound the Unholy One's cultivation was. The world only knew that his cultivation path was unique, allowing him to break the shackles and achieve immortality. A select few also knew he had been to the Great Maelstrom and obtained many treasures such as Buddhist relics, the Great Void Token, the 4 power cores, the 10 classics, and so on. These were one of the reasons he was able to rise to the peak. Apart from that, there were rumors about one of the Unholy One's treasures. It was said that the treasure was a treasure that surpassed all treasures. However, no one had seen the Unholy One using it, so no one knew what it looked like. That was the reason it stayed only a rumor. When Ming Xian saw the dazzling streak of light shot into Lu Zhou's hand, an ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Moreover, he could feel that Lu Zhou's aura had changed, and shockingly, the laws in the surroundings actually retreated on their own. Lu Zhou felt the familiar cold of Unnamed in his hand. Unnamed had finally returned to him. Previously, when he went to the abyss, he had sensed that Unnamed was absorbing energy and growing. During the time when Unnamed was not with him, he had tried summoning it back, but all his attempts failed. In fact, he had also tried to summon Unnamed when he first arrived at the sacred region. Nonetheless, he was not worried. He inexplicably knew that Unnamed would definitely return to him and that Unnamed would not return until the time was right. When Lu Zhou sensed the energy within Unnamed, he could not help but sigh in admiration. Unnamed was ice-cold to the touch. Its blade was incomparably sharp. When it reverted to its original form, it looked like a dazzling rough diamond. Its spirituality was very strong and perfectly in tune with Lu Zhou. As long as Lu Zhou willed it, it would do as Lu Zhou wished. Lu Zhou continued to study Unnamed's change. It was spinning in his hand at this moment. Swoosh! At this moment, a circular crack appeared in the space above Lu Zhou's hand. Following that, Unnamed stopped moving and suddenly turned into an exquisite longsword. Lu Zhou tightened his grip around Unnamed before he swept his gaze across the Templars. At the same time, blue electric arcs emerged from his hand and covered the sword. At this time, a familiar feeling returned. An unprecedentedly terrifying killing intent swept through the entire sacred region and the sky. The cultivators in the sacred region cowered in fear immediately. Ming Xian frowned. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable danger and instantly unleashed a sky-piercing energy seal as he shouted, "Great stone!" The 10 pillars of light swayed, shaking heaven and earth. Then, a huge amount of energy surged out from the 10 humongous lotuses. Lu Zhou waved his hand nonchalantly and tossed the Heavenly Tao flag out. The Heavenly Tao flag burst forth with light that illuminated the entire sky immediately, dispelling the great stone of natural law's power. Realization dawned on Ming Xian at this time. It's from the Great Maelstrom? Then Ming Xian immediately waved his sleeve. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than half of the Templars in the air surrounded Lu Zhou. At the same time, a large group of cultivators from the sacred region flew into the sky and surrounded Lu Zhou as well. Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. He did not even spare those people a glance. Instead, he stared at Ming Xian and said, "Very good. Let's use them to test how sharp this sword is." Lu Zhou took a step forward in the air, moving toward Ming Xian. At this time, a Templar brought his shining avatar out and rushed to stop Lu Zhou. Those at the side widened their eyes as they looked at the calm, unholy one. Lu Zhou suddenly flashed before he raised his hand and pointed Unnamed forward. Unnamed immediately launched a long and narrow dark blue energy sword that shrouded it. Swoosh! The energy sword easily pierced through the Templar's avatar. The air froze. The Templar's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he turned back to look at his avatar. Its chest was already pierced by Unnamed's energy sword. When he took a deep breath, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as though his heart was being ripped apart. He endured the pain and looked at the spot where his avatar was stabbed, slowly moving his gaze. He saw the long and narrow blue energy sword and the power of the laws that retreated to the side. His gaze continued to travel along the energy sword until he saw the unholy one holding the other end of the sword. There was nary a ripple on Lu Zhou's face, as though everything was within his expectations. He casually withdrew his hand, pulling out the energy sword. Swoosh! Then, the Templar's avatar shattered into spots of light like stars in the sky. Subsequently, the Templar spat out a mouthful of blood before his vision went dark. Just like cutting grass, Lu Zhou easily killed the Templar. At this time, Ming Xian looked at the sword in Lu Zhou's hand with a grim expression on his face. Buzz, 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 buzz. One after another, avatars appeared, standing proudly in the sky. They were all Divine Emperor's avatars. If one looked up from the 9 domains, one would find that the avatars looked like huge stars shining in the sky. A Templar flew out with his avatar at lightning speed. Lu Zhou raised his hand and brought it down in an almost leisurely manner. Then, the Templars watched as energy swords descended from the sky and pierced an avatar, as though the avatar was a piece of tofu. This move was simple and neat. Due to their speed, when the energy swords from Unnamed slashed at the avatar, for a moment, it was as though nothing had happened. The Templar and the avatar froze in confusion, not feeling anything. Then, crisp cracking noises rang in the air before the huge avatar that many people admired split into two. A line appeared on the avatar's glabella, traveling down and splitting it in half. There was no great fanfare and no pain as the Templars fell from the sky. Fear, much stronger than before, spread from the scene in the sky above the sacred region. The weapon in Lu Zhou's hand made everyone shudder as goosebumps rose on their skin. At this time, most of them had the same thought in mind. The Unholy One is as powerful as ever. No, he's even stronger than before. At this time, Ming Xian tried his best to suppress his fluctuating emotions. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, he said, "Now is the time for all of you to show me your stance." The Templar's eyes widened slightly, losing their calm at this moment. Death awaited in front of them and behind them, so they could only fight. Ming Xian waved his sleeve. A few Templars led the charge. The others followed behind them. They looked like shooting stars in the sky as they flew toward the only blue light in the sky. Lu Zhou moved. The Templars were blinded by Lu Zhou's dazzling light, making it difficult for them to see clearly. They only vaguely saw the 10,000-foot-long energy sword sweeping back and forth in the sky. A figure flitted past the Templars as the energy sword continued to reap lives, causing the sky to tremble and the void to shatter. From the 9 domains, A lone streak of light could be seen moving back and forth as it cut down the huge twinkling stars in the sky. At this moment, it seemed as though Lu Zhou could easily cut the sky into 3 parts if he so wished. No one in the sacred region could see clearly. All they knew was that not long after the energy sword started moving, the sky shattered, and the laws were rendered useless. Then, blood began to fall like rain on the sacred region. On the ground in the bustling and grand sacred region, some cultivators who were dressed in white robes tried to keep the blood at bay by mobilizing their energy. However, they very quickly discovered that the blood did not seem to be bound by the law and landed on their spotless white robes. The horrifying silence was soon broken by screams of shock and horror as severed limbs fell from the sky onto some of the cultivators. With this, some cultivators seemed to have lost their minds and began to run away. In just a brief moment, chaos descended on the sacred region. The Templars, who once maintained the peace in the sacred region and the balance in the world, were all annihilated in one fleeting moment. Thump! Guanzhou's body trembled, and he fell to his knees. He raised his head and allowed the rain of blood to fall on his face. No one could tell if he was upset, regretful, or both. He kept muttering, "Sin, this is a sin. This is a sin." Back in the sky, Ming Xian's face twitched a few times as he watched the Templars die. In the next moment, he finally moved. This was the first time in their lives that the cultivators in the sacred region had seen Ming Xian making a move. At the same time, the sky-encompassing mirror flew to the top of the towers of heaven and began to project the scene here. The 10 disciples, who were bound by the pillars of light, looked up at the sky in disbelief as they called out, "Master!" At this time, during the critical moment, the 4 divine emperors, Shangzhong, Bai Zhaoju, Qi Biaonu, and Ling Weiyang, finally arrived at the sacred region in 4 different directions. Their arrivals were like the gods descending to the mortal world as they manifested their avatars one after another. They looked at Ming Xian in shock when Ming Xian's figure turned illusory. Ming Xian had already arrived in front of Lu Zhou. In just a blink of an eye, he unleashed hundreds of energy seals. Lu Zhou waved his hand, dealing with the energy seals. The 2 strongest experts known to the cultivation world soared into the sky as the laws collided. Lu Zhou waved his sword, cutting away the power of the law. On the other hand, Ming Xian held the scales in his hand as he kept tearing through space to dodge unnamed energy swords that were not bound by the laws. The 4 divine emperors' eyes followed the 2 figures up into the sky. They were shocked. Ling Weiyang said, "I didn't expect Brother Lu and Ming Xian to be this powerful. Unbelievable. Are they really just divine emperors with 9 light discs?" Just as these words were said, boom! 18 light discs collided with each other. The force from the collision sparked energy seals that looked like dazzling fireworks in the sky. Wuxia, who was still bound by the pillar of light, looked at the fierce battle projected in the sky as he muttered to himself, "Master's strength has far surpassed what it was in the past. But Ming Xian is also not the same as the Ming Xian of the past." At this time, all the things Wuxia had read about the Unholy One and Ming Xian in ancient records kept appearing in his mind. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, everyone saw a black hole in the sky. It was as though the sky had opened its eyes. Apart from that, they also discovered that Lu Zhou and Ming Xian had vanished into thin air. The 4 divine emperors frowned and flew up. After looking around, they confirmed the sky was empty. Everyone was still confused, wondering where the duo went, when the commotion from a fierce fight rang from the direction of the unknown land. The 4 divine emperors and Lu Zhou's 10 disciples looked in the direction of the unknown land and only saw 2 orbs of light flying in the sky of the new unknown land. Everywhere the 2 orbs of light went, they left destruction in their wake, turning everything to dust. The fight made people's blood boil. The duo fought from Dunzang to Jiming. Then, from Jiming they fought to the Great Abyss Land. Everything was like tofu in front of the energy swords that flew in the sky. The ground was riddled with holes and covered by debris and rubble. And after 6 hours of fierce fighting, Grid-like patterns left by the energy swords could be seen on the ground. Ming Xian was very focused, and he kept mobilizing the power of the laws. At this time, he shouted, "Unholy One, even if you're stronger than before, you still can't defeat me." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You'll have to speak to the sword in my hand about that. You won't be able to take me down. Let alone you, even if it's heaven, if it defies me, I'll still be able to take it down," Lu Zhou said. Then he suddenly flashed. He tore through space, using the great power of teleportation to return to the sacred region. Lu Zhou appeared in the sky of the sacred region. He looked down at the sacred region and pointed his long sword down as he said in a powerful and sonorous voice, "I'll start by taking the sacred region down first." When the Unholy One's voice fell, countless cultivators in the sacred region hurriedly flew up into the sky in desperation and fear. Bang! 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 However, when the cultivators arrived at the area where the heavenly Tao flag and the great stone of natural law were at a deadlock, they were stopped from advancing by an invisible force and plummeted to the ground. Despair appeared on the cultivators' faces as they looked up at the Unholy One in the sky who had already raised the great Tao's heart. Lu Zhou wielded the sword with both hands. Buzz! In just a blink of an eye, an energy sword appeared around Unnamed instantly. It grew rapidly, reaching an unknown length. Upon seeing this, the four divine emperors' eyes widened in shock. They kept their eyes focused, determined to see how the shocking sword would destroy the sacred region. Swoosh! Unnamed cut the sky open. Then, as Unnamed fell toward the sacred region, the mysterious crack in the sky snaked down toward the sacred region as well. The cultivator in the sacred region looked at the sky in unspeakable fear. Faced with the dangerous aura of the sword energy and the crack, they froze, not knowing what to do. Boom! The sword energy fell, and at the critical moment when it was about to land, Ming Xian suddenly appeared under the energy sword. Ming Xian's eyes burned with flames. He held the scales of justice with both hands to block the sword strike that could split heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. The four divine emperors looked at the golden scales of justice in disbelief. At the same time, Lu Zhou's 10 disciples scattered throughout the 9 domains also seemed to have forgotten about the predicament they were in as they looked at the projection in the sky. Lu Zhou tightened his grip around Unnamed and looked down at Ming Xian. When the duo's eyes met, they seemed to be engaged in a battle of wills. If two people met on a narrow path, the one with the weaker aura would have to give way to the bolder one. At this time, Ming Xian could no longer perfectly control his expressions. He looked angry and unwilling as he said in a deep voice, "No one's allowed to touch the sacred region." Unnamed's energy sword continued to press down on the scales of justice. Lu Zhou looked at the scales of justice, raising an eyebrow slightly. He said, "The scales of justice is indeed a treasure. It can actually block my sword." Buzz! The energy sword pressed down again. The scales of justice were forced down by the divine Tao power, and they looked as though they were going to cave in. At this moment, the cultivators in the sacred region called out one after another. "Great Emperor! Your Majesty!" In the eyes of the cultivators of the sacred region, Ming Xian was their backbone. He was the existence that supported them and, most importantly, kept them alive. As for the Unholy One, the cultivators only felt that he had turned into a real demon at this time. Ming Xian said, "I exhausted all my energy to build the sacred region. The collapse of the pillars of destruction and the fall of the great void are heaven's will. I want to give all of them a chance to leave, and I want to keep the sacred region safe and peaceful for all eternity." "What's so wrong about that?" Lu Zhou said in a low voice. "Your death is imminent, but you still don't know what you did wrong. I really can't stand you." Bzzzt. The electric arcs flashing on Unnamed burst forth with unprecedented power. Boom! Ming Xian sensed the terrifying destructive power and was forced to fly backward. Then, he tossed the scales of justice into the air and cried out, "Balance!" The scales of justice spun 360 degrees in the sky. The power of the law surged in the sky, trying to draw more power from the 10 pillars of light. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Hourglass of time. Swoosh. Freeze. The energy in the hourglass of time swept out. Blue electric arcs covered everything like a net. Even the heavenly Tao flag and the great stone of the natural law were covered in blue electric arcs. Everything stopped. Ming Xian paused for a breath. Then, he glared at Lu Zhou and said in a deep voice, "You can't freeze me." Swoosh. Ming Xian flashed and grabbed the scales of justice, trying to balance the energy and the power in the sacred region. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Who said I want to freeze you?" Ming Xian raised his head instinctively to look at Lu Zhou as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Following that, he heard Lu Zhou's cold and powerful voice. Countercurrent. The great law of time? Ming Xian's heart skipped a beat as his eyes widened imperceptibly in shock. Then, he felt time flowing in reverse. He saw his hand moving further away from the scales of justice. At the same time, the heavenly Tao flag and the great stone of natural law seemed to have overlapped. In the abnormally still space, Lu Zhou used countercurrent again. The double usage made its effect even stronger. Would Lu Zhou, or anyone else for that matter, give up such a perfect opportunity to attack? Unnamed sword energy fell toward Ming Xian immediately. However, at this moment, the scales of justice suddenly appeared in front of Ming Xian, bursting forth with a golden light. Boom! The energy sword fell heavily at the center of the scales of justice. The shockwave from the collision swept out in all directions in the sky. At this time returned to normal. The scales of justice struck Ming Xian, and he immediately felt pain in his internal organs. Primal chi and the power of the laws surged in the sky as he flew back for about 30 miles before he finally managed to regain his footing. Bai Zhaoju, who was watching from afar, could not help but exclaim, "A supreme treasure that isn't bound by the laws. What an overbearing sword. It's indeed extraordinary. The scales of justice managed to block it twice, so it's also an extraordinary treasure." The 4 divine emperors who were watching the battle from afar were all amazed. Ming Xian looked at the unholy one, who was holding unnamed, in disbelief. Lu Zhou's expression was just as calm as ever as he looked back at Ming Xian. At this time, the cultivators in the sacred region felt like they had seen hope and began to cheer. The scales of justice is indeed a supreme treasure. It blocked the unholy one's full force attack. Long live the great emperor. Long live the great void. Long live the great emperor. Long live the great void. The cheers resounded in the sky. Meanwhile, after staring at Lu Zhou, Ming Xian lowered his head and looked at the scales of justice in his hand. Crack! A distinct cracking sound rang out as the scales of justice split into 2. One half of it suddenly disintegrated into an orb of light like the sun, illuminating the entire sacred region for a moment before it dimmed and disappeared into the horizon. Ming Xian's eyes widened in shock, and his hands trembled as he scrambled to grab the remaining half of the scales of justice. Alas, despite his attempt, his hand was only grasping at air. How's this possible? The scales! Ming Xian's voice trembled slightly. He felt as though his heart was bleeding at this moment as he looked at the remaining half of the scales of justice. The other half of the scales of justice disintegrated into an orb of light like the moon. Its light was like snow and frost. It gradually dimmed and disappeared into the sky. Ming Xian reached out again instinctively, but it was too late. The scales of justice was a sacred relic that had accompanied Ming Xian for many years. He had fought countless enemies with it, and today, it was destroyed by the unholy one's swords. How could he accept this? Needless to say, the divine emperors Bai Zhaoju, Qi Biaonu, Ling Weiyang, and Shangzhong were all shocked again. After watching the dissolution of the scales of justice, Lu Zhou raised the sword in his hand slightly. The light of the sword was just as bright as before, and it was brimming with power. Then Lu Zhou said, "To be able to withstand 2 strikes from my sword, it can be considered a pretty good treasure." Upon hearing those words, Ming Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Zhou. His voice was deep as he said, "The great stone of natural law and the heavenly Tao flag come from the great maelstrom. Did the sword in your hand also come from the great maelstrom?" Lu Zhou did not answer Ming Xian's question. Instead, he pointed his sword at Ming Xian and said, "Say your last words before I send you on your way." Ming Xian raised his head and looked at the 10 pillars of light. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then he said, "If my abilities are only to this extent, do you really think I could sit firmly at the peak of the great void for 100,000 years?" Lu Zhou watched Ming Xian's movements carefully. Ming Xian had raised his hands, making a series of constantly changing hand gestures. Following that, lines lit up on Ming Xian's body. Soon enough, the lines weaved together and formed an image of a long dragon. From different places, Bai Zhaoju and Si Wuya, who seemed to recognize the image, exclaimed at almost the same time, "The god! Yuing?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He could sense the ancient dragon soul trembling within the divine mark robe. What is it? Even the ancient dragon soul is afraid of it. Then Lu Zhou saw a translucent figure emerging from Ming Xian's body. At this moment, Bai Zhaoju transmitted his voice to Lu Zhou and said, "It's said that the two most powerful gods in the world are the sun god, Zhu Zhao, and the moon god, Yuing. Chaos gave birth to the duo. Zhu Zhao is a light dragon, representing the sun. Yuing represents the moon, and it wields the power of the darkness. Its status is equal to the light dragon. Yuing." Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. At the same time, fragments of memories regarding Yuing flashed in his mind. As one of the earliest humans to exist in this world, the Unholy One wanted to study the origins of Zhu Zhao and Yuing. However, the cultivation era dawned soon after, and he put the matter to the back of his mind. In the end, no one knew how the two gods were born, and no one knew what happened to them. It was rumored that the sun in the sky was Zhu Zhao, and the moon in the night sky was Yuing. Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the sky, but unfortunately, nothing could be seen. At this time, Ming Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, enunciating each word, "One should work hard every day and walk with the times." Then the long dragon shot toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou flew higher into the sky and slashed at the dragon with his sword. Swoosh! As the sword tore through the void, the dragon continued to grow as it rushed toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou flipped in the air and used the great power of teleportation, which allowed him to travel thousands of miles in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, Ming Xian soared into the sky. While he exerted his will, he joined the fray as well and began to fight. In just a blink of an eye, they seemed to have traveled for tens of thousands of miles. With that, the sky above the sacred region became silent again. Only the 10 pillars of lights and the 10 towers of heaven could be seen in the sky, quietly and constantly absorbing and transmitting energy. After the two experts disappeared at the speed of light, Si Wuya looked at the sacred region through the projection. At this time, Bai Zhaoju transmitted his voice to Si Wuya and said, "I'll rescue you." However, to Bai Zhaoju's surprise, Si Wuya replied, "There's no need." Bai Zhaoju asked, puzzled, "Why?" Si Wuya observed the 10 pillars of light in the sky above the sacred region through the projection for a moment before he said mysteriously, "It's almost time. There are another 2 hours left." Lu Zhou and Ming Xian tore the space apart as they fought. In just a short time, they had appeared on the surface of the endless ocean. The fierce battle stirred up waves as high as the sky and indiscriminately killed a large number of sea beasts. With Yuing, Ming Xian had become several times stronger than before. This was beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. He brandished his sword and attacked Ming Xian and the dragon that moved as one as he asked, "So this is where your confidence came from?" Boom, 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 boom. The soul was incorporeal, and it was not under the jurisdictions of the laws. Hence, after unnamed cleaved Yuing into two, Yuing very quickly became whole again. Ming Xian replied in a deep voice, You should know the answer to that. A roar rang in the air, repelling the sky-high waves. The duo continued to fight, tearing the space apart in the process. The endless ocean was not peaceful to begin with the battle between two great experts with 9 light discs each. Waves after waves of tsunamis swept out, threatening to swallow the 9 domains. The 9 domains shook over and over again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The duo cut through the sky and flew toward the horizon. The power of the laws in the sky surged violently as the aura of Yu Ying's soul suppressed 10,000 sea beasts. At this time, Kuan at the bottom of the sea slowly rose to the surface of the sea. Its body was like a huge shadow at the bottom of the sea. Lu Zhou brandished his sword again. Slash! The 10,000-foot-long energy sword slashed Yu Ying, traveling from the top to the bottom and cleaving it into 2. The momentum brought the energy to the surface of the sea. Kuan trembled and quickly sank back into the bottom of the sea. Lu Zhou and Ming Xian were focused on their battle, not caring about anything else. After Yu Ying recovered, it merged with Ming Xian again. Then they flew to the east. Lu Zhou followed suit immediately. Just like that, they disappeared into the horizon in just one breath. After a period of time, Kuan slowly surfaced to the top of the sea again. Its eyes were looking in the eastern direction. It seemed to be dissatisfied as water shot out of its blowhole like a water fountain. Then, it flew into the sky thinking to itself, "What bad luck!" Buzz, buzz. Ming Xian came to a stop about 3,000 feet above the sea. Lu Zhou stood across from Ming Xian. The duo looked down at the same time and discovered they had arrived at the Great Maelstrom. The whirlpool's diameter seemed to span 10,000 miles, seemingly boundless. The duo had been fighting, moving without paying attention to where they were going. Hence, they were slightly surprised to discover that they had come to the Great Maelstrom. After a while, Ming Xian said, "This is all fate." "I don't believe in fate," Lu Zhou said as he pointed his sword at Ming Xian. "Souls will gradually weaken. I want to see how long you can last with Yu Ying." Ming Xian was not resigned to this. He looked at the sky, estimating the time. Then he said, "The towers of heaven will use the 10 seeds to build new laws. At that time, no one will be able to do anything to the sacred region. At that time, in the sacred region, I'll be an omnipotent god." Omnipotent. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow skeptically. Ming Xian continued to say, "I just didn't expect that we'd still end up at the Great Maelstrom. I'll bet with you one more time." "What bet?" Ming Xian pointed at the whirlpool and said, "Bet on who dares to enter the space-time gateway." Lu Zhou found Ming Xian's words absurd. He said, "You think you have the qualifications to bet with me?" Unnamed's power had exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. It was only a matter of time before he defeated Ming Xian. After all, Ming Xian's scales of justice had been destroyed, and the great stone of natural law was suppressed by the heavenly Dao banner. It was impossible for Ming Xian to fight for a long time relying on a soul. Hence, there was no need for Lu Zhou to bet with Ming Xian at all. Ming Xian lowered his head and looked at the humongous whirlpool and said, "Yu Ying can support me long enough for the reconstruction of the sacred region to be completed. Unholy One, do you think I'm unaware of the reasons you keep accepting students and disciples?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically, "What do you think you know? You want to use the 10 great laws to gain immortality. Am I right?" Ming Xian chuckled and said, "There's no one here but us. There's no need for you to pretend to be glorious and magnificent." Lu Zhou scoffed and said, "Since you've entered the Great Maelstrom before, you should know that the shackles aren't simple at all." Ming Xian's tone grew more and more solemn as he said, "It's precisely because it's not simple that you had to try again and again. It's understandable if one person disliked you and left, but all 4 supremes disliked you and left you. Don't you think you should reflect on yourself? Bastard!" Lu Zhou raised his voice and reprimanded Ming Xian like an elder. "It's not your place to tell me how to discipline and teach my students and disciples. Why didn't Xuani betray me? Why didn't my 10 disciples betray me? The problem lies with that group of animals." Ming Xian retorted, That's because they're unaware of your true purpose. Lu Zhou slowly raised his sword and said, "You're wrong. Very wrong." Swoosh! Lu Zhou flew up and cut the sky open. The seawater was immediately devoured by the black crack, destroying the balance of the whirlpool. In the next moment, the churning speed of the whirlpool increased by several times, generating a powerful pulling force. Splash! The waves continued to rise to the sky. Ming Xian suddenly lowered his altitude. The wisp of soul turned into a long dragon again and wrapped around him as he descended. He said in a clear voice, "There's nothing you can do to me." Immediately after saying that, Ming Xian directly descended into the huge whirlpool. Lu Zhou brandished his sword in the air, continuously slashing at the air and water. However, the water only continued to surge. It was impossible to cut off the water flow. Freeze! The freezing ability could greatly display its power at the Great Maelstrom. Much of the surface of the sea was turned into a thick layer of ice. However, when the freezing energy drew close to the whirlpool, it came to a stop. Seawater surged and splashed on the thick layer of ice as the whirlpool continued to churn. Lu Zhou did think there was a need for him to gamble with Ming Xian. After all, he had the upper hand in this battle. If he randomly entered a gateway of any kind, he would likely be transported to an unknown space. It would definitely not be easy to find his way back here. At that time, his 10 disciples and the 9 domains would truly be doomed. What Ming Xian was betting on was that he would be transported back to the sacred region while Lu Zhou was transported to some unknown place. Lu Zhou looked at the sinking figure below. At this moment, a voice rang from below. "Are you afraid?" Lu Zhou's eyes were blue as he looked down at the whirlpool. Suddenly, fragmented and familiar images appeared in his mind and weaved into a coherent piece of memory. He saw a square golden object. Lu Zhou seemed to have remembered something as he put unnamed away and swooped down. Just as he entered the range of the power of the Great Maelstrom, he heard Ming Xian's voice. "Unholy One, you've been tricked." Swoosh! At this time, Ying appeared in the sky, wielding a huge axe. What a familiar scene! Lu Zhou frowned. He recalled seeing this scene in Xing Tian's memories. Then he asked, "Did you kill Xing Tian?" Ming Xian leaped up, breaking through the power of the laws. He wanted to rely on Yu Ying's power to fly up to the sky. At the same time, he said, "What does that have to do with me?" Swoosh! Ming Xian finally returned to the sky. Then he looked down at Lu Zhou and said, "I don't believe your luck will always be so good." Ming Xian was about to use the same trick again to trap Lu Zhou in the Great Maelstrom when he heard Lu Zhou speak. "You think you can leave?" Lu Zhou raised his hand to the sky, and the confinement seal flew out. When the confinement seal was at the mouth of the huge whirlpool, it began to grow. It grew 10 times bigger, 100 times bigger, and 1,000 times bigger until it was 10,000 bigger than its original size. With the divine Tao power, the confinement seal grew to its limit. Although it could not completely block the whirlpool, it was not a problem to suppress Ming Xian. Ming Xian frowned as he looked at the confinement seal. Then he raised his hand. Boom! Ming Xian pushed the confinement seal up. Lu Zhou said, "Break." Ha! The confinement seal had already reached its limit, and it was difficult for it to withstand the duo's power. In the end, Lu Zhou chose to destroy the confinement seal to suppress Ming Xian. Boom! The confinement seal shattered into pieces. Ming Xian did not expect this and was caught off guard. He was immediately pushed back. However, although the explosive power of the confinement seal was powerful, it was not enough to injure Ming Xian, who had the protection of Ying. It was already very good that it could push Ming Xian back. At this time, Lu Zhou raised his right hand. "Come down!" The fiend monk's hand seal, which was imbued with the divine Tao power, shot out like the hand of death and grabbed Ming Xian's leg. Crackling noises rang in the air as electric arcs covered the duo. At the same time, Ming Xian immediately felt as though his primal chi was paralyzed. Then he grunted and said, "So be it." Ming Xian waved his hand. 9 light discs bloomed immediately. Boom! Lu Zhou brought Unnamed in the form of a shield and held it up above him immediately. In just an instant, the power from the 9 light discs surged in the great maelstrom. At this moment, a strange noise began to ring from the whirlpool. Following that, a blue circle of light appeared below the duo. In just a moment, a beam of light shot up and enveloped both of them. Primal Chi and the power of laws were rendered useless immediately. The duo was still trying to figure out what was happening before they were swiftly pulled down by the beam of light. At this moment, it was as though Lu Zhou and Ming Xian were soaring through the galaxy. There was no air, no primal chi, and no laws. The energy in their bodies was also quickly draining away. The duo was pulled into a passageway that led to an unknown location. Ming Xian's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. Then, his breathing hitched when he felt the pressure around him. There was no time, no space, and living beings in this place. There was nothing. A space without laws? With this thought in mind, Ming Xian slowly turned around to take a look. As soon as he turned around, he saw Lu Zhou's blue eyes staring at him like a demon. His heart shook when he saw Lu Zhou's body glowing with a blue light, clearly unaffected by this place. He asked, "You, why are you fine?" Lu Zhou stepped forward in the space without laws. In this place where nothing existed, it should have been difficult to move with such ease. However, he easily moved and appeared in front of Ming Xian. Then, he grabbed Ming Xian's neck with his big hand and said, "An unrestrained and perfect body is not bound by the laws." Then, Lu Zhou lifted Ming Xian up by his neck and asked indifferently, "What's your origin?" For the first time in 100,000 years, Ming Xian felt fear. He looked at the pair of blue eyes and blue electric arcs in disbelief. Then, he asked with great difficulty, "Why?" Lu Zhou tightened his grip around Ming Xian's neck. "Answer my question." Ming Xian struggled to say, "You can't kill me. No laws. In this place. No life or death." Lu Zhou raised his other hand, and Unnamed in the form of a sword appeared immediately. Then he said, "Unfortunately for you, this sword isn't bound by the laws and doesn't need the laws." Ming Xian's body stiffened. Then, he struggled before he said with a smile, "You better think this through." Ming Xian struggled and kicked again. At this time, the space suddenly distorted. With that, Lu Zhou had no choice but to let go to avoid the distorted space. Soon after, he saw scenes after scenes coming out of the distorted space, flashing before his eyes one after another. Lu Zhou saw a hazy place. A figure was born in the hazy place. Then, the scenes switched, and Lu Zhou saw a man with disheveled hair and a dirty face appearing out of the void and stepping foot on earth. The man walked in an endless wilderness, but no leaf touched him. The scene cut to the man searching for food by the river and the man carving words on stones. When the scene changed again, Lu Zhou saw many humans. There were already languages and civilizations. Then, he saw the beginning of the cultivation world. That man was glowing with light and worshipped by tens of thousands of people. All of a sudden, the scenes changed to one of a disaster that almost destroyed the world and wiped out mankind. When chaos returned to the world, that man stood in the darkness and gouged his eyes out. He threw one eye to the east, and it turned into the blazing sun. The other eye turned into the moon that would come out when the sun set in the west. Then that man removed one of his bones and threw it to the ground, turning it into a man. When Lu Zhou saw these scenes, he felt his entire body tremble and his eyes hurt. He closed his eyes momentarily. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the appearance of the man who lost his eyes and the appearance of the human that was transformed from a bone. Then the scenes suddenly disappeared. "How's this possible?" Lu Zhou was shocked. Ming Xian laughed. His laughter still echoed in the space as he said, "You gave Yuing life, and Yuing gave me life. If I die, you die too." Sharing the same fate? Lu Zhou took a step back. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the wrinkles on his hands. He looked at his fingers and his knuckles before he moved and clenched his hands. This proved that this was all real. Ming Xian laughed again. Then he said, "To think that you'll also have such a day." Lu Zhou stepped back again. His nerves were tense, and his mind was in a mess. "Why don't I remember anything about this at all?" Ming Xian said, "It's okay if you don't remember. I'm here to remind you. You created many masterpieces in your life, and you wished for all things to develop freely. You want to study your creations, so you left your memories in the great maelstrom. You gave every god supreme power and authority, so why did you deprive me of the share that belonged to me?" Ming Xian asked before he laughed again. Ming Xian's laughter echoed loudly in the space. All of a sudden, Ming Xian suddenly pounced toward Lu Zhou. He cried out, "I want to make a final bet with you." The duo struggled in this space without laws. At this moment, space distorted again, and the door that led to nowhere suddenly appeared. Then, a beam of light shot out and pushed the duo out of the space without laws. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the duo appeared in the air. Primal chi and laws returned, surging from all directions in an instant. While Lu Zhou was still immersed in what he had seen, Ming Xian seized the opportunity and quickly brought his 9 light discs out. Lu Zhou sensed the power from the 9 light discs and reacted very quickly. He raised his hand, tearing space apart. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared behind Ming Xian and struck down heavily. Boom! Ming Xian, who fell, ? He became stronger again? Ming Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. As he fell, he suddenly noticed 10 pillars of light that were drawing closer and closer. With this, he realized they had returned to the sacred region. He was in a daze, forgetting about his pain for a moment. After falling for a while, he shook his head unwillingly. Is it really fate? Lu Zhou swooped down, wielding unnamed. Then, he said in a very cold voice, "That's right. Accept your fate." The duo descended quickly, returning to the sky just above the sacred region. They had returned to the place where the battle started. It seemed like the battle would end where it started. Upon seeing Ming Xian, the cultivators in the sacred region became very excited. All of them cried out at once. "The great emperor has returned. The sacred region will live on forever." Ming Xian looked at the 10 pillars of light before shifting his eyes to the projection of the 10 owners of the great void seeds who were surging with energy and the power of the laws. Suddenly, the power of the laws from the 10 pillars of light converged toward Ming Xian. Lu Zhou frowned. It seemed like things were going to get more troublesome. On the other hand, Ming Xian was excited, and his spirit was immediately lifted. Sensing the power of laws growing stronger and stronger, he said, "You've reincarnated so many times. It's time for you to accept your fate." Then, Ming Xian looked at Lu Zhou and spoke in an almost inaudible voice before revealing a smile on his face. Although Ming Xian's voice could barely be heard, Lu Zhou knew what Ming Xian said. "I'll rule the world in your place." The cultivators in the sacred region cheered excitedly. At this moment, they had forgotten their exhaustion and the blood on their bodies. When they looked at Ming Xian, who was continuously absorbing power from the 10 pillars of light, it was as though they had seen hope. They thought they were witnessing the birth of a god who could control everything. Ming Xian seemed to have succeeded. The towers of heaven continued to send power into his body. He grew stronger and stronger, becoming unprecedentedly powerful. With Yu Ying's help, he managed to persist until the last moment. Ming Xian was extremely excited at this moment. He was even more excited than when he became the temple master of the sacred temple when he thought about how the ability to control everything was right at his fingertips. However, from the projection, Wuxia raised his head and said, "Ming Xian, it's time to end this." Following that, the 4 divine emperors appeared in 4 different directions. Ming Xian looked at the 4 divine emperors disdainfully and said, "You think you can end this with only the help of these 4 people? There's also me." A figure appeared in the distant sky. Black Emperor? Zhi Guangji, the Black Emperor, flew over and hovered in the air. He said, "How can I not participate in such a lively event?" Ming Xian did not think much of this. He calmly said with a hint of disapproval, Have you never wondered why I didn't get rid of all of you back then? He paused for a moment before he continued to say, it's because the strong don't care about the ants on the ground. Boom! At this time, the sacred region suddenly shook, causing the 10 pillars of light to sway. Time's up, Wuxia said. Then, he leaned down and placed his palm against the humongous golden lotus under his feet. Unexpectedly, the lotus disappeared. Ming Xian frowned. I've already told you that you'll definitely fail, but you don't believe me, Wuxia said before he asked, do you still remember the commander's competition? Ming Xian looked at the pillar of light that bound Wuxia. He was stunned when he discovered that it had stopped transmitting the power of the laws. Wuxia continued to say, during the commander's competition, I gave everyone a piece of paper. Your Majesty, you saw the content on the paper as well. Ming Xian naturally could tell that something was amiss. He said, isn't it just a list of which halls the 10 of you should go, in accordance with the pillars that acknowledged you, to comprehend the great Tao? What are you trying to say? Eldest senior brother obtained the recognition of the pillar at Dunzang, but he went to Yanfeng Hall, Wuxia said. Second senior brother was recognized by the pillar at Huantan, but he went to Xianmeng Hall. Fourth senior brother was recognized by the pillar at Yuzhong that corresponded to Tuwei Hall, but I went to Tuwei Hall. Ming Xian did not understand what Wuxia was getting at. He only thought that Wuxia's words were chaotic and confusing. Even Lu Zhou and the 5 divine emperors were confused. What are you talking about? Ming Xian asked. Then, to confirm that nothing was wrong, he extended his hand, and the power of the laws from the pillars of light converged above his hand, forming a ball of light. As long as he could control the laws, everything else did not matter. Wuxia did not expect anyone to understand him. He said, the great void of the past was too vast so it could not be clearly seen. However, the sacred region isn't that big. Please take a look. Curiosity made them put the battle aside, and all of them looked down at the sacred region at the same time. They looked at the 10 pillars of light that were connected to the sacred region through the towers of heaven. After a moment, they made a shocking discovery. The sacred region was slowly rotating. The sacred region is rotating? Bai Zhaoju exclaimed in surprise. That's right, Wuxia said. In fact, the great void and the unknown land were also rotating in the past. A long time ago I was curious. Humans share the same sun, and the place where the sun rises is in the east. Why were the great void and the unknown land so different from the 9 domains? For this reason, I studied the 9 domains and confirmed that their rotation is like that of a sundial. After a beat, Wuxia continued to say, the rotation of the great void was not synchronized with the rotation of the earth. For this reason, every once in a while, the pillars of destruction would crack and boulders would fall. Similarly, it's also the reason why the earth would crack every once in a while, and when there were enough cracks, the land would split. Due to the rotations being out of sync, the pillars that corresponded to the 10 halls and their upper cores were constantly changing. Wuxia looked at Ming Xian, and his tone darkened as he said, so, the laws that the towers of heaven obtained are all wrong. After Wuxia finished speaking, Ming Xian felt as though someone was stabbing his heart with a needle. It was extremely painful. He found it hard to accept and hard to believe. Lu Zhou and the 5 divine emperors looked at the sacred region again, curious and confused. Although Lu Zhou had knowledge about the blue planet's rotation around its axis, he still found it difficult to understand this kind of clock-like rotation. After taking a deep breath, Bai Zhaoju suddenly asked, what exactly are the shackles? Wuxia did not answer the question. Instead, he opened his hand, and a lotus appeared above his palm. The lotus had 9 leaves, and it rose into the air before it slowly rotated. Wuxia's hand shone with light, rippling like the water. When he clenched it, the light churned like a whirlpool. At this moment, Ming Xian's expression was exactly the same as Lu Zhou's expression in the space without laws. Ming Xian retreated into the distance. Wuxia said, I know you won't believe it because you've obtained the power of the laws. However, the sacred region won't be able to exist. His voice was deep as he said, "The time has come. The disordered laws and the out-of-sync rotations won't be able to support the sacred region or construct a new world with new laws." As soon as Si Wuya's voice fell, crack, a crack appeared at the center of the sacred region and spread like a net immediately. The cultivators in the sacred region panicked when they saw the net under their feet. There was nothing they could do as they were pulled into the cracks and died unnatural deaths. Due to the disordered laws, they weren't able to fly or mobilize their primal chi. Boom! The sacred zone that spanned tens of thousands of miles split in just a blink of an eye. The heart-wrenching cries of countless humans rang in the air. Impossible! Ming Xian shouted as he mobilized the 10 great laws in a frenzy to keep the sacred zone together. Unfortunately, the sacred zone had split too quickly. No matter how much he used the power of the laws, he could not hold the sacred region together or save the humans there. Mountains and rivers along with humans and fierce beasts were swallowed by the cracks in just a blink of an eye. Ming Xian clenched his hands tightly. He felt as though his heart had been ripped out of his chest at this moment. The sacred region that he had spent all of his efforts building was gone just like that. All those people who believed in Ming Xian died in just a breath. They did not even have the time to struggle. All of a sudden, Ming Xian turned around and looked at the others. He said sinisterly, "You destroyed my sacred region, so I'll destroy everything." The 5 divine emperors looked at Ming Xian as though they were facing a great enemy. Bai Chaoju said, "Qi Sheng has already made it very clear. The sky and the earth were rotating out of sync, causing the laws to be in disorder. You can't blame anyone for it." Ming Xian said to Si Wuya in a deep voice, "Since you know, why didn't you say anything?" "I said it, but you didn't believe me," Si Wuya replied. Ming Xian shook his head and said regretfully, "Qi Sheng, do you know that I really admire you? Why did you choose him?" At this moment, Lu Zhou took a step forward. Buzz! A circle of light appeared under Lu Zhou's feet before he disappeared and reappeared above the barely standing towers of heaven. Then, he raised his head and glanced at Ming Xian before he asked, "Do you really think that I can't kill you?" Swoosh! The Great Tao's heart appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. It was oval-shaped, and its inky color had been replaced with a golden color. He looked at the Great Tao's heart in his hand and said, "If you can create, then you can destroy. Destruction has also always been easier than creation." Ming Xian said, "Zhu Zhao and Yuing, the sun and the moon. Killing me is the same as killing Yuing. If you kill me, the sun and the moon will no longer change in the sky, and the laws will cease to exist." Yu Ying's translucent figure appeared again. This time, it appeared in a spherical form, hanging behind Ming Xian. It looked exactly like the bright moon. Lu Zhou sighed and said, "Then, I'll just create another Yuing." Ming Xian seemed to realize something at this moment and quickly waved his hand. His body seemed to grow. Golden light burst forth as the laws converged. Bai Zhaoju hurriedly said, "Don't just stand there. Stop him." "All right." Shang Zhang, Zhi Guangji, Qi Biaonu, and Ling Weiyang shot out like shooting stars immediately, attacking from different directions. As soon as the 5 divine emperors arrived, the power of the laws around Ming Xian's body rippled and burst forth with light. Boom! The 5 divine emperors felt their bodies go numb immediately. Space began to distort, squeezing their bodies. The difference between their strengths was too great. Ming Xian said frostily, "I've become a divine god. How can all of you be a match for me?" Divine god! The 5 divine emperors were shocked. This was the legendary realm above that of a divine emperor. It was a realm that they did not think existed. Ming Xian looked down at the 9 domains and sighed. They'll all be destroyed just like the sacred region. Si Wuya looked up at Ming Xian and asked, "Do you really have to do this? Do you think any of you have a say in this matter?" Ming Xian asked in return. Si Wuya turned to look at his master and said meaningfully, "The Creator has never been weak. It only depends on whether he's willing or not." Then, he kneeled on one knee and said, "Master, please take back the classics." Lu Zhou remained silent. Then 9 voices rang from the other 9 pillars of light. Master, please take back the classics. Lu Zhou still did not speak. Yu Zhenghai said calmly, Master, don't hesitate. Yu Shangrong chimed in. Only by taking back the classics can everyone survive. At the same time, Ming Xian began to use the power of the laws in an attempt to cut off the pillars of light. Bang! 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 The pillars of light shook and swayed. Duamushang said anxiously, Master, don't hesitate anymore. If this continues, we'll also die. Mingshi smiled and said, I'm afraid I don't have the luck to become a supreme being. Zhao Yu sighed. The classics should return to where they came from. Ming Xian continued to wreak havoc on the pillars of light. Upon seeing this, the 5 divine emperors flew over to stop Ming Xian again. Bang! 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 The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle in the dark sky immediately. However, how could the 5 divine emperors be a match for a divine god? After a few breaths, the 5 divine emperors were sent flying again without any suspense. This time they were all injured. At this time, Yi Tianxin, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, and Conk cried out in unison, Master, please take back the classics. Then Little Yuaner added, It's better than dying at Ming Xian's hands. Lu Zhou sighed heavily as he looked up at the sky. Very well, Lu Zhou said. Then he inhaled deeply, pulling all the power of the laws around him into his body. Then he added in a faint voice, I hope all of you won't blame me. Following that, Lu Zhou's voice turned sonorous and powerful as he said, Return. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10 classics seemed to have heard their master's call and shone brilliantly. Lu Zhou's 10 disciples shone with the light of the 10 classics. When the power of the laws rushed over, space and time seemed to distort. Then, the 10 disciples' bodies suddenly dissolved into spots of starlight, reverting back to the 10 classics. Ming Xian was stunned when he sensed the shocking power of the 10 classics. Swoosh! The first classic, which came from Yu Zhenghai, returned, bringing with it the law of reincarnation. With that, a blue lotus appeared under Lu Zhou's feet before the 3rd light disk appeared as well. The second classic came from Yu Shangrong and brought with it the law of destruction. Then the 4th light disk appeared. When the 3rd classic from Duanmushang returned, the law of force manifested the 5th light disk. The 6th light disk appeared when the 4th classic and the law of the 5 elements from Mingshi returned. When the 6th light disk appeared, Ming Xian rushed over and shouted, looking as though he had lost his mind, Stop! Stop this! Boom! 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 Lu Zhou's blue lotus and light discs blocked the attacks easily. Its defense was impregnable. The 5 divine emperors, who were watching with rapt attention from afar, were filled with awe, respect, anticipation, and yearning. They knew that a peerless supreme god was about to be born. The 4th classic from Zhao Yu returned, and so did the law of balance. The 7th light disk appeared. Boom! Lu Zhou's light discs suddenly went on the offensive and sent Ming Xian flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Unwilling to give up, he flew back to attack. Alas, no matter how he attacked, he could not even leave a scratch on the blue lotus. Following that, Ming Xian flashed around, leaving countless afterimages in the sky as he attacked relentlessly. He could not accept this. He had clearly become a divine god and grasped the power of the 10 great laws. Why was it not enough? When the 6th classic from Yi Tianxin returned with the law of space, the 8th light disk appeared. Finally, when the 7th classic from Si Wuya returned, the law of fate gave birth to the 9th light disk. The 5 divine emperors exclaimed one after another upon seeing this. 9 light disks! Is there more? Will there be ultimate light disks after this? Let's just keep watching. At this time, Qi Biaonu said loudly to Ming Xian, Ming Xian, give up. The extent of his power is beyond our imaginations. Ming Xian became crazier and crazier. His figure could barely be seen now. The sounds of the collision rang in the air thunderously. Buzz, When the 8th classic from Zhu Honggong returned with the Law of Infinity, the 10th light disk bloomed. At this time, the 10 light disks covered the entire sky above the unknown land and some of the 9 domains. When the humans looked up, all they saw was a dazzling blue light. Ming Xian suffered the backlash from the appearance of the 10th light disk immediately. This light disk alone caused his internal organs to rupture immediately. With that, the bright moon in the sky dimmed before Yu Ying disappeared. When the 9th classic from Little Yuaner and the Law of Karma returned, the 11th light disk appeared. The light disks now covered the sky above all the 9 domains and the unknown land. When the 10th classic from Conch appeared and the Law of Inaction returned, the 12th light disk appeared. With this, the light disks now covered the sky above the Great Maelstrom as well. The light disks were stacked on top of each other, looking like a 1,000-layered cake. It was dazzling. Ming Xian's body floated in the air as his soul left his body. In his soul form, he saw the 12 light disks. He muttered, "Supreme God!" The 5 divine emperors were thoroughly shocked. They stared at the unholy one and his 12 light disks in a daze. With just a thought, Lu Zhou appeared in front of Ming Xian. He reached out and easily grabbed Ming Xian's neck. Then, he leaned forward slightly and looked down at Ming Xian. The blue light in his eyes easily suppressed Ming Xian's soul. He tightened his grip, stabilizing Ming Xian's soul that was about to fade away. Then, he asked lightly, "What is a god?" Ming Xian's soul could not withstand the pressure. He could only widen his eyes to look at the appearance of the Supreme God clearly. Then, as though he had exhausted all his energy, his soul disintegrated. The great Emperor Ming Xian, who ruled the Great Void for 100,000 years, turned to dust and scattered in the wind. Lu Zhou looked at his hand, slightly absent-minded. Perhaps it had been too long since he had wielded such a powerful force, so his control was not as precise. It was a little regretful that he had let Ming Xian die so easily. However, none of this mattered now. He turned around and looked at the 5 divine emperors. The 5 divine emperors, who were in 5 different directions with unknown distances between them, bowed at the same time. "Greetings, Supreme Divine God." With just a thought, Lu Zhou appeared in front of Zhi Guangji, the Black Emperor. Zhi Guangji trembled and immediately bowed. Lu Zhou raised his hand and patted Zhi Guangji's shoulder. With this pat, Zhi Guangji lowered his body even more. Just as he was about to kneel to submit, he heard Lu Zhou speak. "The task of maintaining the world will have to depend on all of you," Zhi Guangji said energetically. "I will definitely live up to the Supreme Divine God's expectations." At the same time, Shang Zhang, Ling Weiyang, Bai Zhaoju, and Qi Biaonu appeared nearby. Bai Zhaoju said, "Supreme Divine God, please restore the laws in the world and bestow new power to it." Lu Zhou turned to look at Bai Zhaoju. Bai Zhaoju sighed and explained, "Qi Shang once said that the 10 great laws are the foundation of everything. Since the 10 classics have been returned, it means the laws and the power have disappeared from the world." Lu Zhou nodded as he swept his gaze across the 5 people. He could see their powers were swiftly decreasing. He turned to look at the distant 9 domains. With his current sight, he could clearly see every blade of grass on the ground and every leaf on a tree. As expected, human cultivators were landing on the ground one after another. They were unable to mobilize their primal chi, which meant that they could not form energy seals or cultivate. Many of them waved their hands, trying to mobilize primal chi, but it was in vain. All of them had become just like the common folks. All fierce beasts also could no longer use primal chi. However, they were now stronger than the humans who had lost their cultivation. Lu Zhou sighed and said, "All of you can return." Lu Zhou waved his hand and sent the 5 divine emperors away. When the 5 divine emperors arrived at their respective destinations, they knew they could no longer fly or use their cultivation. The next day, the sun rose from the east of the unknown land, lighting up the land. The unknown land that had been reborn after the disaster had never been as bright as it was today. In the evil sky pavilion, the 4 elders seemed to have aged overnight. looking like they were on the brink of death. The guardians, the left and right envoys, and the others also were aging rapidly. Princess Mulberry, who lived in the Evil Sky Pavilion, had become an old woman overnight. In the main hall, Jie Jinan paced back and forth. He scratched his face lightly as he said, "I knew he would take the classics back. Mr. Jie, if you don't think of a way, the four elders won't be able to hold on any longer," Pan Zhong said anxiously. Although he was relatively younger, he still aged a lot as well. Jie Jinan said, "It all depends on him. The laws in the cultivation world have been revoked, so we're the same as common folks now. It's already very good for common folks to be able to live to 100. Pan Zhong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Ah, then won't I die soon?" He raised his hands and counted his fingers as he said, "I don't want to die yet. There's really nothing I can do," Jie Jinan said helplessly. "He has another 3 days. 3 days. You'll have to ask him about that. He was the one who decided on that. Just like recovering a birth chart, he only has 3 days," Jie Jinan said. He was also anxious. He looked at the people outside of the main hall and sighed heavily. The entire world seemed to have turned into the world of the elderly overnight. At this moment, Jiang Aijin walked in using the dragon song like a walking cane. His back was hunched. He used dragon song to prod Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng with all his strength before he coughed and said, "Young man, make way." Pan Zhong also behaved like an old man as he said, "Can you be more serious?" Jiang Aijin said, "Don't say that. It's quite comfortable to act like Senior Ji," Jiang Aijin said. Then, his expression became very serious as he said, "Young man, come, pour a glass of water for Grandpa." "Fuck off." Jiang Aijin leaned down and said reproachfully, "You young people don't have any kindness and love at all. You don't know how to cherish the elderly. I'm really disappointed." At this time, Zhou Jifeng said urgently, "We don't have much time. Be serious." Jiang Aijin stopped joking and became serious. He said, "Cultivators are aging rapidly, and the fierce beasts are eyeing us like prey. It doesn't matter that the fierce beasts are without primal chi. Their physique and strength are still superior to those of humans. The disaster has been mitigated, so they should have retreated to the unknown land. However, they're refusing to leave now. Clearly, they're thinking about invading. Currently, the front lines are made up of the old and infirmed. The imperial family has already issued a decree to recruit strong young men to participate in the battle. However, they've never cultivated, so their combat strength isn't very big. No one knows how long they'll be able to last." Jiang Aijin sat on the ground before he said helplessly, "The situation is the same in all the 9 domains. This feels worse than the end of the world." Jie Jinan asked, "Where's Long, the Azure Dragon, and the others?" "They've also aged. They're all coiled up on the ground, barely able to move." At this moment, the 4 elders walked into the hall, looking very feeble. Pan Lydian shouted, "Old Lung, can you bring a chair over?" Lung Luo retorted, "We're all elderly people. Why should I bring a chair over for you?" After the 4 elders took their seats, Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed. "Without the pavilion master and the 10 disciples, I feel empty." "You're not the only one who feels that way." In the end, the elderly in the Evil Sky Pavilion could only sit as they waited for death to come. At the same time, in the sky above the unknown land, Lu Zhou's figure flashed by. Then, the boulders that buried the great abyss land were lifted by a powerful force. Lu Zhou dove into the abyss. No obstacles could stop him. Even the power of the abyss seemed to retreat in fear. He made his way to the center of the earth, easily passing through the abyss. Soon enough, when he arrived at the place where the seawater met the end of the abyss, he saw the golden and square merit stone. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of the merit stone before he said, "The great maelstrom is the abyss, and the abyss is the earth. Like flowers growing by the water, I finally found you." The energy that rushed over from all directions was easily repelled by Lu Zhou with just a wave of his hand. Lu Zhou's hand landed on the dazzling merit stone as he said, All living things have merits. Each side of the merit stones had a grid of 9 boxes, and each box was a character. Lu Zhou imbued the merit stone with his divine Tao power. Years and years from the past flashed through his mind immediately. He saw countless lives on this land returning to the abyss, back into the merit stone. Everything has an origin and a destination. Lu Zhou saw the openings on the merit stone that were supposed to hold treasures. After thinking for a while, he formed a few treasures with his divine Tao power. They were the heavenly Tao flag, the great stone of natural law, and the scales of justice. Then he filled 3 openings with the 3 treasures. On the lands, trees began to grow swiftly and wildly. Primal Qi returned to heaven and earth. As soon as cultivators from the 9 domains sensed the return of the Primal Qi, they greedily absorbed the Primal Qi. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, the members rose to their feet and walked out, looking at the sky. Their bodies recovered swiftly, and their skin was no longer dull like before. All of them began to age backward again. It's back. It's back. Lu Zhou looked at the merit stone and asked, "Why do you want to stop eternal life?" Naturally, there was no response from the merit stone. Lu Zhou sighed. "Perhaps I should have destroyed you back then. If there were no cultivation, that problem wouldn't exist." After a moment, Lu Zhou said, "Unnamed, return to your place." Buzz. Unnamed flew out and entered the center opening of the merit stone. When Lu Zhou filled up all 10 openings, the merit stone glowed brightly with a golden light. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou waved his hand. He carved a character above each of the 10 openings. Hai, Shang, Shang, Ming Yu, Tian Ye, Gong Ci and Shi. After that, Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back, waiting for the changes. When the merit stone flashed, Lu Zhou revealed a satisfied smile on his face. Then, the complete power of the merit stone burst forth, completely engulfing Lu Zhou. Then, the power flowed along the abyss toward the earth and to the 9 domains and the endless ocean. With that, everyone's cultivation returned as well. In the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion, streaks of light appeared, attracting the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Soon enough, Yu Zheng appeared from the first streak of light. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were overjoyed. They bowed and called out, "Greetings, Mr. First." Yu Zhenghai looked around in a daze. He raised his arm and lowered his head to look at himself. He felt as though he was in the darkness for a very long time, but somehow, he had now returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He exclaimed, "I'm back!" Following that, Yu Shangrong emerged from the second streak of light. It did not take long before Duan Mushang, Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yu, Yi Tianxin, Si Wuya, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, and Conk all appeared in the sky as well. Greetings to the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou's 10 disciples looked at a loss as though they had just woken up from a long dream. All kinds of feelings welled in their hearts as clarity returned to them. Although they did not know what happened, when they saw everyone, they revealed joyous and satisfied smiles on their faces. The 10 disciples looked at each other and smiled. Since their master was not here, their eldest senior brother had the highest seniority. Hence, the 9 disciples bowed to Yu Zhenghai first. Eldest senior brother. Second senior brother. They continued to greet each other according to seniority. Little junior sister. After the 10 disciples finished bowing and greeting each other in the sky, they laughed. Upon seeing this, the other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion laughed as well. This was the first time in a long time that the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were all together. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, the sun set and night fell. When little Yuaner flew up to the sky, she saw her fellow disciples. She asked curiously, "Eldest senior brother, 7th senior brother, why is the moon not in the sky?" Si Wuya smiled and replied, "It's hiding." "Oh," little Yuaner said and did not ask for an explanation. Instead, she asked, "When will Master return?" Si Wuya replied, "The day the moon returns to the sky will be the day Master returns." 7th senior brother, "How do you know everything?" little Yuaner asked. Wuxia smiled as he looked at his fellow disciples. Then he said, "That's because I saw a fragment of Master's memories from the Skynet map." Nearly 30,000 years later, the human alliance managed to drive all the fierce beasts back to the unknown land. Cultivators from the Great Void and a number of cultivators from the 9 domains migrated to the unknown land, building cities there. Its prosperity was no less than the Great Void of the past. Mankind did not like the name Great Void, so they called it the New World. There were a large number of cultivators who treated the Golden Lotus domain like the Holy Land. Everyone knew the reason for this. As such, the Golden Lotus domain became the leader of the domains and the New World. In the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Wuxia asked, "Eldest senior brother, the 10 great void seeds in the New World have matured. Do you want to bring them back?" Xianxia said, "Let nature take its course. If Master were here, I believe he'll do the same as well." Everyone nodded. It's been 30,000 years. I wonder where's Master now? As long as Master doesn't return, the Evil Sky Pavilion will not move. 3 days later, at night, a bright moon appeared in the sky. Little Yuaner, who still remembered Wuxia's words from 30,000 years ago, did not see her master, so she complained about Wuxia for 3 whole days. She also cried for 3 whole days. One morning, in the huge gazebo in the Evil Sky Pavilion, a few female cultivators were seriously cleaning the place when a breeze blew over. At some point, an old man with white hair appeared sitting in the gazebo with his eyes closed. When the female cultivators looked over, they recognized him immediately. They were surprised and happy. In the next moment, they fell to their knees and called out, "Greetings, Pavilion Master." However, despite their loud voices, the old man did not open his eyes. After that, one of the female cultivators quickly left to report the matter. In just a brief moment, the 10 disciples and the other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion rushed over. Xianxia, who was standing at the lead, was overjoyed when he saw the old man. He kneeled immediately and called out, "Disciple greets Master. I've been awaiting Master's return." Subsequently, Yu Shangrong, Duanmu Shang, Ming Shirin, Zhao Yu, Yi Tianxin, Wuxia, Zhu Honggong, and Conk kneeled and called out in unison, "Greetings, Master. Welcome back, Pavilion Master." The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion called out as well. After a moment of silence, the old man finally opened his eyes. His eyes shone brilliantly, and a very faint smile could be seen on his face as he said, "I'm back." With this, everyone fell to their knees again. However, Zhu Honggong rushed over and hugged his master's thigh. Snot and tears could be seen on his face as he cried out, "Master, I really missed you to death." Xianxia and Yu Shangrong did not know what kind of expression to make, so they only stared at Zhu Honggong's stoic expressions on their faces. Lu Zhou looked around before he asked, "Where's Yuaner?" From behind the crowd, Pan Zhong said loudly, "Miss Ninth is here." Little Yuaner was extremely graceful. However, she was like a completely different person at this moment, and she looked like she was in a daze. When she came to the front of the crowd, she bowed. "Disciple greets Master." Everyone was very puzzled by little Yuaner's behavior. Lu Zhou asked, "Do you feel unwell?" "I'm fine. I'm fine. I just slept for too long and had a very, very long dream. I'm just a little muddled now," little Yuaner replied. At the same time, she scratched her head as though she was thinking about something. At this time, Jie Jinan and Zhang Aijin stepped forward with smiles on their faces. "Senior Ji, Brother Lu." Lu Zhou nodded. Jie Jinan said, "I knew you'd return." "Ouyang isn't here?" Lu Zhou asked. "He's at the White Lotus domain. He'll come over later." Lu Zhou nodded. A satisfied smile could be seen on his face. Everyone was here. He began to examine everyone from top to bottom. Each time his eyes swept past a person, he would nod. When Lu Zhou was done, Zhang Aijin suddenly smiled and asked, "Senior Ji, the new great void seeds have matured. How do you plan to distribute them?" Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He did not expect that 30,000 years had passed. Although he already had the answer to the question, he wanted to know everyone's thoughts. Hence, he asked, "How do you think it should be distributed?" Pan Zhong said, "The 10 disciples have profound cultivation and are all supreme beings. They can accept a disciple each, and the seeds can be distributed to their disciples." "That's a good idea," Zhou Jifeng said. Yu Zhanghai shook his head and said, "In my opinion, we should let nature take its course. After all, the great Tao and everything else belongs to nature." Lu Zhou looked at his disciples silently as they voiced their opinion. All of them had the same opinion until it came to little Yuaner's turn. Little Yuaner squatted on the ground and said, "Why don't we give the seeds to our future disciples?" Then she used her finger and began to write on the ground. "Lovers pine for each other, lamenting the cold night." Everyone nodded in appreciation of the poem. Some gave little Yuaner a thumbs up to praise her, and some said it was a good poem. Lu Zhou recited the poems as well. However, when he recited it for the second time, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He recalled the poem that referred to his disciples. In the very beginning, when he had come across that poem, he had noticed it was in fact part of a poem from Earth. "The bright moon shines on the sea. From far away we share this moment together." It corresponded to the characters Hai, Shang, Shang, Ming, Yu, Tian, Ye, Gong, Ci, and Shi, which also corresponded with the names of Lu Zhou's 10 disciples. From Lu Zhou's memory, he knew the second line of the poem was, "Lovers pine for each other, lamenting the cold night," which was exactly what little Yuaner just wrote. In the ancient language, the characters that corresponded to this poem were Qing, Ren, Yuan, Yao, Yi, Jing, Shi, Qi, Xiang, and Si. Lu Zhou's expression and tone turned solemn as he asked, "Yuaner, how do you know the 2 following sentences?